Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 278th meeting of the Council. I'd like to begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the Council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The Council wants to honor the Dena'ina, the Indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We're glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. Our agenda for this meeting is available on the Council's e-agenda site. We're scheduled to meet through Wednesday, February 11th. As always, we intend to go through the agenda in order, but agenda items may be taken up earlier or later than they're listed on the schedule, depending on how much testimony we receive and how we progress. Particularly if you're waiting for the Council to take up Cook Inlet salmon specifications, I'd like to remind the public that you can sign up for real-time text alerts, and that information is on the Council e-agenda. So are there any objections or changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we have an agenda. Finally, I'd like to highlight that our Council Code of Conduct is posted on the e-agenda, and there's also hard copies in the back of the room. We expect that all participants in this process, whether Council members, staff, advisors, or the public, treat each other in a professional and respectful manner and hold each other accountable to the following ground rules. Please treat everyone with respect, listen and seek to understand differing views or opinions, represent information honestly and openly, refrain from using offensive, disrespectful, or derogatory language. Personal or organizational attacks or insults will not be tolerated. So thank you all for your understanding. So we're now ready to move on to the next section of the agenda, our B reports. We have 9 reports under this section, and we'll receive oral reports on 6 of them. The B1 Executive Director's Report, the B2 NMFS Management Report, B4 Alaska Fishery Science Center Report, the B7 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Report, and the B9 NPRB Report. Additionally, the SSC will provide their report on the SSC-only D2 agenda item, planning for the fall 2026 groundfish stock assessment cycle. We'll receive all of the B reports, including the D2 SSC report, and then we'll take public testimony. So please sign up on the agenda before the conclusion of the final report. Thank you. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Evans for B1 report.
Good morning, members of the Council. Diana Evans. And the ED report, B1 ED report is posted, and so I'm going to walk through that. We do have a couple of different presentations as part of this agenda item. As we get started, I'm going to ask Ms. Davis to come up and get ready. She's going to provide a short, just a quick tutorial on a couple elements of our e-agenda that you might find useful, especially at this meeting. We have some features, particularly for searching amongst the comments, that we think would be useful. So I'll just let Ms. Davis start with that.
Good morning. My name is Maria Davis. I wanted to let you know, you probably see a switch up difference here in the admin. Danielle had her baby on the 20th, so we're very excited for her. I'm going through this really fast, so if you have questions, am I not sharing? Oh, sorry. I'm going to go through this really fast. If you are have any questions, then you can grab me later, because it's hard to follow a lot sometimes. Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. You're familiar with this page. I wanted to show you a couple features. This little toolbar on the right-hand side under meeting group, if you wanted to easily find something, a plan team meeting, you can click all the plan team meetings, grab plan team, everything. Additionally, there's a filter button if you wanted to find a committee meeting, halibut, like for example, a halibut committee. It'll go to all of the halibut committee meetings, and there's pagination at the bottom. There's a button if you go to a specific meeting. So we'll say our North Pacific Council meeting. If you click on a committee meeting or a council meeting, any meeting, and you need to download your documents, you can do that right here, download attachments. This will let you download everything to your computer if you're going to be flying, or if you're in a remote cabin and you want to catch up on some work, you can click on any of these or the whole thing, and you'll be able to download that way. You can also use the search tool on the top right-hand side, and then it'll select the items you want. We have 2 search features on our e-agenda up here: advanced search, which lets you get really specific. You can look for a commenter, you can look for text within text, or any kind of attachment comments. You can search by committee. It's pretty, you can get pretty detailed. We have all documents uploaded since 1979, a couple before that too. So not all committees, but a majority of them. This document search is a little bit more general. It uses Boolean terms with that's what's the items in red, you do minus or plus or in parentheses. So it can get a little bit more specific there. Another another thing I wanted to show you in comments, which might help you, since we have a lot of public comment, both written and oral. You can download just the comments. Up here. And when you go download attachments, there is a tab. And it goes to it. Comment attachments. And here it will put people in order alpha. This is public comment, and you can search for a specific name. If you're looking for someone's written public comment that they sent in, this is an easy way. Or you could do Control F. That gets you to the same place. Control F is an easy way to find things. In public comment, written public comment, or I mean, sorry, in meeting public comment, there is a feature. I don't know if we right here, the small feature. When people are signed up to testify, you can sort by status, testified, not testified, name, location, remote, or in person. This is pretty new, this little sort tool there. So the next thing I wanted to show you is on YouTube. And many of you have probably listened to our YouTube videos. Current or next council meeting, I usually get to the YouTube from here. There's also down here, you can view past council streams. We put them all into playlists for your easy listening. October 2025, they're all grouped together. We don't keep AP meetings, but we do keep SSC and council. And the meetings since 2025 have started. I think April might have some timestamps, but we just started doing these timestamps, which might be helpful for you to navigate to a certain council meeting. When it loads and when text people are talking. If you hit this more button, you'll see the transcript, and you can show the transcript. And there's no easy way to export this yet directly from YouTube, but you can cut and paste into other things. If you click on the transcript timestamp, it'll take you directly to that part in the video. So that's kind of nice. This one doesn't have timestamps. Oh, that's why. So the council, let me go back to one. You go to a different YouTube. Council meeting. Yeah, we only have timestamps for council meetings. There we go. So you'll be able to view the exact agenda item you want to navigate to, and it will take you there. So those couple things are really helpful, and I know I went through this really fast, but let me know if or Nicole, or obviously Diana and Kayla can help you navigate through some of this electronic stuff that we have going on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. Not seeing any questions. Thanks for the walkthrough.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Davis, for the continual improvements to our accessibility and technological accessibility. Okay, returning to the ED report then, walking through the report and just highlighting these agenda items. We do have Mr. Sam Rauch visiting today at the meeting, who is the NOAA Fisheries Deputy Assistant Administrator for Regulatory Programs. Welcome to the meeting. The second agenda item, or second, excuse me, item on the through the ND report that I wanted to cover is that we were recently provided by National Marine Fisheries Service a summary of the public comments that NMFS received nationally on their comment review period for Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. Council members, you will recall that in June and October of last year, you went through the exercise of developing a work plan to respond specifically to the portion of that executive order that asked the councils to develop a work plan with actions to respond to the priorities in that EO. And that work plan is posted on our e-agenda for your reference. That was finalized in October. With these additional comments that were received nationally, the council has an opportunity to adjust that work plan if you see anything in those comments that would suggest that you would like to. We just got those in the last couple of weeks, but Ms. Henry did try to walk through those and provide you a kind of a high-level summary of the types of information that are included there for the comments that were specific to North Pacific issues. There's a number of comments for the whole nation, but there's a tab on the posted comment summary that is specific to comments for the North Pacific. And you can see there are approximately 4 categories, or there are 4 categories here, broad categories. There are a number of high-level, the summary is at a very high level, but there are a number of comments that are specific to how the council manages and council priorities in general in the North Pacific. There are a number of comments specific to the management of cook inlet salmon, looking at things like requests for flexibility and removal in VMS and logbook requirements. There are a number of issues that are already included on the council work plan that you developed in October 2025. And in the comment summary that is posted, we tried to identify where those comments match up with items that are already on the council's work plan. There were a few specific issues that were not addressed in the work plan relating to groundfish and crab and halibut issues. And you can see just a quick summary there, reviewing stellar sea line closures, clarifying regulations to allow all fish for disposal at fish meal plants. So those were our characterization of the high-level summary that we were provided of those national comments. If that's something that you are interested in adjusting your work plan to address, the agency has asked that happen by April 30th. If you want to go through that process again, the work plan in a deliberative way, we obviously have not noticed that for this meeting. So we would not be able to meet that deadline because we don't have a council meeting between now and then. But hopefully with an understanding of the nature of these comments, you'll be able to give some indication as to whether you think the work plan that you approved in October continues to represent your priorities, or whether there's a need to adjust that based on this information that you have seen, and then we can figure out how best to accommodate that moving forward. So that's one item. The next item, moving on, is the NMFS risk value matrix process. And I do have a short PowerPoint on that if, Ms. Schmidt, if you could bring that up for me. We talked about this last May at the CCC meeting, and we brought this information to you last June. And so this is an initiative that the agency is undertaking nationwide to look at. I just realized, would you mind advancing the slides for me? Because I didn't plan on that. So if you can move to the first slide, thank you. We have talked about this concept and this initiative that was provided. We talked about this last June, that the agency is interested in, given the assumption that nationwide NMFS manages more than 500 stocks and stock complexes currently in FMPs. That cannot continue with current capacity and priorities and data needs. And so a prioritization exercise is important. And the impetus is to balance national consistency and interoperability with reasonable flexibility while maintaining accountability. So that was the information that's provided to us. We talked about this matrix of looking at placing stocks in the FMPs into high and low risk categories and high and low value categories, and using that as a basis for prioritization. So since last June, there have been conversations. There's been a West Coast pilot. If you could advance to the next slide, please. There's been a West Coast pilot that NMFS has undertaken and used that as a basis to finalize a process for applying that risk value matrix. We, at an executive directors meeting with the headquarters Office of Sustainable Fisheries, we were informed of that process and requested for councils to participate with the science centers and the regional offices in filling out this regional matrix in order to allow that information to this initiative to move forward, to consolidate regional information into a national matrix, with the idea that that would help NMFS inform reassessing resource priorities and informing future planning. You could go to the next slide. So we have received that final 9-step process, the tasking for these regional office, Fishery Science Center, council staff work groups. So the how we would go about that would be to look at information available to place stocks on the matrix, and then use a number of factors to think about whether adjustments are needed. So looking perhaps beyond just those strict risk value categories that were identified on the first slide, to make sure that those stocks are in the correct quadrant of that risk value matrix, to provide the best information possible, and then run a series of stock assessment, prioritization, and data collection prioritization processes. And that could be used by councils and regional offices to identify any changes in management that would be suggested from this undertaking of looking at prioritization. So if you can move to the next slide. The timeline we were provided for participating in this in the ED report that's written, you can see that that request was for April 3rd. We've since requested and received an extension to that deadline. So NMFS is asking us to provide that information by June 30th, which is helpful to us in that it would overspan a council meeting if the council is interested in engaging in this process at a council meeting. There was a CCC letter sent in response that I expressed some concerns and a request for clarifications on some of the ways, specifically how the methodology, the information that would be provided in these matrices would be used going forward. I think there's general support amongst the councils, and I think that would be echoed at our council in having the dialogue on identifying priorities and that constructive dialogue of what's possible with given capacity constraints and where there are opportunities for optimizing at least our use of science in fisheries management and data collection. But there's some concern that this methodology has been developed, or this 9-step process for applying this methodology has been developed, has not been, like our councils, for example, has not been involved in that process of developing that methodology. I know there was a pilot, but that the councils in general have not been actively involved in that process. So, which leads to questions about what are the embedded assumptions and how will that information be used going forward. So that's the information that the CCC sent back in a letter, which is linked here if you're interested in looking at that. It's also on the CCC correspondence website. If you could move to the next slide. So thinking about how do we respond to that as the North Pacific Council, just highlighting that we have already been actively engaged in this region in similar prioritization efforts, not necessarily using the strict risk value matrix that has been highlighted so far, but there's tried to identify on the slide here a number of efforts that we've already undertaken. So for many years, we have done active management of the stocks that are included in the FMPs, which includes management actions such as removing stocks that are primarily caught in state waters out of the FMP. We already manage a lot of our species in complexes, and we've actively had actions to move stocks into the ecosystem component where that's appropriate. More recently, we've had efforts beginning in 2018 and then most recently in 2023 looking at stock prioritization, working actively with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center on groundfish assessments. That has resulted in the reduced frequency of assessments, so going from 1-year to 2-year to 4-year cycles for some assessments, looking specifically at a suite of characteristics, including some of the ones that would be also be captured in the risk value matrix that NMFS methodology has proposed. And then in the last couple of years, especially ongoing engagement by this council with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center regarding survey prioritization and survey modernization efforts, which I think all tend towards that same idea of evaluating risk and capacity and how best to balance and optimize that going forward. So if we could advance to the final slide. So how might the council respond to this request? Again, the agency has asked us to provide a matrix back by June 30th. I think there are a range of options, and looking here to see from you what you are interested in, how much staff time you want us to engage in this process. So obviously we can await and hear a response to the CCC concerns and continue with our processes that are already underway that I just talked about, looking at the stock prioritization and the survey prioritization efforts. And I would note that under the AFSC report that you received in December and the SSC received at this meeting, the SSC did have a number of comments that will be helpful in our own prioritization efforts that we're engaging in already in this region. Moving forward, and you'll hear that when the SSC reports back on Saturday morning, I believe. We can also have staff respond to and try to characterize what the North Pacific is doing. So maybe a little bit more detail on that previous slide about the types of efforts that we're undertaking right now and how they lend themselves towards this prioritization, to the intent of this prioritization effort. Obviously, we can identify staff to participate directly in the regional work group and matrix development effort for the simplified matrix that is being proposed. And if you are interested, because we do have the ability now to overlap that with the council meeting, we could bring that back for council and or SSC review at the June meeting if you choose. So just trying to look for a little bit of direction from you, how actively you want us to devote staff time to participating in this process, and whether you're interested in that coming back at a June council meeting. And that's all I have on this topic. I don't know if you want to ask any questions now, or we can circle back to it another time as well.
Yeah, let me see if there are any questions. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, for that report. I guess I wasn't ready for this exercise. I feel like we've been looking at this in many different ways over the past several years, and even most recently with the guidance from the Science Center. I think that might have been in your PowerPoint. So I guess it is the basic question from the CCC really, how will this be used? And I think that should be a pretty important question for the council too, if the underlying assumption of this entire exercise is that NMFS cannot continue to manage 500 plus stocks and complexes currently in the FMPs across all regions. So it is the idea that if we start putting things in categories, we will be told we can't do a stock assessment for that species or species complex, or we will be told to remove it from the FMP. Do we have anything more on kind of the downward consequence of starting to move through this exercise?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't have any more information for you to respond to that. As I say, we did have an executive director's call with the Office of Sustainable Fisheries, and also did not have were presented with this information or this request without a lot of time to prep and think through kind of some of those detailed questions, looking at the 9 steps and how that might have what kind of outcomes would be that information would be used for. So I think I've reported to you the information that was shared with us. I think those would be questions that we're awaiting a response from the agency with respect to what the intent is to use this methodology going forward, or this information going forward.
Thank you. And the second question is on your potential council responses. And I guess I might have missed what kind of level of participation or effort it would require from you and other council staff to participate in the regional work group and matrix development effort. Can you describe what that is intended to be a little bit better?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I've had some preliminary conversations with Mr. Kurland and Dr. Foy about this ask and the idea of a regional work group. We haven't gotten very far yet in terms of planning. I mean, as you know, and as we have seen from the presentations Dr. Foy has provided in the past, I think he and his staff have done a lot of work in terms of providing information that would fit easily into this simplified matrix. I think the conversations that we've been having in this region are have involved looking at a lot of different metrics, more broadly than the ones that are highlighted on the two RAP value metrics and the 3 risk categories. So I think that there's definitely a lot of information for that first step of placing stocks within the quadrants. I don't think that would require a lot of staff time to participate in. I think the next step is what does it mean if stocks are within these quadrants, and what are the likely consequences for management? What are the actions that would result from stocks being placed in these different quadrants? Do we want to consider, social and economic values that might require us to move between quadrants? But it's a little unclear how much effort would take to do that process. I also do think that trying to capture and write up the work that we have done so far is if that was something we wanted to characterize, would definitely take a little bit of time. We have a lot of that information together, but trying to pull that together in a way that is it reads clearly to people who are outside of our region it's writing a paper. So I would definitely think of this as sort of a small discussion paper type tasking exercise amongst our staff to be able to put this information together. So if you're thinking about it in terms of trade-offs amongst staff times, that's kind of how I would perceive participating in this effort between now and June 30th.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please let me know if my questions are too similar to Ms. Kimball's. But I'm also struggling with this a little bit just to understand it conceptually. And first off, thank you, Ms. Evans, for the presentation. And I just wanted to take this opportunity, I think it's to formally congratulate you. And I don't think I've had a chance to do that at the meeting, and it's very nice to see you up here. And thank you for your work as Executive Director. My question, sorry for that aside, Madam Chair. I'm looking at what slide number here? The tasking for the Regional Office Science Center Council Staff Work Group. And I'm sorry, I can't see the number. Is that a summation of the 9 steps, placing the stocks in the matrix, using the data, adjusting position of stocks, et cetera? Is that an outline of the tasking that you would see this work group completing?
Through the chair, yes, there are 9 steps in the framework that we were provided. I highlighted on this slide the ones in which the work group would be involved. I think there are steps 1 and 2 and 9 are information coming from headquarters. So setting objectives and then taking one of the steps is submitting the matrix itself. So I didn't feel a need to write that out as a specific step, but and then there's a step for headquarters to amalgamate that information and into a national matrix. But this slide really encapsulates the way in which our staff would be involved if we were to participate in this work group.
Thank you for that. And my second question is still on that same slide, just so I'm really trying to understand the process. So once the stocks are placed in the matrix, the next step that our work group would be involved in seems to be going through sort of the data needed to support the location of all of these stocks and in terms of stock assessment and those things. So would that stock assessment prioritization process referenced on this slide essentially be similar to the process that we and maybe other councils have undertaken in recent years that you've described, and the data collection prioritization process would be like that? That's probably not a well-formed question, but I'm struggling to see. So we have that, and then it comes back to sort of council and regional office staff to figure out what that means in terms of any suggested management changes, like removing stocks from an FMP or putting stocks into complexes. Am I getting the flow of that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is my understanding. I also had a lot of questions kind of thinking through how to apply this framework to our region and understanding that this is the national framework, interoperable amongst regions. I think some of the feedback earlier or last summer from the councils collectively was that is very difficult to do, given that we do have such different regional baselines of the types of conversations we've had and the way we structure our stocks. But I think that you have captured correctly that bullet there that talks about stock prioritization and data collection prioritization. I don't know how well or not that overlaps with the efforts that we're already undertaking, but it does seem similar goals.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I feel like I could ask what ifs about this probably all day. So I'm gonna pick the biggest one for me right now. When I'm looking at this as described, it seems potentially like something that's very prescriptive. And I'm wondering if there's flexibility in the letter that staff might provide while you're working with NMFS. Is there flexibility in that letter to include, from our region's perspective, I think there's a potential with risk here. It seems like we have some unique environmental issues in the North Pacific that risk for the stocks that we manage can change year to year. It can change very quickly, often faster than we can monitor. And that's something that's probably not unique to our region, but it's definitely exacerbated by our latitude. And I'm wondering if there's flexibility in the letter, you think, for you to bring that up, that our region might need room to be less prescriptive with this as far as how we categorize risk for our stocks, and maybe locking stock management of prioritizing things might not be the best for us.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, I do think that that flexibility is something that certainly has been thought of. There is a section that I'm not entirely clear of, but in the framework that talks about when stocks move between quadrants based on new information, but I wasn't really clear how exactly that gets applied. I think there's, again, going back to, there's a lot of questions about how exactly we would apply this. Specifically, I certainly think that there's the conversations and the science conversations that are ongoing at the Fishery Science Center are very clearly, and the efforts that this council is undertaking as well, looking at efforts such as the climate resilient harvest control rule efforts. That's certainly something that is highlighted, continues to be highlighted and important in our region, and we would certainly convey that in any response that we provided back. How exactly it fits into the matrix, I am unclear.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess I missed and now I lost the PowerPoint on the first slide about one of the focus points being on interoperability. Is there something, maybe I just don't know what that means. Does that mean we have a roving band of stock assessment scientists that do this nationally, or am I completely missing the point? What does interoperability mean in this context?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I copied that language from the PowerPoint that was provided at the ED meeting. I think that's, I don't exactly know what NMFS intends with that, other than, the question of being able to, we've had questions, for example, at the SCS meetings about being able to use, models that are developed in one region, if you can apply that same methodology and code, to make it something that is applicable in other regions, then that benefits everybody. So the more you don't, make your management tools, your science tools unique only to be used in one region, the more ability for people not to have to invent the wheel in other regions as they go forward. That would be my sense of what is looked for by that phrase, but I haven't asked that question specifically. I haven't asked that follow-up question specifically.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Lastly, and I don't know if Mr. Rauch or Dr. Foy would be able to speak to any of this. Maybe that would be helpful if they're willing, but is the idea on the workshop that staff would really try to fill out this matrix on their own with NOAA staff and the council's not part of that process? Not that I'm saying that would be a process we want to undertake, but that's how I read this work group, that you would be putting staff in the position of trying to make these judgments. And as we know in our region, we've been trying to do this for a long time, and every stock or stock complex is very high value to somebody. And I just feel like this exercise is pretty sensitive. So I guess I'm, without hearing yet public comment, pretty hesitant about putting staff in that position. But I haven't been able to think about this too much yet.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I also picked up on that nuance. Certainly, this is the information that was provided, that this would be a staff working group exercise, but recognizing, as you say, the sensitivities in our region and this council's active participation in prioritization exercises already. That's, I think, a huge benefit of the deadline being extended to allow the opportunity, even if staff are doing work to prepare the product that comes to the council, to have that public process engagement. That was also part of the CCC letter, that the councils are where you have the opportunity to have that transparent public process, and the importance of maintaining that role as part of information that has the potential to change, funding capacity, priorities for the agency with respect to the science that supports fishery management. So I think I would expect that even if staff were to participate in the work group, that you might be interested to have that come through a council meeting, so that public process could help to influence the final outcome.
Thank you. I think we're giving Mr. Rauch a preview of some of the questions that might be coming your way in a few moments here. So thank you. Any further questions on this? No. And Ms. Evans, I apologize for failing to congratulate you on your official role. It seems like you've been in this seat for a very long time, but we're incredibly happy to have you here. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, going back to the B1 report then. In additional staff news, thank you for that. We also have a new deputy director, Ms. Henry, who is sitting in the front row there. Very excited to have her on board, and I think together we will be moving forward to do our best to chart the course, continue to chart the course for the council office, and to be responsive to your council needs moving forward. Just noting, for those for whom it is of interest, obviously Anna was hired, Ms. Henry was hired from our staff. We do not currently have plans to backfill her position until we have a more certainty about our budget going forward. So I think that's important for the council to recognize. We are working at a little bit of limited capacity. We've had those conversations in December when we reported through the Finance Committee report as well, that we are looking forward to receiving our full FY26 budget, and that will allow us to make some decisions about hiring going forward. Okay, so the next item to highlight is there was a request in the December meeting for a Bycatch report presentation. So looking at the in-season management report that you usually receive in December, that you will receive an overview of under B2 at this meeting, but trying to ask for a little bit more detail, a little different breakout of the bycatch data for the North Pacific fisheries. We have Mike Fye from ACFIN Pacific States has provided that breakdown for you. He does have a presentation that's posted under B1, but we're going to hold off giving you that presentation until we can do it after you receive the B2 year-end in-season management report, because that will provide better context for that detailed bycatch breakdown. So you'll be getting that in just a little bit here. The next item is highlighting that also in December, there was a request for council participation in a meeting that was being convened by one of the state of Alaska representatives, Representative Himshoot. That took place on January 20th. That was looking at the question of unguided rental vessels and developing a definition for that in the state legislature process. Ms. Baker and one of our staff, Ms. Sarah Marinan, did participate in that meeting. In preparation for that meeting, they did prepare a few slides just showing some of the background on information. The council's engaged in looking at the question of unguided rental vessels several times in the last few years, and so posted to the e-agenda under B1. There is a copy of that background slide deck that might be of interest to council members. I would turn to Ms. Baker to see if she has anything else to report on the outcomes or the participation in that meeting.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Evans. And I can briefly try to give some thoughts about Representative Himshoot's meeting. I just wanted to reiterate that the stated purpose of the meeting was to discuss a statutory definition for rental vessels in the sport fishing services sector for potential consideration again at the Alaska State Legislature. And it really was, I don't want to speak on behalf of the representative, really appreciated her convening this group of people to get perspectives on an issue I'm sure she has been hearing quite a bit about. The attendees at the meeting, in addition to Ms. Marinan and myself, were representatives largely of commercial and sport fishing interests and representation in Southeast Alaska. It was really focused on that. And the discussion really centered around some of the issues associated with rental vessels and potential increases in activities, both here at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and at the Alaska Board of Fisheries. And the members of the group just essentially workshopping a definition that Representative Himshoot might consider potentially moving forward in the Alaska State Legislature with the stated eye toward maybe with a refined definition, some data collection could follow to get a better handle on activities of this sector, particularly related to sport fish harvests. We're not, at the conclusion of that meeting, it was a quick couple hours and good results. Representative Himshoot thanked everyone and essentially said, she would be in touch as her office figures out the next steps. And just for members of the public, if you have questions about that, we were just encouraged as meeting participants if we have questions, don't hesitate to reach out to the representative's office. And Madam Chair and Ms. Evans, I'm sure if there are any follow-ups that you will hear from Representative Himshoot's office if they would seek further council participation. And Ms. Marinan I didn't see her give me any, I hope I didn't say anything really off base, but I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Moving on, next item is just an informational update on our IRA and climate readiness progress. You had a more in-depth sort of an annual check-in on that progress at the December meeting. Just noting that there are some new tools on our website, a harvest control rule webpage focusing on that effort and information to track if that's something of interest to you. We also, you can always sign up for the climate readiness email list that provides occasional updates as the council work proceeds on those topics. There's a link there to sign up for that in the ED report. The next topic is talking about the Gulf Pacific cod assessment, and I bring this up in the ED report because in December your motion requested that we bring back in February a feasibility agenda item in the B report to look at scheduling a special meeting to review the Gulf P cod assessment. At the time, that was based on the information that you had at the December meeting that it would not be possible to complete that assessment in time to review at this February meeting. And so since that time, with conversations and tremendous work by AFSC staff, that assessment was able to be completed by mid-January in order to be able to be reviewed at an already scheduled groundfish planting meeting, and to put that on the agenda at this February meeting. But because that was in your motion, you specifically were concerned, and the conversation around the table was concerned about the feasibility of doing something out of cycle, requesting an assessment out of cycle, and what the trade-offs would be associated with that type of ask. We didn't want to lose track of that entirely, even though we were able to schedule the assessment for review. So this really highlights from the council perspective, and I believe the agency and the AFSC might speak to this also under their BEER reports. But from our perspective, the trade-offs of having to accommodate that early assessment of the PCOT assessment on staff and our capacity was minimal, primarily because we didn't have to schedule a special meeting to be able to accommodate that. So if you're thinking about this type of request, out of cycle request, in the assessment process, just from our council perspective, when we can dovetail that with existing meetings, we obviously, are responsive to the council's priorities, whatever they are. If that effort had required scheduling out of cycle, either planting meetings, or certainly a council meeting, that incurs a lot of cost and, a lot of just coordination and capacity from members and from everybody. So just wanted to provide the opportunity to give that reflection, given that that was specifically part of your motion last December. The next item, SSC and AP have elected officers. As you know, this year, both the SSC and the AP did not have any new members. You only have returning members, and fortunately, all the leadership of the SSC and the AP both agreed to come back for another year. So you'll see the same officers as you had last year. And then the next section highlights recent council and member and staff activities. I'm not going to walk through all those in detail, but just briefly note there was Ms. Kimball provided a presentation to the NOAA Science Advisory Board on the use of data from the Fishery Independent Stock Assessment Program in the North Pacific. And I highlight that just to note that there were written responses that were provided to that review team that might be of interest to you. They're linked in the ED report if you're interested to see that write-up. And then council members and staff also participated in the Bristol Bay Regional Advisory Council meeting that was rescheduled because it was originally supposed to occur during the government shutdown, so rescheduled for January. And then a number of other events, staff participation and council member participation. It's also been a couple of committee and planting meetings that you'll hear about during the course of this meeting, agenda items or through the SSC report for information related to the harvest control rule issues, and some of the crab modeling information that will come back to you in the June meeting through that when the crab planting resumes and we get your crab assessments in June. Specifics to the meeting this week, just noting we are anticipating a lot of testimony on C2 Chum, Salmon, Bycatch. Once the AP ends, we will have this wall taken down and make the room a little larger so that we can accommodate members of the public more members of the public in the meeting room. We did that last February, so expect that to be very similar. Zoom security, we had a Zoom bombing incident during one of our hosted planting meetings, crab planting meeting earlier last month, and it has made us reflect that we probably need to add some additional security features to our hosted committee and planting meetings. It doesn't affect the AP, SSC, and Council because we already use a different format for those meetings. But just if you are participating in planting and committee meetings going forward, we haven't exactly finalized what those security procedures will be, but we need to add additional security steps. One of them might involve needing to register with an email address in order to be able to access the meeting. So we're not trying to make anything more difficult, but we want to make sure that we don't have security incidents during our meetings. But we'll make sure that those are all very well advertised if we are making those changes with respect to how to access those meetings. And then the last couple items here are two special presentations. The first is Mr. Fye is going to come up from Pacific States. ACFIN is going to give a short presentation on the annual IFQ report to the fleet. You've received this last couple of years, so you'll just receive a short oral presentation on that if you want to come up, Mr. Fye, and get your PowerPoint ready. And then the second one after Mr. Fye, Mr. Jordan Head, the Executive Director of the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute, will present results from an in-season genetic stock identification project that has been developed to provide actionable in-season information on Chum, salmon, bycatch in the Shoreside B-season Pollock fishery. That's also at the council request to follow up on that research work. And so Mr. Head will come up shortly after that. So Mr. Fye.
Good morning, members of the council. For the record, my name is Michael Fye with ACFIN. I have a short walkthrough of the IFQ report to the fleet. This is your annual report on the status of the sablefish and halibut IFQ fishery. The report has been produced since 1996. It was produced from 1996 to 2012 in a long form. After that time, it went on sort of a hiatus. We brought the report back in 2021 in this data-centric, data-heavy type report that we have for you here. I would mention there's also an appendix to the report that has a significant amount of information on 10 years of data for all of these things that we'll go through, and it's also by the IFQ areas. So the report contains information on regulatory changes, quota and landings, hired skipper activity, initial issuee holdings, transfers, community quota entity activity, and the quota held by community. And there were no regulatory changes in 2025. The first slide here is showing the status of the halibut quota, the halibut IFQ fishery. This is your quota, your harvest, and your TAC. So in 2025, 11.2 million pounds were harvested. The TAC was 14.0 million pounds with a percent harvested of 64%, with 624 active vessels, 1,639 active permits. And all of those metrics for 2025 were the lowest in program history. So we've seen a pretty substantial decline in all of those metrics. This next figure is showing your utilization by the IFQ areas. This shows a pretty significant decline, especially in the IFQ areas of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. So we see from 2020 on a significant drop in utilization for those areas specifically, but areas overall have also seen a decline. So in 2017, all areas had above 90% utilization, and 3A is the only area that is still currently above 90%. One thing to note is 4A did have an increase in utilization in 2025, but that utilization did not coincide with an increase in TAC, so an increase in harvest. So harvest was still down in 2025 for 4A. Moving on to the sablefish quota utilization, in 2025, the harvest was 38.5 million pounds. The TAC was 61.0 million, with a percent utilized of 61.5%, with 241 active vessels and 606 active permits. The utilization for sablefish is also at historic lows, although it did trend up from 2024. In contrast, the halibut sablefish is at all-time highs for total harvest. So 2025 was the second highest amount of harvest that we've seen in the program history. The next slide here, I would note, similar to halibut, we have a fairly substantial decline in utilization for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island areas. You can also note that there's been an upward trend in utilization for other areas like the Southeast, the West Yak, the Central Gulf, and the Southeast. The Bering Sea in particular fell from 86% utilization in 2022 to 27% utilization in 2025. The next slide highlights the hired skipper activity. And hired skipper activity, this is only for your B, C, and D quota. And this coincides with the decrease in initial issuees in the program, since initial issuees are the only group that's eligible to utilize the hired skipper provision. So the halibut hired skipper usage actually peaked in 2011 at 41%. And you'll see that in 2025, we were at 21% that utilized hired skippers. And sablefish peaked at 48% in 2007, and it was at 30% in 2025. Moving on to medical transfers. Medical transfers increased significantly in 2020, especially when we include the emergency rule transfers that were authorized in 2020 and 2021. If you include those emergency transfers, we almost have a tripling of the amount of transfers that occurred from 2019 to 2020. We are still seeing an elevated amount of transfers occurring in both the halibut and sablefish fisheries. One thing to note is the council did restart the 3 out of 7 year medical use transfer provision in 2023. So 2025 would be the 3rd year of that 3 out of 7 year restart. So we could potentially see decreases in medical transfers next year. This is the sablefish medical transfers, and again, seeing that uptick in 2020 that is sustained until 2025. And again, if you add those emergency authorized transfers in 2020 and 2021, you get a substantial increase in transfers. Moving on to the CQE activity. This is new information that we brought into the data report this year. The request was that we expand some of that information that's made available for CQEs. So we not only have the fishable pounds for CQEs, but we also have the CQE that's landed, the number of CQEs communities that were active, and the vessels landing CQE. We did see a pretty substantial upward trend in CQE fishable pounds and communities active that has stabilized in 2023, and we haven't seen substantial increases or increases since that time. One thing to note is 2 CQEs have been active in this entire 9-year time period, and they have 10 to 13 vessels that are active for those 2 CQEs, which represent a large portion of those vessels landing CQE and give us some stability in that vessels active in CQE's field. Moving on to the ownership of halibut quota share. This is your total quota share ownership by area of residency. So one thing to highlight here is that the ownership of Alaska residents has increased. Alaska residents own an additional 16.5 million shares than they did in 2016. And you can see that the Southeast has a significant portion of that increased ownership. And a majority of that comes from the Washington residents that have 17.5 million less shares in that 10-year time frame. This next slide drills down to that quota share ownership to the 40 CQE eligible communities and shows the change in ownership for those communities. And we see that's a fairly stable with a slight upward trend in the 10-year time frame. And 2024 was not currently available when we put this report together. The next slide, this is your sablefish quota share ownership, and it does have a similar trend to the halibut quota share ownership, where the Alaska ownership is increasing. a little bit different than halibut, though we do see in 2021 the Alaska ownership stabilized and has remained at that 152 to 153 million shares range for those past 5 years. And again, the Washington residents have 21.2 million less shares of sablefish. So this is a similar slide as the halibut one, looking at the sablefish quota share ownership for the 40 CQE eligible communities. Similar situation where we see an increase. I would note that a large amount of that increase in sablefish ownership is in the Western Gulf and Aleutian Island area. And that has also stabilized in 2022, that upward trend. And that's the conclusion of the highlights that I have from the report. One thing that I didn't go over, the initial issues for halibut quota share fell below 30%. So that's the first time it's fallen below 30%. And then sablefish was at 32%. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye, for the presentation. I'm curious if you have thoughts on why the halibut and sablefish utilization is so low, particularly in the Bering Sea, it looks like.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. I don't have any particular thoughts on why utilization is so low. It could be challenges to harvest the entire quota, or it could be market conditions. I did look at the prices of halibut, and prices actually appear to be higher in 2025. So I wouldn't think it'd be associated with the marketability or the price, and more to do with the ability to harvest that quota.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fye, for the presentation. I had just a question on maybe the example of slide 14 on the CQE communities. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding what that's telling me. That's just looking at resident individual ownership of quota share by residents in CQE communities, not CQE held quota share. I just don't know what this means.
Thank you. Through the chair, it does actually include the CQE. So that was a point that obviously these are new slides. This is a new data table that we didn't have before. So I wasn't sure if I should include the CQEs or not include the CQEs. I opted for including them to show all ownership, but I could certainly make that change going forward.
Thank you. So then for my own understanding, that would mean any CQE held quota share and any individual held quota share by residents of those communities. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye, for the presentation. My question is about the transfers portion of the report, and you reviewed the medical transfers activity because that is, relevant to fairly recent action by the council. My question is, I'm sorry if you covered this, is the report still tracking transfers overall though? And if so, can you try to characterize just very briefly? I know you mentioned some of the residency shifts in terms of quota shareholders. Is there more activity in recent years in terms of transfers? Is it holding steady? Anything noticeable about that?
Thanks for the question, through the chair. Yeah, I actually focused more on the medical transfers and the other transfers rather than the movement of shares across the communities. So I could certainly drill down more into how much is being transferred, but yeah, I didn't go in depth into that information.
Yes, Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Fye. Your slide 3 caught my attention, just the overall number of halibut IFQ holders. And I had thought we had upwards of 2,000 IFQ holders. My information may be dated or perhaps mistaken, or maybe there's been consolidation. I wonder if you could just address that.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, the permits are the number of active permit holders. So if the quota was leased, if they could still be a quota share holder without having that active permit, that is actually something that I thought might be useful to actually have the number of quota share holders listed as well. So maybe that's something I can add going forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have a quick one, Mr. Fye. The IFQ report to the fleet, as you said, has kind of morphed over time, and I think stakeholders really wanted to see it again. So I do really appreciate the work you put into this. And is it really just a data run? I mean, I think like with Ms. Goen's question, sometimes it's helpful to say, here are some regulatory changes that might have contributed to these things, but that's not what this report is about. I just want to be clear. I'm not asking you to do more than you are. But for instance, in that situation of Area 4, we have lots of people coming to testify saying it is not worth it to go out in terms of increased costs to go out or lower quota. And so we responded by increasing vessel use caps in Area 4 to allow for some consolidation on vessels and make it more worthwhile for people. But that's not going to show up in a report like this. And I just want to hear from you what you feel like the best use of this report is, or the intent, or whether we should be trying to fill out some of those kind of reasons for change that we are responsible for.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, yeah, I agree. This is the use of the report is more for you to see trends and see what's occurring in the fishery versus an analytical piece. It's not. I'm not going in and analyzing specifically what's occurring in the fishery. I'm loosely pulling data together to help inform the council on issues that might arise. So, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Fye. And thank you again for the report. Appreciate it. I think we're ready for Mr. Head.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Jordan Head. I'm the Executive Director of the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning about the in-season chum salmon genetics assessment project that we've undertaken in collaboration with NOAA in the Bering Sea Pollock trawl fishery. I'll start with a brief background on BBSRI and then provide some context on chum salmon bycatch in the Pollock fishery and the challenges with focusing bycatch reduction on Western Alaska stocks. From there, I'll walk through the in-season genetics work conducted in 2024 and 2025, including results, validation, and several analytical achievements we tested in 2025. I'll close with conclusions and a brief discussion of where the project currently stands operationally. BBSRI is a 501c3 research institute which was established in 1998, and we are a subsidiary of the Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation. We are governed by a 7-member board made up of watershed community leaders from the Bristol Bay region. For more than 25 years, we've worked closely with resource managers, fishing sectors, municipalities, and communities to improve fisheries science and management in Bristol Bay. We do this by focusing on filling gaps in existing management structures by developing science-based tools and working with agencies and industry to integrate them into the management. We're here today because across Western Alaska, chum salmon declines in the late 2010s and 2020s led to subsistence closures and significant hardships for many communities. During that same period, the Bering Sea Pollock fishery experienced years of high chum salmon bycatch, which raised concerns about the impacts on Western Alaska stocks. Here we have a figure showing chum salmon bycatch in the Pollock fishery from 2011 through 2025. When we overlay Western Alaska chum bycatch on total chum bycatch, we see that the Western Alaska stocks are not the dominant stocks in bycatch. They make up roughly between 10 and 20% of the bycatch annually. Therefore, the large fluctuations in bycatch are primarily driven by non-Western Alaska stocks. When we think of focusing bycatch reduction effort on Western Alaska chum salmon, there are several challenges associated with this effort. The first is that the proportion of Western Alaska chum in the bycatch is highly variable from year to year, ranging from less than 10% in some years to more than 20% in other. We also know that simply reducing total chum bycatch does not necessarily reduce Western Alaska chum encounters. We saw this from 2021 to 2022 when total chum bycatch was cut in half, but Western Alaska chum bycatch actually increased. Historically, the stock composition information that can help tease this apart is only available 8 to 10 months after the fishery ends, limiting its usefulness for in-season decision-making. And as a result, in-season avoidance measures up to this point have only looked at reducing total chum salmon catch, not Western Alaska chum. In 2024, we began this project as a feasibility effort with a simple question. Can we produce accurate genetic stock composition information for the shoreside sector fast enough to matter while the fishery is still underway? We chose the shoreside sector for two reasons. First, because this sector is the largest contributor to chum salmon bycatch and Western Alaska's specific chum bycatch, so this is where the largest impacts can be made. And secondly, because it is logistically the most feasible at this time. By placing port samplers in each plant and having a centrally located lab, we can quickly and efficiently sample and genotype the catch. In 2024, the answer to our question was yes. We can produce these estimates accurately and quickly enough to be meaningful. In 2025, we went fully operational with the project and reported the results publicly on our website and through an email distribution list that anyone can sign up for. There were two main goals of the study in 2025. The first was to provide these weekly estimates of stock composition of chum bycatch and make it publicly available. And the second was to work on developing tools for the shoreside fleet that aid in the avoidance of Western Alaska chum salmon. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the presentation. I won't go into methods here, but this project requires three things. The first being port sampling. Producing estimates on a weekly basis requires us to sample at a much higher rate than NOAA's postseason analysis requires. In both 2024 and 2025, we were able to staff and sample all plants receiving shoreside deliveries at these increased rates. The second is the genotyping. We think of this as the lab work. To speed this up, we needed to first perform the genotyping where the fishery was occurring, which required us to build a lab in Dutch Harbor. We then had to design lab protocols which would allow us to operate both efficiently and accurately. In 2024, we did extensive QA/QC of the results from our lab, and they were independently verified by both the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and NOAA. The last step is the actual stock composition estimates. This is where we take the genetic makeup of all the fish that were produced in the lab and come up with proportions of where they are from. This step was conducted by NOAA in both 2024 and 2025 and will continue to be done so into the future. The reason this matters is because it moves stock composition information from a postseason diagnostic tool to an in-season management signal. The results of the 2024 project were not released publicly during the season because we wanted to ensure that the accuracy of the results. This required comparing the in-season results with NOAA's postseason analysis. The figure on the top is the in-season totals from BBSRI's project, and the figure on the bottom in red is NOAA's postseason results. Both estimates were very similar. They both showed the largest contributors to bycatch this season was the Eastern Gulf of Alaska Pacific Northwest stocks, followed by the Asian stocks. They also showed very similar patterns between Western Alaska stocks. When we aggregate all these Western Alaska stocks together, we get very similar answers of about 14 to 15% of the bycatch being made up of Western Alaska stocks in 2024. One important thing to note here is that this in-season genetics project does not replace NOAA's program, but complements it by providing temporal and spatial resolution while the fishery is occurring. These projects have very different objectives, and as a result, NOAA does fixed sampling, which is important for overall assessment of proportions, whereas BBSRI sampling is variable, which is very useful for generating these weekly and more frequent mixtures. When we look at the 2025 season and aggregate across it, we can see that the overall proportions each stock made up in the shoreside sector. This season, we see that the Western Alaska stocks made up 6.4% of the bycatch, and the largest contributor was the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Northwest stocks at 64%. NOAA's postseason results are not yet available to directly compare, but we are confident they will confirm this. As we begin looking at the actual weekly results of the study, I'm not going to walk through each of these figures in detail for time's sake. The figure on the left shows the weekly stock composition proportions of chum bycatch in 2025. As I've mentioned, most of the bycatch was comprised of Eastern Gulf of Alaska, Pacific Northwest, and Asian stocks, and the Western Alaska stocks made up a smaller proportion overall, even though even small percentages can represent meaningful numbers when total chum bycatch is high. The figure on the right shows the corresponding weekly catch numbers for each stock reporting group. Looking specifically at the dark and light blue bars, we can see the actual number of Western Alaska and Yukon chum caught each week. While most of this presentation describes these results largely in terms of proportions, it's important to emphasize that this project also allows us to translate those proportions directly into weekly catch estimates. In other words, this framework allows us to track not just what fraction of the bycatch is Western Alaska chum, but how many Western Alaska chum are being caught on a weekly basis while the fishery is occurring. That distinction matters because it moves this from a descriptive exercise to one that can support in-season awareness of the cumulative Western Alaska impacts rather than solely relying on the postseason estimates. This figure shows the weighted average stock proportions for the entire season for each of the 6 stock reporting groups. This is represented by the dashed lines. This is typically what we get from a NOAA postseason analysis. So for example, looking at the figure on the top left, we see that the coastal Western Alaska chum made up about 5.2% of the bycatch in the shoreside sector in 2025, and Yukon stocks on the top right made up about 1%. When we overlay the weekly in-season estimates, we can see how the proportions change over the course of the 2025 season. So for example, in 2025, the coastal Western Alaska chum proportions were relatively high from stat weeks 24 through 36, ranging from about 7 to 15%, but low from stat weeks 37 through 44, ranging from 1% to 6%. The composition of Northeast Asian and Southeast Asian stocks decreased over the course of the season, whereas the opposite occurred with the Eastern Gulf of Alaska Pacific Northwest stocks. These figures are built to emphasize the variability over the course of the season, so you will notice the y-axes differ in order to highlight those changes within each stock reporting group over the course of the season. Up to this point, I focused mainly on what we produced through the standard weekly public releases in 2024 and 2025. After the feasibility year in 2024, we wanted to test whether this project could provide additional utility for in-season management, specifically whether the same genetic framework could be adapted to better understand where and when Western Alaska chum are being encountered. In 2025, we tested 2 additional analytical approaches to explore that question. The first advancement was producing stock composition estimates by fishing grounds on a weekly basis. These areas, such as Unimac Pass in blue, the shelf and the shelf edge and kind of the brown tinted areas, and then The Pribilofs in pink are commonly recognized fishing areas defined by sea state. When we had sufficient samples within a statistical week, we generated area-specific stock composition estimates for that week. This allows managers to see whether the composition of chum bycatch differed spatially in any given week, including whether Western Alaska proportions were relatively higher or lower in different fishing areas during that week. This spatial resolution can support more targeted understanding of risk rather than treating the entire fishing grounds as the same. The second advancement in 2025 is what we refer to as lightning strike analysis. These are rapid, targeted genetic analyses of individual deliveries associated with unusually high chum bycatch events. The goal here was not routine reporting, but adaptability, to provide information quickly enough to inform decisions while conditions are still unfolding on the fishing grounds. Statistical Week 38 provides a clear example of how this worked in practice, and I want to walk through it real quick. To provide a little background for Statistical Week 38, we can look at what was occurring before that. Leading up to it, most of the fishing effort, through Statistical Week 36, total chum bycatch was approximately 25,000 fish up to that point in the season, with about 3,500 from Western Alaska and Yukon reporting groups, or roughly averaging about 14% up to that point in the season. Statistical Week 38 stands out because it was a sudden, concentrated increase in total chum bycatch rather than the more gradual shifts we'd seen up to that point. And to understand why, it's important to look at what was actually happening spatially on the fishing grounds. Leading up to Statistical Week 38, most fishing effort was concentrated in the horseshoe area highlighted here. The area was producing good pollock catches, but herring bycatch was becoming a growing issue, and fishing effort was being pushed into an increasingly small area of good fishing. As vessels actively worked to avoid herring and this congestion, some began exploring the northwest edge highlighted here. This movement was a bycatch avoidance response to conditions in the core fishing area. However, when vessels encountered fish on the northwest edge, they also ran into very high chum salmon bycatch, which triggered immediate concerns across the fleet. If we look at the timeline of this week, we can see on September 12th, BBSRI was notified that vessels fishing on the northwest edge had encountered unusually high chum bycatch. The first deliveries began offloading in Dutch Harbor on September 14th and September 15th. And on September 15th, Sea State requested that BBSRI perform rapid genetic analysis on the first 2 vessel deliveries from this area so they could have a better understanding of what chum stocks were being caught there. Samples were collected immediately, genotyped in Dutch Harbor, and the results from those genotypes were with NOAA the following day. And by September 17th at around 11 o'clock in the morning, the stock composition estimates were available within about 48 hours of the request. What these vessels showed us was the bycatch on the northwest edge was dominated by non-Western Alaska stocks, which comprised about 98% of the bycatch of those 2 vessels. The Western Alaska stocks were a relatively small component, at about 1.4% of one vessel and 2.6% of the other. Having this in real time gave managers the information they needed as they were considering how to handle this increase in chum bycatch. Overall, during Statistical Week 38, 12 vessels that fished in NMFS Area 517 on the northwest edge landed over 36,000 chum salmon, with about only 2% of that being of Western Alaska origin. The total chum bycatch for the entire shoreside sector in Stat Week 38 was around 38,500, and 900 of those chum were Western Alaska origin. To conclude things here, in 2025, this project demonstrated that in-season genetic stock comp estimates can be produced reliably, publicly, and fast enough to matter. We have known since the 2024 feasibility year that the project can track the number of Western Alaska chum caught while the fishery is occurring. And most importantly, we proved in 2025 that the project can support adaptive in-season avoidance decisions. The Stat Week 38 example shows how this information can be used directly to support management considerations in real time. BBSRI has built the personnel and infrastructure needed to operate this project sustainably. The project is fully funded by the CDQ sector for the 2026 B season, and we have secured a $3.5 million federal grant to operate the program through the 2030 fishing season. This project is fully operational, it's stable, and it's funded. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Head. I'm sure there are a couple questions for you. Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the presentation this morning. It's a really exciting project. The field of genetics is just exploding at a staggering rate. I know I can't keep up with it, so I appreciate the update here. And your example for that Stat Week 38 is really compelling about how this can be used for management. On slide 9, you indicated there was a comparison of the in-season work with the post-season. So I'm just assuming then that you had samples from a fish that were just sent to both labs. Is that right? Is that how you made the comparison? And then I just have a follow-up separate question. Thanks.
Through the chair. Yeah, so two different things occurred for kind of QA/QC, and we do QA/QC all throughout the season as well. But in 2024, we took results from like the genotypes from fish we produced in our lab. We sent all those fish to ADF&G, and we sent all those fish to NOAA and had them do a blind, duplicate of those, which confirmed that we were getting the same results in BBSRI's lab in Dutch Harbor as NOAA got with those same fish in Juneau, and ADF&G did in Anchorage. When it comes to this slide, or this information on slide 9, this is a second kind of check, separate from the lab verification process. What this is doing is it's, the BBSRI data is made up of, you can see here 15 different timestamps, 15 different weeks, and 3,000 samples, and then aggregating those together to come up with the season total proportions. And then that is directly compared with NOAA's postseason analysis. So that's what you see here. It's if we added up all the weekly estimates that we generated over the course of the season, how does that compare with NOAA's overall assessment of the fishery? And we got extremely similar results.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. And then you'd mentioned that when you originally started this project a couple of years ago, you focused on the shoreside sectors. And then in your last slides, you were indicating that you were starting to partner with CDQs. I'm just wondering if you could just speak to the discussions as well as the logistics of having something similar with catches on the CPs, please. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair. Up to this point, it's been all focused on the shoreside sector, mainly because of logistics. All the fish that are caught in the shoreside sector are delivered to shore-based plants in Dutch Harbor and Akutan, and so it's fairly logistically simple to have samplers in those plants and get all of those samples very quickly to our lab in Dutch Harbor. As far as the collaboration with the CDQ sector, that's mainly the CDQ sector stepped up and said, this is an extremely important project. We would like to fund it for the 2026 season, mostly because the grant that we acquired won't be available until the 2027 season. So it's to provide that bridge funding until more permanent funding sources can take over. So we really appreciate their partnership and stepping up to fund it in 2026. When it comes to the other sectors, the catcher processor, mothership sectors, the logistics become a little bit more challenging, but not impossible. So these shoreside deliveries are, two pretty relatively shorter trips. So they're coming back to port and delivering to Dutch Harbor, where we have access to those samples very regularly on pretty quick trips. From my understanding, and I won't pretend to be an expert on how these fisheries operate. Is the catcher processor and the mothership sectors are the samples are getting taken on those vessels while they're out on their longer, couple week-long trips. And so our access to those samples to be able to integrate them would be much more sporadic. The other challenge associated with it is the cost and the effort to be able to sample that catch on those vessels. Rather than having 6 port samplers like we currently have in Dutch Harbor and Akutan, it would require us to probably put samplers on each of these vessels, which I'm not sure exactly how many there are. So it would drastically increase the sampling effort. Now, there are potential ways to get around that, right? If they would involve, collaborating directly with either the NOAA Observer Program to have them collect additional samples that we'd need to run in season, or partnering directly with some of these companies and having like I know a lot of these vessels have like quality control technicians watching that might be able to sample fish for us, but it wouldn't be us, controlling those samples as much, which I wouldn't be very worried about because you can't cook this data. It's, you don't know what a Western Alaska fish is when you're looking at it, so you can't be like, we're only going to sample these. It's really hard to cook the data. And so I wouldn't be worried about partnering with some of those groups to try to incorporate it. Now, there are different things like with us doing more spatial analysis that you could assume things like if a catcher processor is fishing in that same area, it's probably similar composition to what the shoreside sector, but that's where I don't know enough about the overlap between where these groups are fishing and stuff. But that probably didn't answer your question perfectly, but yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven, then Mr. Sagata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Head. From all of our discussions over the years, I wasn't always a big fan of this project, but you have made me a convert, so I appreciate that. And I think this has been a really great tool for the inshore fleet and trying to avoid Western Alaska chum. So I'm happy to see that you've got additional funding to keep this going. Your answer to Mr. Pamplin's second question got to my first question, but I'm interested because I also am not fully up to speed on changes in genetics. Are there any advances in the genotyping that are happening or on the horizon that there's a likelihood we'll be able to get to a finer resolution for stock of origin for Western Alaska chum in particular?
Yeah, through the chair. I think the most appropriate people to ask a question like that would be the staff at NOAA's Auk Bay Lab or Department of Fish and Game's Gene Conservation Lab. We're not, like us personally, we're not really involved in that more baseline construction work. I do know, though, that, the department and NOAA have been working on kind of a newer baseline for some of these groups, and there is a lot of research effort going into trying to further distinguish some of these stocks that are lumped more in with the coastal Western Alaska stock, but I won't speak to specifics because I'm definitely not the expert on that.
So with that, and I don't know enough about how it works, with new baseline information, once they're pretty solid on that, is that something then that you can incorporate into the system that you have, or does it require a whole different setup that then this isn't practicable anymore, or does it just depend on what they develop?
Through the chair, no, it would be able to be incorporated. From my understanding, if we're looking at baseline, it would be easy to change to correspond to that baseline. Like what we're looking at in these fish is individual SNPs on the DNA that is saying this combination of 96 SNPs allows us to tell the stock of origin. And if a new baseline came out that said, oh, if we have a combination of 110 SNPs, we could easily change that in the lab protocols. And we collaborate directly with NOAA, and if they were going to update, you know, the baseline they're using, or the department was going to update that, it would be kind of integrated through the whole approach. It wouldn't make this process obsolete or anything.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ed, for your presentation. My understanding that your expertise on the genetics is from the sampling of red salmon in Bristol Bay. And my understanding is that you do the genetics work off of a vessel for that red salmon genetic testing. And so to follow up on Mr. Pamplin's question, I think you mentioned that there would be additional samplers, QC controllers that would have to do some of that work. As an operator, my concern would be more about like the space that it would take on a CP mothership or another vessel that we wanted to do. Can you maybe give me a better idea of, are we talking a 20-foot container? Are we talking this room? What would be required on a mothership CP to perform these tasks?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you. So yes, in a different project that we operate is called the Port Molar Test Fishery. And what that project does is we have a genetics lab on a research vessel that makes trips between Port Molar and Cape Newenham on a daily basis. And what we're doing is we're catching sockeye that are returning to Bristol Bay. And then every other day we do a genetic estimate of what specific rivers those sockeye are going to. And this is to give, you know, ADF&G managers and the fleet a kind of a 7-day preview of what's to come in that terminal fishery. The reason that works is because one, we're catching a lot of fish on that vessel, and the goal of the project is to be able to provide that every other day on the fishing grounds to give that preview. But that I don't think that would translate well to this, you know, to the catcher processor sector for a couple reasons. One, most of what we're doing in all these genetics projects is, man, the word just slipped to my mind, but essentially we're doing, it's like a mixed stock analysis, right? So we're taking a sample size of a couple hundred fish, and we're doing, we're looking at the proportions of that sample. We're not looking at individual fish by fish. And so that requires to run a genetics chip, is what it's called, is about 96 samples. And so, and then you probably need 2 of those to get a robust stock composition estimate. And so when we look at, you know, the volume of catch on some of these catcher processors, you guys probably know much more than me. The volume of it would probably only lend to a couple estimates a season, right? Not being able to do it on a weekly basis, just because of the amount of chum that are caught on these vessels and then the sample size required to produce these estimates. So putting a lab on one of these vessels would not be very feasible. The lab itself is, you know, a very expensive part of the project. The equipment is very expensive. And so to put a lab on a vessel to be able to do 1 or maybe 2 estimates over the whole course of the season is just not the wisest use of resources for pretty expensive work to do. And so it wouldn't, if that sector was to be incorporated into the study, it wouldn't be we're putting a lab on each vessel. It would be that we're sampling the fish required to then get them back to our lab in Dutch Harbor on every other week when these vessels come to port, and drop those off so we can run them in our centrally located lab. So it would incorporate a delay. But I think kind of going back to, you know, a more 1,000-foot level, this project allows us to get a very good idea. Like, we're looking at 0 genetic information coming out of this fishery until 8 to 10 months after it's completed. And what this project allows us to do is now have that data in season and actionable for a vast majority of the chum bycatch in the fishery. And so, like I said earlier, there are some things we could look at where we make assumptions on what the stock comp is based on the in-season information. You know, if we know, one of the largest questions is, Are we in a high Western Alaska chum bycatch year? Is it 15, 20% of the bycatch is Western Alaska? Or are we in a low? Is it, you know, in 2024, 6.4%, 10%? That provides a lot of clarity. And just having that even from the shoreside sector, I think translates over to the other sectors as well, knowing, you know, we're not likely, this last year, we're in a pretty low Western Alaska chum proportion year. That information could be used in those other sectors to guide what's going on. Because traditionally, and I don't have all of the data right here in front of me, but traditionally, like, I believe those proportions are typically higher in the shoreside sector. So even if you assumed it was the same, that would probably be a very conservative estimate of what's going on in those other two sectors.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Williams, and then Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Head, for your presentation. Very interesting, particularly the Stat Week 38 example really starts to hone in on some things. Just a question, and you started to get at it, I think, with Ms. Van der Hoven's question, but I guess I was a little bit surprised about that proportion of the Eastern Gulf PNW stocks that were there. And when I look at your comparison, the postseason results and things, they exhibit a very different pattern, if you will, in terms of their entry into the catch, if I'm interpreting it correctly. Are those stocks largely hatchery stocks, or what? Do you know the answer to that, or what is it that makes up those stocks, if you have any indication there?
Through the chair, I think I don't want to misspeak here, and I'm not as familiar. I believe, I don't want to. I think that's probably a good question for some of the agency staff. My understanding, and I'll preface this by saying I haven't looked at this recently, was that there is a pretty significant hatchery component to that stock, but it is made up of both wild and hatchery stocks. And I don't know what the current proportions of those are from that reporting group.
Thank you. And Mr. Blahovdy.
Hey, Mr. Head, thanks for the presentation. It was great. And I had a question about your sample sizes. You almost got to it with Mr. Sakata's question that he had. You said a couple hundred fish is what you're aiming for, maybe from each vessel. But on slide 9, you had 3,000 samples. And I was just wondering, in your study, what was the percentage of the total capture that you were aiming for when you were sampling?
Yeah. Through the chair. So we aim for our program is set up a little bit different than the NOAA Observer program and their genetics program. Our goal is to be able to produce a robust and accurate estimate on a weekly basis. Their goal is to categorize catch over the course of the whole season. So they use a standard sampling rate of 1 out of every 30 chum salmon is sampled. We vary that based on what's occurring on the fishing grounds. So there are scenarios where bycatch is very low, you know, in the hundreds of fish for the course of a week. We're going to sample every single chum, right? So that we have these sample sizes to provide for an estimate. Or in Stat Week 38, we ramped back to more of a sample rate in 1 in 20 because you only need a certain amount of fish to get an accurate and robust estimate. Just for an example of that, we've been doing genetics on this other project, the Port Muller test fishery. We are categorizing, you know, millions of fish that are going by every couple days with a, you know, 200 to, you know, 200 to 400 fish sample. And that has proven to be very accurate predictor of what's happening throughout the course of the year. So sample sizes for, you know, for a specific stock composition estimate, you know, at least 98, at least, you know, 120 fish is what you'd want to even produce one. Many times over the course of this last summer, you know, we would do, you know, 6 or 8 chips, which is, you know, 500 to 700 fish for that week sampled and genotyped. And if you look at this slide 9, what you can see is in 2024, We genotyped and used 3,000 fish in the sample to generate these weekly estimates. NOAA was able to get a very robust an answer from using 700 fish over the course of the whole season. So we're really sampling and genotyping a lot of fish to be able to make sure we can get accurate results on a weekly basis.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
I don't like my new seat over here, by the way.
Neither do I, with the frequency of your hand going up. So.
I'll get a longer arm. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Head. I had a couple questions, but other council members have brought up others that pique my interest. I guess I'm trying to understand with this project, like where the greatest value of it is. I was really encouraged by the fact that you could provide this stat week 38 example. I think that's one of the best uses in terms of hitting a lightning strike and then understanding how important is that. Is it really important to move out of those areas or less important? And in this year, it was less important given very fewer Western Alaska chum. But is that the primary value of the data, or is it equally used kind of in season to determine whether we're in a high or low year before you hit a lightning strike? Are you getting at my question? It's like, is the value of the data, are there enough samples to say this is important to avoid, being proactive to avoid areas with Western Alaska chum? Or is it more retrospective, like we've had this incident, now what do we do about it? Both of those are very valuable, but I'm trying to gauge if they're equally valuable for the timing of the data, or if you have a sense of that.
Thank you through the chair. Great big question. I think there's several different things. I don't think you'd point to any one given thing. So one, a very valuable piece of this is, throughout the course of the season, we can track the number of Western Alaska chum that are being caught in the shoreside sector. So at any given point in the season, we could say, I think I had through statistical week 36, we can look here and say, to this point in the season, there's been 3,465 Western Alaska chum caught. And that's an estimate. It's not, when we look at a lot of these, they're estimates with confidence intervals around them, but it can track the number of Western Alaska fish being caught during the season. That gives people an idea of impact on Western Alaska stocks. If we just talked about percentages, that doesn't necessarily get at what the actual catch and what the impact is. So it can track, and it could be used for things that would need that information. And another aspect is, yes, knowing what kind of season we're in is extremely beneficial for all. At the same time, are we in a low proportion Western Alaska? We've seen it range from below 10% to over 20%. And so knowing, are we in that high aspect, in that high season or in a lower season, really can influence how the fishery occurs throughout that season. As opposed to, if we look at the stat week 38 example, you catch over 30,000 chum in a week and you have no idea if you're in a high Western Alaska bycatch or a low Western Alaska bycatch, that you're waiting 10 months later to see what happened. This allows you to have that information in season to say, well, if we were in a high if it had been averaging 20% of the bycatch up to that point, that's a much different response than if we're averaging around 10%, and then we have this analysis that shows within a day or two that specific event was only 1 or 2% Western Alaska chum. So I think it's kind of multi-tiered where the value is. One, in management frameworks, knowing what's actually being caught during the season allows hopefully some information for you guys to make decisions here. And then when it comes to on the grounds, that guy right back there, Steve, would probably be able to tell you how this information impacts his day-to-day decision making. I wouldn't say it's extremely predictive, right? I wouldn't go so far as to say this is a predictive tool. If we go fish in this area, this is what we're going to catch it. But it allows us very quickly to know if we look in different areas within the fishery, if we're testing fishing over here, we can run those samples pretty quickly and say this is what it is over here. We should probably stay out of there for now, or it's good to go.
Ms. Kimball, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for that response. And I appreciate you noting it's not a predictive tool. I think that's a good reminder, at least for me, because I'm trying to look for trends, in order to have some sort of management action that the council could be responsible for, as opposed to just in-season management by sea state. But I guess that's the point of the project, is that things are changing rapidly and we get in-season information to make those changes in season. I was going to ask on slide 13 about those weekly in-season estimates, and whether you'd looked at that for 2024 as well and saw at least a similar trend in that. I know it's still a small proportion, but looks like a big drop off in the Western Alaska component. And now maybe I've talked myself into saying that's a dumb question, because the point is it's different every year. But did you look at that, whether slide 13 for 2024 looked similar, or did you have enough samples in order to do that analysis?
I should probably, through the chair, I probably should have put the 2024 results in there, and I'm seeing if I could pull them up real quickly. I think it's important to remember we're looking at just 2 years right here. When we're looking at these trends and we're looking at week-to-week trends, we're only looking at 2 years. Up to this point, we've had, with postseason analysis, we've kind of looked at like early season period of weeks, late season, splitting the season in half, splitting it into thirds and looking what was it in the beginning third, middle third, late third. We only have 2 years of looking at how things are changing week over week. So I'd be hesitant to point to that for trends. I think it will, as we continue to do this, it will get better and better and better. And one of the benefits of this project is, if you look at the 2024 example, we were able to do 3,000 genotypes versus, the 1 in 30 collection method only yielded about 700 samples to be able to genotype. You can combine those together and you can go do a bunch of analysis on spatial patterns. It gives us a lot more power in for what the people in, I believe it was this room, the last few days work on, which is the kind of more predictive modeling, things like that. It provides a lot more data for things like that are more to look at more spatial trends. I just don't know if we're quite there yet. I will say we did see some somewhat similar trends from 2024 and 2025. But like I said, that's only 2 years of data, and we could find ourselves going in a completely different trend next year. It's hard to say. So kind of use the data for what it is. It's two years.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I didn't know if we got just 2 questions, but that's a very fair response. I appreciate it. You didn't really give much of an introduction. I mean, you did on who BBSRI is, but I feel like this project kind of was generated from maybe a lot of different forums, not necessarily just this one. And I wondered if you could speak to that a little bit, kind of the history of how this came about, or where the pressure was for this kind of a project to be implemented.
Yeah, through the chair. That's a great question. If we look back at where we're sitting right now, looking at a final action, versus where we were when this process started in, the beginning of 2023 with the purpose and needs statement generated, I think this project is a great example. And I will say, I haven't had as long of a tenure in the fishery science world as a lot of people. But in my tenure, I can't think of an example where we had a problem and within 2 to 3 years, we had a tool developed that directly addresses that problem. and it wasn't, I want to be very clear. I was given 15 minutes for this presentation, so I did cut a lot. One of the things that got cut was the acknowledgement section of the presentation. And this wasn't a BBSRI alone effort. This was an effort from basically everyone behind me right now, all groups of industry, agencies, stakeholders who really participated through this. And if I just look back, in November of 2022, the Alaska Bycatch Task Force issued their final report. And in that final report, it said that the state should, like, under the Western Alaska Salmon Committee, the recommendation was the state should work towards in-season genetics to inform bycatch reduction, that we can focus that effort on Western Alaska stocks and implement in-season genetics. And we're sitting, a little over 3 years, and that's been implemented. And that was an effort by immediately after that report came out and the purpose and needs statement, we were approached by the Alaska legislature because we had a history in doing these with the Port Muller test fishery that's come up a couple times of this in-season rapid genetics work. And they said, could we apply that to this bycatch issue? And they said, we want to put funding towards it. And they provided a grant to BBSRI. And then it immediately took working with industry to understand the fishery and where best to place this. And it took, none of this was mandated. We're not an agency. We can't force people to let us sample their fish. So it was all done voluntarily by all of these plants that coordinated with us to get us access to these samples. It was, NOAA did not have to work with us, but they chose to because they saw the value of this project. And we had a lot of support from Western Alaska stakeholders writing letters of support to the Alaska legislature, writing letters of support to the congressional delegation that this work is important and needs to be funded. And through that kind of unified effort of all groups, we've come to have this tool available in a pretty short turnaround time. So I think it's pretty, in my time working in fisheries, I haven't really seen a project where all groups get behind it and try to push it forward. And so I think that's important context. And so I do think that, this tool has been fought for by industry, by Western Alaska stakeholders, by nonprofits, by Department of Fish and Game, by, the legislative body. And so I think using it in management going forward is really important to show that that effort was worthwhile.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller, and then Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Head, for the presentation. This is exciting work. Question on a comment you made earlier, I think a response to Ms. Kimball here, that this is not a predictive tool in its infancy, but as I see it, I mean, there's certainly a chance of it becoming a predictive tool down the road. So would you venture to guess how many years of this program you would need for this to actually be a predictive tool to be used in management?
Through the chair, I think it's kind of important to think about what we consider predictive versus immediate, like data that's actionable, right? There are different things that could be done to garner more information. For example, if we wanted to know what a specific area had, we could test fish it. You could test fish in that area. We could run those samples and get an idea before people go out to that area. I am probably not the best person to talk about, modeling and predictive tools. Like people on the SSC, like Dr. Curry Cunningham would probably have more insight onto something like that. Is as we have more and more of this information, and when we look at things like doing these kind of analysis where we're looking at this specific area versus this specific area on a given week or period of days, when we look at kind of lightning strikes, like analysis that we've done where a vessel's fishing over in this statistical area versus this, and we're able to get more of that information that not only helps the in-season management, but it provides more and more data for these modeling efforts that go on to try to be more predictive. So I don't know if this project specifically lends to and what we're trying to accomplish here as it becoming a predictive tool, but I think the data coming out of it is incredibly important for those predictive tools people are trying to develop. Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. This is exciting and really important work, and I'm pleased to see that it's funded through 2030. That's good to hear. I'm wanting to make sure I'm understanding correctly how this tool may progress in the next, say, 1 to 3 years, and particularly for utility on the mothership and catcher processor fleets. So I've appreciated the questions of my fellow council members, and this slide that you have up now is the one I was going to speak from. It helped hearing you say that this tool can help us know if we're in a high or a low Western Alaska chum year based on catch from the shore-based sector. And in this slide, it looks like the shore-based sector even fishes west of the Pribilofs, if I'm understanding those circles correctly. And then my transition over to the catcher processor mothership sector is then would they need to be fishing in the same areas at the same time to be able to use this tool in season? Or I guess the follow-up would be from the catcher processors and the motherships, can you get the information like within a week to run the samples?
Through the chair, yeah, a couple things. First, when we look at this slide, this was just the best example. These circles I would completely disregard on here. That was just the best example I could show of like these specific different areas pulling from a presentation, because I made this presentation pretty quickly. And so I wouldn't, there were times this season where, the catcher vessels were fishing in the Pribilof section. We have several estimates over the course of the year of what that stock proportion was. So there was some fishing going on out there. I won't pretend to know if that's normal or was a this season kind of thing. As far as utility for the other two sectors, I think what you would want to look at is look at the data series we currently have. We have genetics broken out by sector over, from 2011 to 2024 right now. And from my understanding, and, Dr. West or Dr. Berry would probably be able to provide you a better, more full answer because I didn't look into this specifically. Is my understanding is those sectors typically have a lower proportion since they're fishing farther to the northwest. The farther to the northwest general trend is you see lower Western Alaska proportions, higher non-Western Alaska proportions. So if we know what the shoreside sector is, and in this year it's saying 6.4%, looking at that historical data, you could make some assumptions about what the other two sectors might be encountering. And then when it comes to more specifics, if we know and we've looked at over the course of the season, for example, the Pribilofs has been, you can see here it was, when we look at Western Alaska, it was lower than Unimac. And these changed over the course of the season, but you can kind of get some insight based on what we're producing from the shoreside sector. If motherships and CPs are fishing in that same area, we have kind of a time series of throughout the season what those areas would be doing. The other thing I just kind of want to make clear here is that, yes, we can do some of these spatial analyses, but I want to put a little bit of bounds on it. So I definitely don't want to overpromise, underdeliver. I'd rather underpromise, overdeliver on something like this. When we're looking at doing these kind of spatial analyses on short windows, it's really dependent on if people are fishing there, right? And they're catching and they're encountering bycatch in that area. So if there's a group of people fishing on the shelf edge encountering no bycatch and we don't have the samples to do, we're not going to be able to do an estimate for that area. The other thing that why this is grouped by these kind of larger fishing grounds is because when we start going down into smaller and smaller statistical areas, your data coming out of those areas is more sparse. So for example, if we were looking at and we wanted to have an estimate for this specific stat area, how we get the information is these vessels go out, they might fish in a couple different areas. And then that comes back and is delivered. We get the information from the delivery, not necessarily tow by tow and have the chum on the tow by tow spatial level on the fishing grounds. We get the entire delivery in a tote of chum. And so we can make some, based on how they fished, we could say, yes, they were in this general area, but that might not all fall within a specific stat area to then when we're doing the analysis, say these chum came from this stat area, these chum came from this stat area, let's analyze them side by side and see what the difference is. So it really depends on that. And when asked like where this could go in the next couple of years, there has been conversations, the logistics of how we get the samples is that like they deliver, that delivery is offloaded, NOAA does their observer program sampling, and then after they're done, we get the chum and say, it is from this delivery from this vessel. And we can track based on what we know about that, how that vessel fished over the course of that delivery. In conversations with vessel captains, they, and I think you heard Steve Martell at the AP give some testimony yesterday. They tend to know like, hey, I have 4 tanks on my boat and I know this tank came from this tow in this stat area and this tank came from that tow in that stat area. So that is something I'd like to work towards over the next couple years, is how can we integrate so that like where if the vessel captain knows everything from this tank came from this stat area, how do we make sure that data gets back and it doesn't get all lumped together in a delivery, if that makes sense? So that's what kind of limits us a little bit on the spatial aspects of some of these analyses, is being able to make sure that the chum we're genotyping came from that stat area through that whole delivery process.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. That's very informative and helpful. Quick follow-up. Do you ever envision in, say, 5 to 10 years where there would be some COVID type sample that you could swab a salmon and get the results on what the genes are? Or is this always going to involve like a high-tech lab on shore?
Yeah. Through the chair. So the question is, how long will it take to develop the Holy Grail? So I think a good understanding, like to have a good understanding of this, we need to understand what like a COVID rapid test or some of these strip-based tests do versus what we're doing with these types of analysis. The current baseline, I'm going to give you order of magnitude because I don't remember the specific number. The current baseline requires, I think, about 86 to 96 SNPs. These are looking at individual pieces of DNA and what alleles are turned on or off based on, in that combination of those 86 or 96 SNPs, that's what tells us the stock of origin, right? Most of these rapid tests look at 1 or 2. So 1 or 2 SNPs, right? In the aspect of like a COVID test, I believe it's 1. So like these swabs, what they do is they say, when I'm looking at this SNP, I swab it and then it tells me, is it this one allele, this other one, or a combo, right? And so in order to do some sort of rapid test, first, we'd have to have very high confidence in individual assignment of the fish. And then secondly, right now it would take, if you could do a two SNP swab, you'd be looking at having 40 swabs you have to do on this fish in order to get one fish sample, of which then you need 200 of. So like it's, I think we're a ways off from that still. But like I said, on a lot of, and I'm confident in that answer because I've been asked it a lot and I've had a long conversations with, Dr. Larson and Dr. Barry at NOAA about some of these things. But really on the progress of those things, that's a great question for, the Gene Conservation Lab at Department of Fish and Game and the Bay Lab at NOAA. They're the ones who really stay on top of that. But from my understanding, that's not something that's really possible right now, and it doesn't look, things are advancing rapidly, so I won't put a timeline on it, but that's kind of the logistics surrounding that right now.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
presentation and your leadership on this work. Thanks. So let's take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:25 and resume our B reports at that time. We'll be on B2, our NIMS in-season management. Thanks. Please come back to order, council members. Thank you, everyone. Before we begin our B2 reports, I'll ask Mr. Sam Rauch to come up and join us. And Sam, I brought a seat up here for you if you'd like to sit amongst us. It's up to you. Okay. Well, you know what questions we're going to ask, so maybe you'd like to keep your distance. No. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll say a few remarks before I expose myself to all the questions that you've prepared for me. I am Sam Rauch. I am one of the 3 deputy directors of the National Marine Fisheries Service. I oversee the work of all the regional offices, including the Alaska Regional Office, and my portfolio includes all the sustainable fisheries issues, the protected resource issues, the habitat issues, and the Office of Policy. I usually make a few opening statements about the status of the stocks nationally. And this is no different, although usually those numbers get revised in the spring of the year. So I think I came up and addressed this council over the summer. And so what I'm about to say is not really changed. We do manage 506 stocks nationally. I know we mentioned that earlier. That is likely an unsustainable number. But only 6% of those, 21 of those of the 506 are subject to overfishing. So that is a testament to the great work that the council system does in terms of managing the fisheries, both for economic development opportunities now and into the future. Only 18% of those 47 are overfished. And we were able in the last year to do 9 first-time status determinations of stocks that have been pending uncertainty, that are classified as uncertain for a long time. We were finally able to get to those. Alaska is in general, or the North Pacific in general, is a very healthy area with only 3 overfished stocks of all of those. None that were subject to overfishing. As you all know, Alaska is also a huge economic driver for the country. The waters in the North Pacific provide the fish for 9 of the top 20 ports that we have in terms of volume, 8 in terms of revenue, including the top port in terms of volume, Dutch Harbor. 60% of the commercial landings around the country come out of the North Pacific waters, which is a truly staggering number of how important this is to those commercial data that we have. And yet, as I indicated last time I was up here, there are challenges that we are experiencing across all our fisheries that are apparent here in Alaska as well. You are very well aware of the Alaska snapshot that we did several years ago, which indicated the difficult times the fishery was going through in the early 2020s. $1.8 billion in losses, 38,000 jobs lost. It was significant in many of those. There are some encouraging signs. We have not put out a revised report yet, but there's also some issues of concern. Like we just saw the halibut numbers going down. Overall, if you look nationally at the number of pounds that we catch nationally year over year, up until about 2020, we were catching about 9.5 billion around the entire country. Since 2020, we've been catching about 8.5 billion, so about 1 billion pounds less than we had before. Not just in the North Pacific, but the North Pacific is a big driver for some of that. That is of a concern for us across the board. If we can't provide the same economic productivity or the same market dynamics, it's a issue of concern for all of us, as I know it is an issue of concern for you. Some of those factors led the president to issue the Restore America's Seafood Competitiveness executive order in April of last year. We already talked about, the executive director already talked about that process. And we do appreciate the way that this council has engaged and outlined a series of actions that it intends to undertake. And we look forward to any revisions that you may or may not want to take as you consider the additional public comment that we received outside the council process that we recently shared with you. Clearly, the council's played an important role both in the executive order and in solving the various problems. But the president did indicate that regulation is not the sole source of the problems in this situation, although it is one. But there are a number of market dynamics, trade practices, international practices that we've been tasked with with addressing in a multifaceted approach. We went over all of that last time I was here. I'm not going to reiterate all of that. I'm happy to take questions on any of that. As you know, and just to reiterate where I started, 506 stocks, as I said last time, that was unsustainable. That has always been unsustainable recently. It costs more to develop the science. There is more science. There are constant pressures to develop more, to learn more, particularly to balance out some of those scientific or why are we losing landings? Those are difficult questions, but it becomes more and more difficult to sustain year after year the way we're doing things. So we need to look across the country and figure out a way to regulate less, to be more efficient with what we do regulate, and to make sure that the science we collect has a clear path to meaningful decision-making input into the process, such that we can streamline how we're doing things and continue to provide these important metrics, but in a more cost-effective way. With that brief overview, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that and for being here. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rauch. Harvest specs. I'm a little obsessive about our harvest specs and what we learned last year about them lapsing after a year, and with the timing of our process. For those of us on this side of the federal government, it's a bit of a black box what happens after it leaves headquarters and goes back east. But with our deadline in March to have those published to keep from having our fishery shut down mid-season, is there anything from your perspective that we can do either as stakeholders or as the council to help facilitate and ensure that those are published in time?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I am old enough and have been doing this long enough to see the cyclical nature of this. There used to be a time when the harvest specs would expire at the end of the year, and we had to scramble to get the new harvest specs in place on January 1st, or many fisheries would be shut down. That was a very difficult scenario, and we had worked with the councils and others across the years to try to have harvest specs carry over into the next year until we can act, and that gives everybody a lot more flexibility. But we recently had to change that approach in certain fisheries, not just the ones up here, and that is a bit of a concern, and we continue to work through those issues internally and with our legal team about how we could, in my mind, I would like to get back to where we were 3 years ago, not where we were 20 years ago, which is where we are. So this is an issue for us. It really does put a lot of pressure on us to act quickly, and when there are things like lapses and appropriations, that carries an outsized impact if we cannot just carry over the current harvest specs. So this is an issue that we are very well attuned to. There's a long-term issue that we're working on to try to get back to the scenario where we can just carry over the specs. But for this year in particular, I know that the council and the scientists and the regional office have worked very hard to try to ensure that we have enough science for the council to act, that there's a mechanism to try to adapt that as the new science is coming on, so that we can still have an informed decision and still make it on time. This is an issue up and down the chain that we are working on to make sure that we make it on time and do not have a lapse such that the fishery will shut down. So we're very attuned to that. I'm trying to work on not quite playing such brinksmanship into the future, but we're very attuned to that this year and trying to make sure that there's no lapse in the authorization of these fisheries.
Thank you. And Mr. Pamplin, then Ms. Kimball.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Rauch.
Oh, excuse me, before we start, I forgot to mention that Mr. Rauch has a time certain departure at 10:55. Is that?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Pamplin.
No, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Rauch, for being here. this last federal fiscal year, there was a lot of uncertainty relative to funding coming out of Commerce and NMFS on pass-through contracts and grants. And I understand that there was additional scrutiny on those projects to make sure that contracts were consistent with the administration's priorities. Now that you've all received full appropriations for the balance of this fiscal year here a week or two ago, do you anticipate still seeing that level of scrutiny on some of our contracts? Or because if it had gone through the review last year and it's a recycle and a repeat for this year, do you think we'll see funding moving forward a little bit easier?
Well, thank you for the question. There are two aspects of that question. One is there has been uncertainty in terms of our overall funding level. And as you mentioned, unlike certain agencies, we were fully funded in January, but it was mid-January. So only recently did we fully fund. And so that gives us a solid foundation for 26. And we're not operating under a continuing resolution, unlike in the past. So that's good. We still need to work through that process of translating the congressional appropriations through all the administration processes to get it down to us, both to get it to the councils and to get it to everybody else. So that's good. So I think we're in a better situation there than we have been in the past. Every administration comes up with the mechanisms that it wants to adopt to make sure that we are spending money wisely. We're not wasting money. We're following all these mandates. This one is no different, and it came up with the way that it wanted to look and approve these funds. I imagine that those processes are going to be in place, but as we worked through the year, we were able to work out the kinks in that process and things move faster. But I still believe that the administration is adamant about its intention to provide oversight to make sure that the public funds are spent wisely.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rauch, for being here. My question was on you mentioned the EO response, and our council spent 2 meetings trying to respond to the president's EO and submitted those to NIM. So we don't actually have all of the public comments that were submitted directly to the agency. We just have our summary report. So I guess I'm just testing the waters that this council it would be sufficient for us to say we have already addressed this. We don't have any additional things to add to our work plan, but as issues come through this council, we obviously take those up in a new prioritization. I just want to make sure we're not responding to what the agency's asked, but given that we don't even have the public comment, I don't know how we would respond differently.
I'm not sure there was a question there.
Are we okay with just saying we have created a work plan, we've reviewed it through 2 council meetings, received public comments, submitted it to the agency, and we're sufficient in that level of response?
Thank you. So I do think that this council undertook a very credible, thorough approach to look at the actions on its perspective and to come up with a work plan that it intended to engage in. The president, though, was insistent that we take comment not just through the council process, but through the broader public. And we've shared, I'm a little bit concerned that you do not think you have the comments relevant to you, but maybe you don't. If there's a level of detail that you feel you need as a council, we can work with you on getting you those things. The public comments are public comments. I don't think that there's anything particularly sensitive. We didn't want to overwhelm you with comments from, say, the Southeast. But to the extent that they were relevant to Alaska, I'm sure we can work with you to get you that. It is an opportunity for you to be thinking about given that this was a different avenue of comment, do you want to readjust your views? Because you didn't necessarily hear this the first time. This is an independent avenue that is going to the administration, and they're going to be looking at this and deciding whether or not there's other things we think we should be doing. So it's an opportunity. I don't think it's mandatory that you reassess your priorities, but we are also looking at those comments, and we may want to have an engagement with you if there's something that are in those comments that we think are particularly important that you have not prioritized, and just to better understand that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Rauch. And I think that touched on my follow-up question that if the agency did see something in those comments that maybe they think is a very high priority that the council did not include, I assume we'd have some kind of communication from the department to be able to say, this is also something we want to undertake. Is that how that communication would go?
I'm assuming we will have a communication about that if that were to be the case.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here today. I think I have a two-part question. The first one is you mentioned there currently in the U.S. there's 8.5 billion pounds in landings and seafood landings. It used to be 9.5, and this administration is looking to make some of that up, and some portion of that is hopeful to come from Alaska, if I'm understanding you correct. So in my head, one way of doing that would be to increase our tolerance for risk. And I'm just wondering if that's a correct assessment right now of what we're looking at.
Thank you for the question. It is clear that the decreased landings in Alaska in the early 2000s were a substantial contributor to that decrease to the overall missing billion pounds. And it is hard for me to conceive of getting back to that level without increasing the landings in Alaska again. Landings are somewhat a difficult metric of industry health. Revenue might be better. We did see revenue losses as well, because if you can catch less fish at a higher value, maybe that's a better idea to do that. Some of these landings were both a result of potential lack of fish or restrictions on catching fish. Many of them were market driven, in that the markets that used to be there that would bulk up the price are not there. And so a fisherman is not going to spend the money on vessels and crew to go fish for something that they don't think they can sell. And so an important part of the executive order is to looking at market dynamics too. And if you can improve that, some of the landings would go up regardless. But so it's a mixture of things. Different fisheries are different. We are looking at different ways, and we very much want to work through the council system and otherwise, because some of these trade issues are not council, not within your purview, to try to increase the landings or the value of the landings. The landings in itself are somewhat, as I said, an odd metric to do that. One of the issues, and tying back to the risk value matrix, is it may be that we want to be, for certain fisheries, more willing to accept risk, because it is costing a lot in terms of taxpayer funded resources. And in terms of industry restrictions, or it's constraining the harvest to be so risk averse. But we do want to balance out the short-term and long-term view. Alaska is very well managed historically, because you do tend to take the long term. You understand how important this industry is, and how much the dynamic between sacrificing some of that future for a short-term benefit. Usually Alaska takes a solid long-term view, how important this industry is here. And so we want to be cautious about that. I would think you would want to continue to be cautious about that. But looking across the board, are there opportunities to be more tolerant of risk, particularly in fisheries where we haven't seen a lot of change? I mean, when you look at the risk value matrix, there are some fisheries that don't change year over year very much. Maybe they could, but they haven't. Do we need to continue to manage those things as close to the edge as we do?
That answers my follow-up. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And any further questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rauch. Actually, Mr. Ritchie's questions got me, and your answer to him's got me thinking more. So it's the council's responsibility then to be taking this extra risk? Like so if we're looking at I heard you say we're looking to increase volume or revenue, one or the other metric, to get back to where we were pre-2020. Recognizing we may, in some cases, need to be willing to take more risk than we have in the past. I'm wondering who the we is.
Thank you for the question. The amount of risk that we incorporate it means different things in different contexts. But the amount of risk is usually a policy decision that we make. The scientists can't tell you how much risk you should take or not. That is how tolerant the policymakers are. Every council across the country has some view, and they put some sideboards on, in this fishery, we're willing to take more or less risk. You know, they manage closer or not to uncertainty, management uncertainty, biological uncertainty, those kinds of things. So that is a policy call. And as a policy call, we work closely with the councils on how to make those policy calls. We want to be guided by the science, but the science can't tell you. The science can advise you on how much, what the consequences of managing closer or not. But ultimately, when you decide what level of risk tolerant to be, that's a decision. Since it's a policy call, that's a council call. It's our call as we implement this. We are the executive. We rely heavily on the council's input into that. So that's who we is in my mind, but it does somewhat vary depending on what you really mean by risk. Risk means a lot of different things in a lot of different contexts.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just needed to follow up on that a little bit and understand it. In the North Pacific process, I feel like we try to gauge how much risk by development of our harvest control rules. And then, of course, we use a risk table to put potential other buffers on max ABC. But that number that comes out of the SSC for OFLs and ABCs is not a policy call by the council. It is a defined number. We could go lower and say we want to be more risk adverse, but we could never go higher. So I'm just wondering what I'm losing in that response where it's a policy call, since our process is really based in the SSC's determination of OFL and ABC that we can't undo or exceed.
By statute, you are restricted to setting a level at or below what the SSC recommends. Many councils have risk policies in which they put parameters on how those numbers are developed outside the context of an individual one, in terms of when you're setting, how do you address for uncertainty? Do you manage to a 95% confidence level? Do you manage to a 92% confidence level? Oftentimes the councils will say what that is, and they'll looking at the long-term risk. So maybe I'm not quite understanding, but I do believe even in the North Pacific that yes, you are bound by the outcome, but you have not been silent in how those metrics were developed. I do believe that the SSCs are following the guidance that at some point the council put in there to sort of set those risk sideboards.
Thank you. That's very helpful. We have often just taken the recommendations from the SSC in that regard, but they are things that the council adopts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know, Mr. Rauch, it looks like we're right at the time when you have to leave. So thank you again for joining us and for your continued support of our council.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and you'll be around until the end of the day today?
I'll be around the rest of the day,
Okay,
yes.
great. Thank you. So that brings us to B2, our NMFS management report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Gretchen Harrington, the head of our Sustainable Fisheries Division for the NMFS Alaska region, and I will be presenting the B2 report. We have a few things. I'll be presenting the bulk of the B2, and then we will have a brief overview of our Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska in-season management reports. And Krista Milani will be presenting that online. We also have Josh Keaton online and available to answer any questions. But I'll first go through the bulk of the B2 before we get to that. So progress on rulemaking. We were very, very pleased to publish the proposed specs on December 16th. And we had a comment period through January 5th, and we're in the process of developing the final harvest specs. We just have a couple other updates. These are not new from December, but we thought that just to remind folks, particularly with the halibut vessel use caps in Area 4A, those won't be implemented this year, but we envision probably implementing them for next year. We have additional documents posted. We have the 2026 annual deployment plan. So as you recall, in December, the December council meeting was 2 weeks after we came back from the government shutdown. So we weren't able to produce the 2026 annual deployment plan, but that is available. It's posted on the website. It's also linked under the e-agenda. And Jason Janot from the North Pacific Observer Program is available online if there are any questions on that. But per usual, we don't present the annual deployment plan. One of the things we provide in this B2 in response to the council's request at the December 2025 meeting was just a discussion of prioritization, given the out of cycle stock assessment for Pacific cod and the council going through that process. So as Diana discussed under B1, given that kind of the stars aligned to having that stock assessment completed and a regularly scheduled plan team meeting, and then the ability for the SSC and the council to look at this meeting, while there's a lot of additional work for SF staff because everybody's very busy at this time of year going through managing the A season fisheries and all of the work that entails. We anticipate we'll be able to implement whatever the council recommends in the final harvest specs, saving a number of steps had this occurred outside of this window of being able to provide the SSC and the council recommendations now in February. So because of that, while this caused additional workload for staff during our ongoing fisheries, we don't anticipate that this action further reduces our ability to manage fisheries or progress on the development and implementation of council actions. We also provide, though, just a general overview of the things we consider in how SF prioritizes its work. As we've discussed with the council in the past, our primary, we call it our manage and must do's, right? So we have 3 branches in SF, our monitoring branch, our catch accounting and data quality branch, and our in-season management branch that are fully subscribed in collecting the data, analyzing the data, and managing the fisheries, closing them and reallocating. And that's our highest priority. Harvest specs are our highest priority, and just our ability to continue to manage the fisheries under National Standard 1. As we have fewer people, we still have the same amount of work. And so how do we build in efficiencies? And I'm really impressed with SF staff's ability to really look at how can we do things more efficiently? How can we do things better? But that's still, the bulk of the work needs to be done. And that's our first priority. After that, we prioritize, and we have 3 regulatory branches that work on implementing council actions and FMP amendments. And that includes, as you know, working with council staff prior to the council taking action in the analytical documents, making sure we understand how something would be implemented, what are all the facets that will be required for the whole suite of things. And then how we prioritize what needs to be done is, and I've listed these out, the key implementations on timing. So the complexity of the action, the potential for impacts to ESA listed species, the need for changes to permits, to existing permits or new permits, the need for changes to existing monitoring requirements or adding new monitoring requirements, changes to the observer program or electronic monitoring coverage, new or changes to or new collections of information under the Paperwork Reduction Act. And this is a key one that's, I think, a constraint currently, and that's the need for programming changes to existing IT systems like our catch accounting system, or new programming like we had to do for the recreational quota entity stamp purchase. So that's one of the things where we're struggling with how to make sure we maintain our existing systems that we use constantly for managing the fisheries, permitting, issuing quota share, all of that. How do we maintain those to be functional, which takes a lot of work, and then make changes based on council action. So an action that may seem simple and is in some aspects may actually be very, very complicated from the programming aspect. And that takes time, especially as we've discussed with the council, and we have fewer and fewer folks to do that work, and other additional things that get added on. We also coordinate very closely with Alaska Department of Fish and Game and others where there's actions that require work from different parties. For example, the RQE implementing that fee structure. And then there's also, as usual, novel and complex legal issues and controversy. Those things can also slow something down. So when we're looking at how long an action takes, it's a combination of these factors along with where it is in the priorities. So that's why we may have a priority action that takes a while, or maybe a lower priority that ends up happening quicker because it's just a simpler action with less tendrils through how we work. With reduced staff capacity throughout the region, each of these facets becomes more challenging and time consuming, and we're seeing that a lot. And in addition to the rule implementation related tasks, we're working on, as I said, maintaining current IT systems, upgrading those systems, new requirements from headquarters. And then it's also hard when we are having fewer and fewer people with more and more projects. So they're trying to keep more balls in the air. And so while we strive to make our progress as efficient as possible and have focused on creative efficiencies to reduce this work, the work it takes to accomplish our core tasks. However, there are a lot of things outside of our control that we're not able to improve that impact our ability to accomplish all of our work. So that's just a discussion of kind of where we're at with how we look at projects currently. And I'm hoping this responds to the council request for this information from December. If not, we can bring more back next time.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. We have a couple questions for you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Trying to figure out how to ask this question directly, but compare for me your staff levels in 25, beginning of 2025 versus 26. How much different are they today in terms of numbers, percentages, however you want to characterize it? You recall last meeting, I had some concerns about workload, and we talked about loss of staff, but we've kind of don't talk about it anymore. What is the difference between 2025 and 2026 in the number of staff you have available to do the work that we're being required to do, that you're being required to do?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams. I think generally overall, we are down 30% from, and I'm conferring with Mr. Carlin. Across the region, we're down 30%. So sustainable fisheries, I think we lost fewer people, and it's all in our B reports, the people that have left the agency. Since we've always reported who's left the agency between each B report. But we have lost more in some divisions than others, but because of the nature of the work, there's a lot of collaboration across divisions. So it really impacts our ability to do work when we've lost folks from the
our ISD, so our Information Technology Division, and our Operations Divisions as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a fair statement to say that that 30% reduction has a substantial impact on how you're going to prioritize things into the future. Am I fair? I mean, I'm a fair statement.
Mr. Williams, through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I want to pick up on Mr. Williams' question, but I first want to say, in with respect to the specific request that the council made in December for this sort of update on prioritization, I think your response specifically to that request in terms of potentially updating the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod specifications was very clear. So I just want to thank you for that. And in my mind, at least, that's what I was hoping for. And so, though, to pick up on Mr. Williams' question, I'm trying, I think most council members are aware of this probably, but maybe you can just help refresh my memory for the public in terms of the suite of issues that you went through in your report once for regulatory actions, once the council has taken final action, the 10 things that you have listed there in the B report, and then moving on to balancing those things. Typically, because NIMS and council staff work closely together on our management analyses for management actions, my recollection is that to the degree you can, at the time an issue is going through the council, you try to highlight any potential management, monitoring, implementation, enforcement issues, as the action is being developed. And so that's a very helpful resource. If I'm remembering correctly, and more myself as a reminder for the council to get a sense of what that might look like. Is it also correct, though, that after a management action is sort of fully formed and out of the council process, it's fair to say when you're doing this evaluation of the 10 things, when you're assigning staff to work on a reg package, that you might find additional things that sort of require you to revisit that and in terms of what you actually can do and when? Is that, can you help me with that a little bit?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, exactly. We work really hard to work with council staff and all of our partners in our agency and with other agencies for actions that will impact to try to highlight and explain to the council how it would be implemented, what are all the things that would be required to implement it, the coordination necessary, and things like that to the best of our ability while the council's considering an action. For example, I think you'll hear in the Chum EIS, we spend a lot of time working with council staff and with our staff in SF and in other divisions to really make sure we understood how we would implement the different council alternatives and where there are areas where we could streamline that or make it more efficient or things that aren't possible with our given tools. But when we go to actually implement an action, we also learn a lot there. We get a higher level of focus once the council takes final action. It comes to NIMS and we work out exactly how that needs to be done. And so sometimes things end up being more complicated maybe than we had anticipated, or sometimes simpler, but we try to identify that and bring things back. I think our RQE fee collection is a good example of that, creating something completely brand new that we hadn't done before. We learn a lot in that process, and we tried to bring that back to the council frequently to update the council on what we were doing, what the steps were, how we were implementing it, just so the council was aware of how that was going.
Thank you.
All right, well, moving on now, my next item is the RQE funding implementation. So we're happy to announce that starting in January, charter halibut permit holders were able to purchase stamps in an online system. And so that was a success.
And we are still collaborating with ADF&G for the process for them to validate those stamps once they begin fishing in their electronic logbooks. So that's coming together. I wanted to let folks know, so the council did take final action on the EDR, economic data reporting requirements. We are in the process of doing that rulemaking. However, it won't be implemented for this year, so folks will still need to comply with the EDR reporting requirements in 2026. But we anticipate, if approved, that in 2027, we will have implemented the council action. We've providing information. This is kind of cumulative information on cost recovery. So we have we've completed all of our cost recovery processes for 2025, and I list out tables for each of the programs with the 2025 costs, 2024 costs, comparing 2024 and 2025, and if there's a difference, and then the resulting fee percentages. So this is kind of just an overview for the council. We are preparing the comprehensive cost recovery annual report for the council in June. That'll get deeper into the information on costs, and all of the other information we provide in that cost recovery paper. We also, we had been receiving some questions related to the AFA vessel replacements, and we put together a table on AFA vessel replacements, and we posted that online as an additional resource. So we wanted to let the council and folks know that it's available. We also have an update on 2 ongoing actions that the council's familiar with, the Endangered Species Act consultation for the BSAI FMP. That is ongoing. And we, as we've discussed with the council previously, we plan to share that with the executive director and the council chair when it's available. We also have ongoing the Chinook salmon ESA listing petition. That work is ongoing, and we've been able to do a peer review of the SRT report, and NMFS is currently developing the 12-month finding. And we have an additional personnel updates. 3 people have left the agency since December. Kaya Bricks retired in November 2025, and she was our Arctic policy person. Sean McDermott left NMFS. He came to work for our Habitat Conservation Division. He has a long experience working with hydropower projects and doing the essential fish habitat requirements and the permitting review for hydropower projects. And then also Tammy Olson recently retired from our Protected Resources Division after 30 years of federal service. And so there's additional information about each of those folks in the report. I wanted to highlight, we have attachment, which is our 2026 NMFS in-season management report. So this just compares what's happened in January of this year compared to this same time last year. So that's attached to the B2, and that's separate from the presentation that Krista's going to give on the full year of 2025 catch data. But I just wanted to point out that that's available. So with that, I think if Krista's online.
I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. So good morning, council members. My name is Krista Milani. I'm the branch chief for the in-season management team for sustainable fisheries. And I'm going to give a very brief high-level overview of the 2025 BSAI and Gulf of Alaska in-season management reports. So as I'm sure you're all aware, we usually give a very in-depth presentation on both of these reports in the December council meeting to kind of frame a picture for you when you're trying to set tax in December. However, we were unable to have these reports prepared in time for the December council meeting due to the government shutdown. Both of these reports are now available. They're on our website, and the link is provided here on this page. And they're also posted to the council agenda. So the goal of this presentation is not to go through every single stock like we do in the full in-season management reports, but instead to just give you an overview of the types of things that are available in the in-season management reports. And I think maybe when I'm through the presentation, if anybody has any questions on the overall in-season management reports, I'll be happy to try to answer those. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, both reports just have some field definitions just to sort of orient people onto the different terms that we use. I'm not going to go into detail on that here, but this is just for a reference in case you're wondering what a term means. Go to the next slide, please. All right, both the BSAI and the Gulf have a high overarching slide pertaining to the overall groundfish catch by gear and sector. So this is an example from the BSAI total groundfish catch by gear and sector. The big takeaways here is that the majority of harvest in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is coming from the Pollock fisheries. That can be seen in the gray, green, and pink colors. Those are all pelagic trawl fishing or Pollock. And the orange, excuse me, the orange is non-pelagic catcher processors, and that's mostly Amendment 80. And then the rest of the colors you can see coordinate with other sectors. You can move to the next slide. Here's the same large picture for the Gulf of Alaska. Again, the majority of the harvest is coming from Pollock. That's that beige color. That's the pelagic trawl catcher vessels for Pollock. And then that orange color, that's the non-pelagic trawl CPs. That's mostly rockfish program and some flatfish. Both of these slides for overall catch are further broken down through some other viewpoints in the full in-season management report, but these are the two slides I'm providing here. We can move to the next slide. So for fisheries where for larger fisheries, where we have a lot of information, we provide information in several different ways. So that would include like the pollock fisheries, cod, sablefish, rockfish program. We have a lot of slides in both reports that go into detail about those fisheries. This is an example from the Bering Sea for the pollock catch by week and sector. So each one of these bars represents a different week. Each of the colors a different pollock sector. And I did want to draw your attention to the table at the top of the slide, which shows that the inshore sector was only able to harvest 93% of their pollock tack in 2025. And I think you'll likely hear some testimony from the fleet as to why that occurred. The next slide. Here's the same information for pollock catch in the Gulf of Alaska. This time it's presented by month, and each of the colors represents a different reporting area. Each reporting area in the Gulf of Alaska has a separate tack. It's a separate fishery. Again, I do want to point your attention to the table that shows that 610 pollock, they were only able to get 38% of their tack harvested. And this was a result in the B season of a lack of a processor. You can go to the next slide. We also have a number of different maps available in both of the in-season management reports. This is the only map I'm going to show in this presentation, but we have maps for different directed fisheries divided by gear group. We have maps on different incidental catch species and also on some various PSC species, that's prohibited species catch. In this example, this is the B season Bering Sea pollock directed fishery for catcher vessels. I just want to point out a couple of things here. One is those kind of cones that you see in the middle in green, blue, and that teal color. That represents the center of catch, the green being from 2025 and the other two being from the last year or the last 5 years. So you can see the center of catch in 2025 in the B season by catcher vessels did move a little bit northward in 2025. The other thing I wanted to just highlight are these large catches that occurred near the peninsula. Those are a lot of that catch is happening in that corridor area, which I'm sure you know you'll be discussing later during your Chum action. All right, moving on to the next. Okay, so for stocks that maybe don't have a large commercial fisheries, we still have some overviewing summary slides involving those stocks. So this is an example in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands of the black-spotted and rough-eye rockfish catch. Each one of these bars represents a different target species and the amount of black-spotted or rough-eye rockfish catch they caught in those target species. We included this slide in particular because I'm sure the council is aware that we have exceeded the ACL 3 out of 4 last years. However, I'm happy to report that in 2025, we did not exceed the ACL. It's a little confusing because when you look at the table at the top, it does show that we're over the ABC for the central and western Aleutian Islands area. However, the thing to remember about that is that that ABC is a sub-area ABC, and so not equal to ACL. We will be changing the nomenclature for that during the next harvest specification cycle. The ACL for this stock is BSAI wide, and so we did not exceed that ACL in 2025. The other thing about this one that I want to make clear that's maybe a little bit confusing is that you can see that for the total BSAI that the TAC does not equal the ABC. It's somewhat under the ABC. This is because the black-spotted rough-eye stock complex is one of the complexes where we remove some of the TAC and put it in the non-specified reserves pool. And then we release that TAC to stocks that need that reserve throughout the year. And we did not release the 61 metric tons of reserves back into the Bering Sea, Eastern Aleutian Islands, rough-eye rockfish area. And that was because they did not reach their TAC in that area. Next slide. All right, so here is an example in the Gulf of Alaska. This is for short raker rockfish catch by month, and then each of the colors is a different reporting area, or I'm sorry, different sub area. And the one thing we wanted to include this slide because there was something a little bit unusual that happened with short raker in the Gulf in 2025. And that was that in the Pollock fisheries, they actually got into some short raker, more than normal in the spring and then again in the fall. And that did result in a TAC overage in the central Gulf of Alaska. The ACL, again, for this stock is calculated at the Gulf of Alaska wide level, so we did not have an ACL overage. And I will say that the fleet really worked with us to avoid further overages so that we didn't end up with an ACL overage or an OFL overage for this stock. Next slide. All right, I'm just going to present a couple of slides on PSC, but there are a lot of additional slides in the overall in-season management reports. This slide is in the BSAI for salmon, crab, and herring. The top two tables show the salmon take in 2025. I will note that the Aleutian Islands Pollock fishery, there was no participation in the directed fishery, and thus there was 0 salmon caught in that fishery. And then in the bottom, we have trawl and fixed gear bycatch for crab and herring. And I think the one thing of note here is that the Pollock fleet did exceed their herring limit in 2025, which resulted in the closure of the winter savings area. And that closure remains in effect until March 1st of 2026. And there is some additional slides in the BSAI report that shows more information about that herring overage. Next slide. Here's just the same kind of information for the Gulf of Alaska salmon, crab, and herring PSC. I guess the one thing, we weren't over any limits in the Gulf. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that we have this table at the bottom that kind of compares 2024 to 2025. And you will find that we do that for a lot of the PSC species in the slides, both in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. So you can see that information for other species as well. I didn't include any, or we didn't include any slides here on halibut, but there is also a lot of additional slides in both reports about halibut PSC. Can move to the next. All right, so the next few slides are just about salmon incidental catch in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Just included these because we know that you're taking up that Chum action later this meeting. So this is Chinook salmon trawl bycatch from 2009 to 2025. You can see in 2025 that the bycatch was higher than the last 4 years, but it's still about average when you look at the entire time series. Next slide. And so this is looking at it a different way. This is by month and reporting area, and you can see in the table above that they didn't surpass any of the limits that were in place. This slide is for the pollock fishing in particular, and the previous slide was for all fishing, all trawl fishing. Next slide. And here's the same information for non-Chinook salmon from 2009 to 2025. Again, you can see in 2025 there was an increase in the amount of non-Chinook taken compared to the last 2 years. But when you're looking at the entire time series, it still is on the lower side. This is also all trawl. And then the next one, yeah. So this is just in the pollock fishery, the non-Chinook salmon incidental catch just in the pollock fishery. You can see that they take almost all of that in the B season, and the majority is being taken from areas 521 and 517, at least in 2025. And I believe 517 is part of that corridor area that you'll be discussing later during your Chum action. Next slide. So so that is an extremely high level overview. I do want to point out that there's a lot of other information available in the full reports, including information on reserve releases, flatfish exchanges, reallocations, species that we put on PSC. There's tables about retained catch versus discard catch. In all, there's about 120 slides or 120 pages worth of information in both of those reports combined. And then I just want to acknowledge that these reports they take a tremendous amount of work, and there's a lot of collaboration that does occur between staff in order to make sure these are prepared for the council and the public every year. And with that, that concludes this very high level overview, and I'm happy to take any questions about this or the 2 full reports that have been posted, or if there's any questions about the written 2026 in-season management report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Milani. We really appreciate you presenting this in February, considering the constraints in December and circling back on providing a summary overview for us. Let's see if there are any other. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Milani. I'm trying to make sure that I get this as a question somehow. Going back to the herring overage in the Bering Sea, I think I've heard there's some confusion in the public about that. And so I guess to get it as a question, I'm looking to just be clear that that's not a hard cap. That overage is just a trigger for the savings area. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven through the chair. Yes, that is correct. It is it's just a limit that then shuts certain savings areas depending on when that limit is reached. But it's not a hard cap, as in that it doesn't prevent the fishery from continuing. It just closes specific areas for certain timeframes.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Milani, for the presentation. My question is on slide 7. It shows the B season pollock catcher vessel directed fishery, and I'm wondering if you can clarify if the pollock that's fished west of the Pribilof Islands there, is that by catcher vessels delivering to motherships? I think this could help in a future agenda item we'll be talking about.
Miss going through the chair, I'm really sorry. Can you repeat the question? I was focused on the slides changing, changing
Yeah,
screen.
it's the slide of the Bering Sea and the catcher vessel Pollock directed fishery catch and where it is in the Bering Sea. And I'm wondering if the area on the western side of the Bering Sea are catcher vessels delivering to motherships, or are those shore-based catcher vessels?
Sure, you're talking about the map.
The slides aren't numbered. What is the title of the slide you're looking for?
2025 BC's and Bering Sea Pollock directed fishery map.
Oh, the map.
Yeah, that one.
Yes, the map. So, I believe that this is just the inshore sector, but I would need to double check. I'm not 100% sure now looking at the title again.
Hey, through the chair, this is Josh Keaton. The map would include mothership catch as well. It's all catcher vessels and motherships. That's how this map is generated. So some of that area towards the north would be mothership catch, but it probably is not exclusively just mothership catch, because some of those vessels that deliver to motherships also deliver shoreside. So maybe their last trip, they might come down. So it would be hard for us to differentiate, and due to the confidentiality of mothership in general, we leak these two together.
Thanks for that.
Thanks. Any further questions? Okay. Thanks again for the presentation, Ms. Milani. Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So I have two additional items. One is on the MRA action that the council took in October. So that was during shutdown. SF staff weren't available to answer questions or try to get at some of the how to implement alternative 6, which was the exemptions for mechanical, medical, and poor weather. And so we, since coming back and after prioritizing harvest specs, we started looking at how we would implement that. Given that the fact we hadn't been able to ask questions or get council input on that. And so we put together a plan and we wrote a letter that's posted under the NIMS B2 report of how we would envision doing this. We know this is a high priority action for the council, so we wanted to make sure we did this in a timely way so we can keep this action, keep developing the regulations. So basically for medical and mechanical emergencies, we would have a process where, and this was identified in the analysis, where we would use the Coast Guard's reporting mechanism for vessels to notify NIMS when a trip ends early for medical or mechanical emergencies. The U.S. Coast Guard has a marine casualty reporting regulations, and we're still not, we haven't like gone through the fully nailing down exactly how we would do this, but we would use this report in a way that's efficient to allow folks to let NIMS know when they're experiencing either type of emergency that they would need then an exemption from an MRA overage. The poor weather emergency, as we had talked when the council did initial review of this is a more complicated thing for us to visualize implementing, because MRAs do apply for any vessel fishing under a federal FFP that retains groundfish. So this is a huge swath of vessels, many sizes from Southeast Alaska through to the Bering Sea. So it really we really thought about how best to implement that in a way that we thought would achieve the council's goals for the program and not be overly complicated. And so thinking about that and how it would apply, we thought of a simple way, which would just be every vessel would have an opportunity to use 2 weather exemptions per year. We would still need to develop the mechanism of how they would let us know that, one, that their trip ended early, right? We want to make sure that that we're only providing exemptions when the trip actually did end early instead of when somebody just had an MRA overage through a normal course of their trip. And then also if they ended that trip early because of poor weather for all vessel conditions in all fisheries. So we think this is a simple approach, but we wanted to make sure and discuss this with the council prior to starting the rulemaking. Of course, the council will also, through the regulatory process, we provide the proposed rule to the executive director and chair to review. So you'll have that opportunity, but we wanted to let you know how we would implement this, if there were any questions, or if the council decided that it had a different way that you envisioned implementing it, and then an opportunity to put that on the agenda if that was the case. Yeah, so I think with that, I'll just ask if there are any questions. Thank you. Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, thank you for the report so far. I was curious in terms of the weather exemption, how you came up with the limited 2 days.
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller. So the reason a weather exemption is it's a new thing that would be added to the MRA regulations, largely because we're moving to offload to offload as through the council action in October. So it does change things for vessels, and so we understand the need for a weather exemption. We still want to encourage, best seamanship planning. A vessel still needs to take responsibility for planning around the weather in Alaska. However, we realize that unforeseen things come up, and I think this was, the council in thinking about this and adding this exemption. So we decided, more than one, right? Because weather happens and it could happen more than once, but we also realized, MRAs, while they're not generally necessary for conservation, because every dead fish, we account for that, it's deducted from the TAC. So there's not a conservation issue with an MRA. However, generally, there are allocative impacts from MRAs, and so we wanted to maintain the intent of the MRA regulations, and that's to limit catch of those fisheries that are on MRA status for the different fisheries. And that's how we arrived at 2. I think, I would think if we wanted to do too many weather exemptions, or, and we're doing this based on the current analysis that the council has. I think I would be concerned that if we had too many opportunities for weather exemptions, we would want to look at the impacts of that on how it impacts the level of catch in the different fleets. Also, though, we will be able to track this and know, so we'll be able to know how many people are having weather exemptions, which fisheries, what the extent of the overage is. So we'll be able to bring this type of information back to the council, and the council could reassess if there's a more surgical approach to a weather exemption after we've implemented, if approved, after we've implemented the council's recommendation. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are these questions only on MRA or on anything in the report?
Ms. Harrington, I was a little unclear if you had one more item after this, or did that conclude your report? Chairman Drobnika, I have one more item. Okay, so maybe if we could finish that. Thank you. Any other questions on the MRA? That's fine. Yeah, thanks. All right.
Finally, we've also provided the NMFS Tribal Engagement Report under B2. This summarizes recent tribal engagements that we've conducted and provides links to our newsletters and our other outreach materials. So I'm not going to go into detail, but I just wanted to provide that this is available and let you know. It includes the tribal consultation that we had prior to the October council meeting because we weren't able to present that due to the shutdown. So this is comprehensive from consultations prior to and engagements prior to the October council meeting through this council meeting. And you will receive a more detailed tribal engagement report on our engagements on the Chum salmon action in the staff presentations for that action. And with that, I conclude my B2 report.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Go to Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Harrington, for the report. I actually just want to pass on some recognition and thank you to the agency from stakeholders that we're pleased to see the Gulf of Alaska observer coverage increased for both the fixed gear and the trawl sector. And they just wanted to publicly thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the management report? Okay. Thank you again, Ms. Harrington. I think that brings us to Mr. Fye.
Good morning again, members of the council. Michael Fye with ACVN. I have a short walkthrough of a Bycatch report. This Bycatch report was requested in the December meeting. Let's see. In the December council meeting, the council requested that staff provide an update of bycatch information that was published in a paper that David Witherall and myself published in 2023. That paper was a supplement to information provided on the National Bycatch Report. The National Bycatch Report is a national compilation of bycatch estimates for U.S. commercial fisheries produced by NMFS. And that report documents how much bycatch is occurring across the nation's fisheries. That report defines bycatch as the discard of any living marine resource plus any mortality caused by gear interactions. And it was published in 2011, 2014, 2016, and 2019. It hasn't been published since 2019 as NMFS is working on a modernized database that will help with bycatch analysis. A couple things about that report. This is specifically for the groundfish and halibut fisheries, and all PSC estimates are converted to weight. The National Bycatch Report also includes halibut weights as in total weights versus mortality. Mortality is how Alaska reports its halibut estimates, so I did change that over for this presentation. Part of that paper, we developed new fisheries groupings. We consolidated the fishery groupings, so we reduced the number of fisheries that we were tracking. Trawl was grouped into Acca mackerel, rockfish, Pacific cod, pollock, and flatfish. And then longline and pot had the three groupings, Pacific cod, halibut, and sablefish. One of the findings of the paper was that Alaska has low bycatch rates compared to the national average. And for this presentation, I've updated tables 3 to 7 from that paper. And again, halibut is reported in mortality in these slides that I've updated. I did include some additional slides as well to show the historic bycatch rates.
Mr. Five, before we move on to the tables, I think we have a question from Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just quickly wanted to understand that I appreciate that you made the differentiation between halibut being reported in the National Bycatch Report in tons and then how we normally do it here is mortality, because that's what we're worried about. So is that required for us to be submitting into the National Bycatch Report without translating it to mortality? Or could we suggest that we do it in a way that's more meaningful to people? Do you know that, Mr. Fine?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. They did request it in total amount, in a total tons. And so that's the way we've been reporting it. Again, there's some history on that bycatch report that I'm not really privy to what occurred in those early years, but that's certainly a recommendation we could pass on as well. Moving on, I have this is the update of Table 7 from the paper that we published. This is showing your total tons by gear type, your total tons of catch, and your total tons of discard. And then it's showing a discard rate, a percent of that total catch that's discarded. The next slide, this is an update of Table 3 from the paper. What we did here on this table and the other tables that will follow is we've highlighted the species that represent the top 10 species that represent discards for each fishery. So you can see there, if you look at the Pollock trawl fishery, the number one species discarded is squid that makes up nearly half of the discards in that fishery. And you can move through the other fisheries to see what species might make up a large portion of those discards. One thing to note is the flatfish trawl fishery did have the lowest bycatch rates on record. And when I'm speaking of on record, we pulled this data from 2013 to 2025. And that's just to maintain data consistency across that time frame. One reason why that flatfish trawl discard rate was at an all-time low was due to low pollock discards and low skate discards. And you can see that the pollock discards averaged 9,729 tons and came in 2025 at 5,759. Moving on to the Gulf trawl fisheries, similar thing that we've done here is looking at those top 10 species. One thing to highlight is the Gulf pollock trawl fishery had particularly low bycatch of squid in 2025, where the average was 1,322 tons, but came in at 528 tons. The Gulf rockfish trawl fishery also had the lowest bycatch rate on record, and it is one of the fisheries that had a increase in total catch with a decrease in that discard percentage. And one of the species to highlight there is arrowtooth flounder, just 49 tons discarded within the 5-year average from 2020 to 2024 was 361 tons. And then the Gulf flatfish trawl also had the lowest discard rate on record. And a species there was sablefish, just 107 tons discarded within versus an average of 472 tons. Moving on to the fixed gear fisheries, the halibut longline fishery had the lowest bycatch rate on record. And part of that is, obviously we talked a little bit about the decline in halibut, but a 50% decline in the total catch. So skate discards decreased from 373 tons to 55 tons, and sculpin discards decreased from an average of 343 tons to 79 tons. Finally, the Gulf of Alaska longline and pot fishery. The sablefish longline fishery had the lowest discard rate on record as well. This one is particularly interesting. The annual average grenadier discards from 2015 to 2024 was 2,000 823 tons, with just 2 tons discarded in 2025. These are additional tables that I provided in the Bycatch report. This is looking at more of your long-term trend. So this is your 10 years of bycatch rates. And here you can note I've highlighted those historic lows in the halibut hook and line fishery and the trawl flatfish fishery. And then the total BSAI also has that record low bycatch rate of 3%. Similar with the Gulf bycatch, I've provided the rates for the 10-year time frame, and you can see that sablefish hook and line rate that started in 2016 at nearly 55%, and in 2025 was just 22%. So a pretty significant decline in the amount of bycatch that's coming in on sablefish hook and line. The trawl rockfish fishery also 5.7%, and flatfish at 13.4%, giving the Gulf a record low bycatch rate as well at 7%. And then this is just an overview of the overall bycatch rates, including both the BSAI and the GOA. And we see that record low bycatch rate here as well at 3.5%. And the amount discarded was also the lowest in the reporting period at 71,956 tons. And that's a walkthrough of the updates to the tables. Again, 5 of the 18 fishing groupings had the lowest bycatch rates on record. And welcome to feedback on what we could do on future might work with the in-season report. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Fye. Really appreciate your work on this. I'm really interested in getting some council feedback as well as the public's feedback on this, and I think it's really, really consistent with our desire to improve the accessibility of our information and bycatch information. And I think this is a really great complement to the in-season management report. Did you have any discussion with the agency about, the relative merits of keeping this as a separate standalone if we want to continue this in the future versus folding it into the in-season management report and the amount of additional work that might take?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. We did have conversations about how this could be brought into the in-season report and how that might be something that they produce alongside of the report, but beyond that, we didn't have much discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fye, for the presentation. My question's on slide 7. It's mostly just out of curiosity because I honestly do not know, but I'm looking at Pacific cod longline, and the Pacific halibut number there is 200, which seems like a really round number, and I'm wondering if that's a cap or if it just happened to be right on 200 there.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, that just ended up that way, so it's not a cap. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, and then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye. I appreciate this. I think you've laid it out really clearly, and I think it's really helpful to be clear that we're talking about discards. Again, we get a little sloppy with our nomenclature sometimes when we're talking about bycatch, and I think this is a clear way to present it. Is it possible to do this with like our crab fisheries as well?
Thank you for the question through the chair. No, this wouldn't be something that we could put together for the crab fishery. The discards are not really accounted for in the same manner as the groundfish and halibut fisheries.
Thank you, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I guess I'm wrapping my heads around what this would be for on the same slide that Mr. Ritchie was talking about, slide 8, or 7. those are things that you'd be generating like each year, end of year. So we could see even if a discard rate overall for a certain fishery sector had changed, we'd get to see if the composition of what's in that discard changed. I think that's as important as the percentage. So that's something that you're kind of proposing we see each year as part of this package if the council likes this level of detail.
Through the chair. Yeah, I think you could have a full report attached, a full B report that would have more of the yearly, the annual catch of these species. I tried to highlight what changes looked like for particular species, but that is valuable information on how fisheries are changing from year to year. That might be something we could put together in a full report, a longer report.
And Mr. Fye, would it also, I think, be appropriate or possible to provide more refinement in this report? Maybe it'd be better housed somewhere else, but regarding the genetic composition of Chinook, either in Chum, as well as any information we had on just general percentages on AQ or impact rates in a footnote or otherwise to complement this report, or would that be, is that translation appropriate as far as the numbers that we're seeing here? Or would we need to look at that through just more of our traditional methods with our genetic reporting?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's something we could put together. We sort of need more direction on what rate we would be using when that becomes final. I know some of the rates have a bit of a lag between when genetic information becomes final, and this is obviously a 2025 report, so having that up-to-date genetic information is something we could certainly translate.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is on slide 8. I'm just looking at the halibut longline numbers there, and I know that times in the Gulf of Alaska for halibut longline, there's some scratchy fishing right now. There's not aggregations of fish that there's historically been on, but I'm looking at that discard rate and it's 49.2%, which seems high. It's the highest I see on any of these charts, actually. And I'm wondering if we receive a report like this next year, it would be possible to put that into some historical context. Like, what was this number like in 2020? Do we have data to compare that historically?
Thanks for the question, through the chair. Yeah, we could certainly provide more information on what the halibut longline fishery has looked like through a longer period. So if that's 10 years or 5 years, we could certainly provide that information.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you again for all of your work putting this together. Appreciate it. Okay. So that brings us, I think, to a good breaking point for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15 and begin discussion on our B3 report. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, I volunteered at the take over separate. Oh.
So you want to move like
Welcome back, everyone. So we are still in our B reports and ready to move on to our B3 NOAA General Counsel report. That's a written report. I don't know if Ms. Watson has anything to add at this point, or I can just open it up for questions on our written materials. Okay. Seeing none, thank you. So that takes us to our B4, Alaska Fishery Science Center report. Dr. Foy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, Bob Foy, Director of the Alaska Fishery Science Center. You will be happy to know that I'm going to be brief and that I have no slides. So I only have 5 points that I wanted to bring up, some of which you've already talked about today from others during the B reports, but I wanted to just provide a couple of updates here and provide an opportunity for questions should you have any. So a couple things. I wanted to start with the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod Assessment. You heard from Ms. Harrington about the process that the regional office, the Science Center, and your staff went through. So I just wanted to highlight how important it was that we were able to communicate during the December council meeting, decide what priorities were needed from the council, think what was possible, and then see what we could pull together. As you know, and as was stated by Ms. Harrington, the initial plan here was to, and Ms. Evans said, reported on this as well, the initial plan was to come back with a plan. It was clear that we could get the information that we needed for not just for the stock assessment, but for some of the other parts in a timely manner. And given the importance to the community and the number of interactions that I had with communities and with stakeholders, doing our best to reprioritize for the month of December, January, and February in order to make this happen. And again, many thanks to our staff, Pete Hulson, Clay Shotwell, Bridget Ferris, the staff from the Alaska Regional Office, and council staff in putting this together. It really required coordination to determine what could happen on the management side, what we could pull together, and whether it was worth setting aside some of our priorities for the months of January and February to pull this together, and at what scale the information would be appropriate to bring forward for SSC review, plan team review, and your review. It was quickly apparent that everyone wanted to do the best we could in this situation, but again, we wanted to pull all the pieces together. We worked with colleagues outside of this process, academic colleagues, to pull ESR information together for the status report, pulling the details together for the ESP, and then Pete's work on the stock assessment to not only update that the best we could in this time frame, but to make sure that it was done in a high integrity way so that it is a real assessment and we can count on the information. So I'm not going to steal the thunder of that process, but I just want to thank everybody involved and acknowledge that it was a heavy lift. There are repercussions when those staff cannot work on the projects that they were working on in the January and February timeframe. So that does take away from the analysis work we were doing on the ESPs for other stocks, on the stock assessment development that we would bring together in the fall. But again, I think that the impacts in the long run will be minimal compared to what we're able to provide for this process. So I will leave that there for that project, but I just wanted to thank everyone for their process, being part of that process. Next topic.
We have a question before you move on. Yes. That's okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just think it's incumbent upon, well, me in particular, to say thank you to the Science Center, to Dr. Foy, for being willing to see if this would work. And it did seem like it came out with a pretty significant benefit to all those communities and fishermen that are dependent on cod. And I just think it's also incumbent upon me to say that this is not the norm. That was such a strange and unexpected situation where we didn't have stock assessments. And so I think it's clear that this council's not looking at doing stock assessments out of cycle as a normal thing. I think this was a really exceptional situation, and I just appreciate all the work to make that happen.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, just in response, thank you. I appreciate that and agree. And hopefully it also encourages us to think outside the box. What is possible when we do have challenges like this? And where is it appropriate to put our time and effort? So again, thank you. So the second topic I wanted to bring up is related, but that is the 2025 Gulf of Alaska Bottom Trawl Survey. So you'll remember from the December meeting, there was some concerns about the trawl survey that we conducted in the summer in the Gulf of Alaska. We re-stratified our sampling in that survey, and we saw some increases in certain species groups, and we saw some decreases in certain species groups. And it led to some questions at the plan team discussion in October. We weren't able to have that discussion at the council level in October, but again, it came up in December. So I just wanted to bring a bit of an update, and that is that we took the concerns very seriously to think about whether or not there were impacts on the methodology that we were using that affected the trend patterns that we were seeing in the different stocks in the Gulf of Alaska. So we started an analysis. You will hear some of the initial results with respect to Pacific cod. And again, I won't steal Pete Hulson's presentation and where he's going with some of the results of that. But I just wanted to assure you, you will hear an initial analysis there on whether or not we believe that there were impacts that affected the biomass estimate and then the subsequent stock assessment. We will also continue this analysis and bring forward a full analysis, probably in the June timeframe, depending on your schedule, that encompasses all the stocks in the Gulf of Alaska. Again, to make sure that we all have an understanding of the underlying data that is so critical in the stock assessment process. If we have a question about that, we want to make sure that we address it long before it's an issue in the stock assessments. And then just lastly, our take home after the initial analysis, again, that you're going to hear from on PCOT is that the survey still remains a robust index to these kinds of sampling changes that we have to make in order to be more flexible over time. We did that on purpose, and it has set us up to be flexible and allow us to change the number of stations that we sample and still provide accurate assessments for the stock assessments. So, Madam Chair, third topic I wanted to highlight, also another result of our process in late 2025, and that is our stock assessment process. So as you know, we were not able to run our stock assessments in the fall, but I think we had an excellent discussion on the value of our stock assessment projections and the integrity of those data that you reviewed in the December prior, and how we incorporate that into our assessments in an impressive way, with high accuracy and a lot of faith in the information that we were able to bring forward. Having said that, part of that process, we identified what will we do in the future in order to make sure that we've got some backup plans, if you will, and to make sure that we're bringing forward information, as much information as we can, should we have issues in the future. So the first topic is what we're already working on, and we communicated this at the SSC, and that is to bring forward multiple years of projections from our models. So for instance, in the December 2024 timeframe, we had already provided projected information for 2026. We will now provide 5+ years worth of those projections. And each year the information gets more uncertain, but it could still be valuable in the decision-making process here. And that was a discussion that you had and some concerns you had about the availability of that kind of information. So we will make sure that that is part of our product from here on out. The secondary aspect of that is some analyses where we try to better standard how we are doing our projection models among stocks. making sure that there is more consistency, more understanding in the uncertainty in those projections. Again, should we end up in a situation where we've got a question information that needs to be used over a multi-year timeframe. So that is underway, and we will be working with the SSC on that in the near future. So I just wanted to provide a bit of an update there. Next topic I wanted to hit on briefly here is the stock assessment and priority process. So Ms. Evans brought up the discussion on the risk and value matrix. And so this is building, and I wanted to put the two pieces together on my June 2025 presentation, my December 2025 presentation, where we started talking about this prioritization process. In December, just to remind you, we put together a number of indices to consider how we would value our stocks and then subsequent value of the information flow and whether we could find efficiencies in that space. So because of the shutdown last October, we had to postpone a number of months. I just gave that presentation this past week to the SSC. You will hear that in the report. It was a robust conversation, thinking through how we would move forward in utilizing these indices. There is no one index that's going to help us decide what the value and or risk is of any one of our stocks in particular. It's going to be an aggregation of information that includes its status in the ecosystem, how much the catch is, economic considerations, et cetera. And so these are all the indices that I provided you in December. So our goal moving forward, again, based on the more recent tasker, is to work with council staff, work with the Alaska Regional Office, and we will continue that effort and bring this into the current focus, which is that risk value matrix. The last piece of that I did want to highlight, and it's been said a few times here, you're going to hear some of the report out from the harvest control work that council staff and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center have been working on. And really, that is a very mature space for considering how we move forward with a more efficient set of data on how the ecosystem functions, how it fits into fisheries management, and how that might benefit from these indices that we're developing. And again, get to a point where we have a smaller set of indices that we're bringing forward, a smaller requirement for data on the ecosystem side of the house to feed into some of the ecosystem goals for the council. And the last topic is the most brief, and that is just discussing briefly 2026 budget and survey planning. I presented in December. This is the meeting I usually get into the state of the center for AFSC. Given the timing of budgets, we'll postpone that to the June timeframe, where I can get into more detail. I'll have more information on where we're going in terms of resourcing our priority surveys and science. But our plan is still the same that I presented in December, that we have a full portfolio of our surveys focused on both stock assessment and ecosystems on both the Oscar Dyson and our charter work focused on our groundfish. So there are no changes from that. I just wanted to briefly highlight that. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Foray. Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foy, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, but on the stock assessments, you were talking about bringing forward multi-year projections up to 5 years. Is that just for groundfish stocks?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen. No, that would include any of our stock assessments. So we're thinking crab as well. Yes.
Thanks for that. And then under ecosystem data, you were speaking about how we may need to get smaller and more refined in our data set. But I'm thinking how that may vary by species on what types of ecosystem data are important for different stocks. Can you speak a little bit more to what you're thinking?
Absolutely, happy to. So this past spring, summer timeframe, we put together a Tiger team within the center to think through that very question. And as you know, this council has championed bringing ecosystem data forward for decades. And decades ago, we brought together a tome of information, and we have now refined that into the information that we can use in management tools such as risk assessments. What we're further developing now is trying to identify what are those bottlenecks in ecosystem information on a species by species basis. So bringing subject matter experts together to identify the core topics that go into stock assessment: growth, mortality, reproduction, recruitment, and identifying the types of ecosystem information that we need to be collecting. Is it a predation issue? Is temperature what's driving recruitment for that stock? We don't always have all the answers, but what that is allowing us to do is refine the data that we collect based on this, on the information that we've collected for decades. Again, we wouldn't have been able to do that without all the information that we've collected to date, but it allows us to mature it down to a stock by stock basis. And again, the hope is that we can then refine our data collections, refine our survey footprints, and focus more on those aspects that allow us to better predict what's happening directly to our stocks.
Thank you for that. And one more follow-up. Are you also looking outside the agency for data that's being collected on the ecosystem? I think there's a new project, Oceanography on Deck, that's collecting from different fishing vessels. Are you starting to incorporate some of that data as well?
Through the chair, Ms. Cohen, absolutely. We are, will, and have been. So as you know, in the ESR process, those data come from our colleagues and partners all over the Pacific Northwest. And so that already feeds into this process. And that is also part of the new focus on identifying where the information is on those bottlenecks. And I would say a good portion of it is not within the agency. It's within the science community at large.
Okay, I'm not seeing any of the questions. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Okay, that brings us to our ADF&G reports. There's a written report available, and Ms. Bush is available for any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little bit outside the realm, but given that our next agenda item C1 is dealing with Gulf Pacific cod, I just wanted to ask Ms. Bush about the cod GHLs for state water fisheries and whether any of those fisheries have already begun. I realize that if the council takes action on C1, we could be modifying those GHLs, and in all but one case, they would be going up. And so I just wanted to get a sense of whether we would be causing any disruption by making changes to the state water GHLs. And the one I'm looking at is in the Eastern Gulf. That's particularly going to go down a little bit with the new apportionment should we take action on C1. So a little outside of the norm, but this is the only place I could find to ask this question.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Specifically in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska, yes. The Prince William Sound pot fishery opened on January 21st for the pot here. And that was based on a GHL set on the apportionment that were specified in December. So in terms of pounds, it was 1.5 million pounds. I think that's about 680 metric tons. And if the council were to adopt revised harvest specifications, that GHL would go down. The GHL for that ongoing fishery in some would go down about 57 metric tons. And I guess based on the expectation, as you know, in the Gulf, our state water fisheries are exclusive. So vessels that register for those fisheries cannot then fish in another exclusive Pacific cod fishery in the same calendar year. So those state water pot participants in Prince William Sound would be impacted by a decrease in the GHL.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Thanks.
So that takes us to our U.S. Coast Guard report, and looks like we have a written report as well as an oral report. Lieutenant Commander Rasky.
I have no oral report, but I'm open to questions.
Apologies. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Ratsky. Just accolades to the Coast Guard for rescuing 9 of our crab crew recently, and just really want to thank the Coast Guard for their efforts.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Okay. So that will bring us to our Fish and Wildlife Service reports. Mr. Lahofty.
Madam Chair and council members, thank you for the chance to highlight, just going to highlight what we have on the written reports. My name is Boyd Lahofty, and I serve as the refuge supervisor with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the National Wildlife Refuges in Alaska, based in Anchorage. I really thank you for the opportunity to offer a brief summary of our work and priorities. Our mission is simple and enduring: to conserve fish, wildlife, and their habitats while supporting the communities that depend on them. In Alaska, that means safeguarding intact ecosystems that sustain subsistence, cultural practices, recreation, and local economies, often across vast, remote landscapes where decisions made in one arena can ripple across many. I know there's a very full agenda, so I'd like to just quickly summarize what's written in those documents that you see there at B7. There's 3 documents. First, our B report was compiled primarily by fisheries biologist Katrina Liebeck in conjunction with help from Jill Klein. It includes a short description of the hard work that was done by the in-season manager at the Bristol Bay, Chignik, and Alaska Peninsula area in response to low Chinook and sockeye salmon returns this past season. It also includes a short reminder that the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge continues to conduct a tremendous amount of seabird research that helps inform overall marine ecosystem health in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. We didn't feel there was time to, at this meeting, to try to offer up that seabird report card report that we've done in the past, but we hope maybe in the next meeting, we might be able to add that to our B report and have the researchers come and present on the seabird report card, which the council has oftentimes had a lot of comment about and felt was helpful. The second document includes the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service amended comments on the Chum salmon DEIS, and I know we're going to get to that later, but I just wanted to thank the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service fisheries biologist Shane Ransbury, based in Fairbanks, who helped complete the bulk of that analysis. After the February 2025 council motion was edited, the alternatives, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is certainly hopeful that we'll hear lots of great feedback on the Chum salmon bycatch issue, and that some motion will be passed this week. In particular, we highlighted in that comment letter a combination of alternatives. Those are 5, 2, and 4 that we believe will really help deliver good Chum salmon conservation moving forward. And then lastly, that last document that's in there reflects on the reductions that we've seen across many federal agencies in staffing and resources over the last year. We have seen many staff take advantage of voluntary reassignment opportunities and retirements. And those offers that folks have taken have led to many gaps in the workforce for now. We therefore have a team of 4 alternates that are going to fill this seat. So I like to joke around that it takes 4 of us to fill one of your shoes. So we apologize for so many alternates that we have coming to this seat, but that's kind of what we're faced with right now with so many gaps in the agency. So those folks are going to be Pete Fassbender, who has been the official alternate for years now, Peter Fassbender, Jill Klein, Taze Jones, and myself, and we hope it'll stay at that level and not need further alternates. But in closing, we just appreciate your continued drive for science-based solutions, incorporating both Western science and indigenous knowledge at this council. And I look forward to the Chum salmon, particularly the issue about bycatch that will come up later this week. And thank you for your time, and happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for your report. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Actually, not on the Chum salmon one. Thank you for the report, since we'll have a big agenda item on that later. But on the seabird report, is that something that I should know this naturally folds into our ecosystem status report? We have a lot of information that comes on seabirds from our group, and is that coming from you? Is that coming from Fish and Wildlife?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. There's one scientist, and I'm blanking on the name, but a scientist that works at the Alaska Maritime Refuge that sits on the council's ecosystem group, or has at least been a consultant to that group or an advisor to that group. And so they do work closely together.
Thank you. Through the chair. We always do get really excellent seabird information. I feel like it's used as an indicator for lots of other changes or dynamics in the Bering Sea in particular. So I guess I'm appreciative, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again. So that brings us to our B8 IPHC report. There's a written report, and Mr. Carlin is available for any questions. I guess before I open it up to questions, I would like to note for the public that in addition to the report on the outcomes of the IPHC annual meeting, the commission sent the council a letter to raise awareness regarding the increase in harvest and removals in the unguided recreational Pacific halibut sector in Alaska. Based on some feedback that they got from stakeholders. This letter was sent to the council in lieu of IPHC action on two stakeholder proposals regarding changing the daily bag limit for Alaska unguided recreational anglers, as the IPHC proposals raised management and allocative concerns for which the council has an important role. So the IPHC did not take action on these. So given the written public comments received, I'd like to be very clear that the council will not be taking action to recommended changes to the unguided sector limits in Alaska in 2026 at this meeting. And specifically, the council is not considering the proposal to change the daily bag limit from 2 fish to 1 fish for unguided anglers in 2026. If the council is interested in taking action to respond to the IPHC letter sometime in the future, they would do so by initiating a discussion paper, as we typically do, or other evaluation, either during B reports or staff tasking. And any such paper would be scheduled for some time in the future, subject to a prioritization of other important issues that we're dealing with at the council, and subject to proper notification to the public and opportunity for engagement. So I just wanted to note that before the signups to testify occurred after B reports. So I'll open it up to see if anyone has any questions on the report for Mr. Carlin. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification on this agenda item. I think it's helpful. I did have a question about the letter from the IPHC to the council, and appreciate the commission forwarding the proposals for our information. My question has to do with some information in the letter accompanying forwarding the proposals. And the commissioners apparently noted that the increase in final unguided harvest and removal estimates in regulatory area 2C, which is Southeast Alaska, from the change from preliminary to final, there was an increase noted, and this council received that information in December. The commissioners go on to say that this increase was understood to be driven by growing harvest by anglers fishing from unguided rental vessels. And so I wanted to understand that a little bit. Mr. Carlin, I was wondering if the IPHC received additional information or data to sort of allow you to come to that conclusion that this council did not receive, or can you give me a little context around that determination by the commissioners?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. So the commission did not have any specific new data to ascribe the increase in the 2025 unguided recreational harvest specifically to rental boats, but was aware that the bareboat charter operations are a growing business model. And the commissioners didn't have any reason to believe that the other unguided recreational harvests have been increasing measurably. The nature of the discussions at the IPHC annual meeting, bolstered by really extensive public comment, was that this appears to be an expanding source of halibut mortality in Area 2C in Southeast Alaska, that it has direct allocative implications insofar as both the charter and commercial sectors, because the unguided harvest numbers come off the top, the charter and commercial sectors face reduced allocations in Area 2C. And then the third component that was certainly on commissioners' minds is that IPHC is definitely not the right venue to consider this issue. And that was really the overwhelming factor and why the commissioners instructed the executive director to write that letter to the council and refer the matter to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin, Ms. Baker, and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curland. Reading the letter, I do note the jump, and I was there at the IPHC meeting and noted the jump in unguided harvest there, but I don't see information in the letter really regarding the context in 2C, specifically the overall constant exploitation yield in that area. And I'm wondering if you could maybe tell us what the overall yield is in that area. It might help show exactly what this jump means.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but the kind of bottom line implication was, although the commission elected to make no changes to the total constant exploitation yield, the total mortality estimate, if you will, for any of the U.S. regulatory areas, so there was no change for 2C, because of the catch sharing formula and because the unguided recreational harvest comes off the top, the net effect is a decrease for both the charter sector and the commercial sector in 2C for this year. So it's kind of counterintuitive, but although the numbers were held flat at the IPHC level, the implication of it was less harvest available for the charter sector and the commercial sector in 2C.
Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, that brings us to our B9 report, NPRB report, and I think we have a presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Lynn Polensky. I'm the Executive Director of the North Pacific Research Board, and with me is our Science Director, Dr. Matt Baker. So we'll be both presenting today, and thank you for the opportunity to come back and provide an update on the North Pacific Research Board, I'll say NPRB, our activities today. It's been since June when Andy retired in Kodiak since we've been in front of the council. So it'll be a good opportunity to catch up a little bit. First, for the newer members, I'd like to just recap a little bit about who we are and our mission quickly. Let's see if I can advance this. Maybe you can help with that. Okay, there we go. Okay. So our mission, first of all, we're created in Congress by Congress in 1997. Our board was established in 2001, so we've been around for a while. Our mission is to develop a science program to better understand the ecosystems and fisheries in the North Pacific, including the Bering Sea, the Arctic, and including the Gulf of Alaska. We do this through planning and prioritizing pressing fishery management needs, working with the research community partners, competitive funding processes, and by making research information accessible and available to the public, and with public involvement woven into all of our processes. Our programs are implemented through competitive RFP processes and rigorous reviews. Most of you are familiar with our esteemed science panel and AP, our advisory panel, in the review process, but it all begins with peer reviews. So we have independent peer reviewers. All of our proposals are reviewed by peer reviewers. They go to the science panel. All that information gets forwarded to the advisory panel, and then finally to the board for consideration, discussion, and funding recommendations that they make to our final step, which is the Department of Commerce for approval. So it's a rigorous and very transparent process. Next, I just want to, for the new members again, just talk a little bit about our unique relationship with the council. As one of the key components of our mission, we address pressing fishery management issues through a lot of the research that we fund. And this is, I guess you could think of it as your sort of science arm that can inform the science behind some of the issues that you discuss and take up at these meetings. We also develop on an annual basis research priorities in collaboration with the council. We do that for our own processes, but Dr. Baker works with the council staff to sort of identify what those priorities are for our programs every year. The council has a standing seat on the board as defined in our legislation, and through our legislation, the executive committee as well. And that person generally serves as our board chair, just because that board chair has to come from the executive committee. The council also has a seat on the science panel. We've enjoyed all the council staffers that have been on our science panel in the past. They bring great insight and perspectives that are really needed, especially to address the pressing fishery management issues. We also have a very similar setup to the council. In your SSC and your AP, we have our science panel and our advisory panel. And if you don't already know it, there's a lot of overlap between members of the council, SSC, AP, and our science panel and advisory panel. So we appreciate all the folks in the community who contribute to these processes. So next slide. Quickly, our board makeup, because this has changed a little bit in the past couple of years. Again, the board, the members are established in Congress. We have 2 open seats. One is perpetually open. That's the Secretary of State. The other one we hope to fill in the next couple of months. That's the State of Alaska seat. We have only one board nominated seat right now, soon to have another one, and that is our fishing industry seat, currently held by Kaylin Yeager. She's also on our executive committee. We hope to have a new board seat here soon, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And Nicole Kimball is our chair from the holding that council seat. So that's it on that one. Next slide, please. Okay, so I just want to give you just a sense of our funding, legislation, and sort of outlook in the next few years. I'm pleased to say, after a lot of years of downward funding, that we're actually on an upward trajectory over the next 5 years. Our funding is tied to interest rates on investments, and a lot of those investments were put into long-term investments, and we've changed our strategy since. So we are now investing in anything that will help us have more favorable gains, and we're on an upward trajectory now, so that's really nice. Our NPRB legislation passed in December, so we, with the help of Senator Sullivan, sponsoring this legislation and co-sponsored by Senator Murkowski. This was after 3 years in the making. Our legislation, that North Pacific Research and Board Enhancement Act, was passed under the National Defense Authorization Act and signed into law in December. So What that does is primarily three things. The first one is it allows our board to add a seat representing Alaska Natives for a 3-year term. So that will add a seat to our board. It also provides the option for the board to reappoint not only this seat for a second term, but also the fishing industry seat. So those will be the two board nominated seats we have. The third thing it does is it waives it's sort of a help for our internal organization. It waives our administrative cap for 5 years that will allow us to catch up with inflation and some rising operating costs. So we'll be addressing some of those pieces with the board when we meet in the springtime. The next thing is CDS funding. So we were able to secure $2.5 million under Senator Murkowski's congressionally directed spending for 2026. This was specifically obligated for the Northern Bering Sea IERP, which is coming online now. Maybe what you were referring to in your earlier comment. Yes, that's coming online. This is very new. So we're still sorting out the details on this additional funding, but it's very specific. And we are going to hear about Northern Bering Sea IERP when Dr. Baker starts diving a little deeper into the science. People always ask us about, the stability of our funding. And of course, over the last year when it was very uncertain at times, and there were plenty of federal grant freezes, including ours at one point. With the help of our senators, we actually have grant approval priority in Department of Commerce, which is really nice. And that's really based in part on the fact that our funding is not taxpayer funding. It comes from interest earned on a settlement account. So these sort of, it just puts us in a different category. And the fact that what we do is really important. Next, the core program RFP. For those that are familiar with our core program, our funding for the core program has decreased in the last couple of years. So to enable the Northern Bering Sea IERP to come online. So we're fully funding that in the next couple of years, but we expect to be back at full capacity and back to our upward trajectory of funding even more than we anticipated, in our long-term budget planning. We're coming back to full capacity in 2027. So the new core RFP will be out this fall for funding in FY27. And for those folks who have ever had any NPRB funding, you will know that all of the finances have been handled in the past with the Alaska Sea Life Center, who is our fiscal agent. And after 20-some years, NPRB just very recently made the transition to take on all the financial and grants management in-house, which has been a big organizational change for us, but also a good one. Our relationship, we still have a very strong relationship with the Sea Life Center. They are on our board and in our executive committee. So we will continue to work closely with them into the future, but just in a different capacity. Next thing is something that I will come back to and talk about a little bit more when we get to the very end of this and wrap up. And that is a very exciting new exhibit at the Anchorage Museum that NPRB is sponsoring and working with the museum on. So I'll talk a little bit more about that next. Okay, quick announcement and plug. We have NPRB is seeking nominations to fill 4 seats on our advisory panel. We have 2 seats that will represent the Gulf of Alaska region and 2 seats to represent the Arctic region. For anyone who's interested, if you want to nominate yourself or somebody else, you have 2 weeks to do it. All the information is on our website. The nomination materials are due February 20th. It's a great group. We have a really great advisory panel right now. It's a fun group. Okay, this is my last slide for a while, and I'll turn it over to Matt. Just last Friday, not even a week ago, we just wrapped up our 33rd Alaska Marine Science Symposium, which is held in January at the Captain Cook Hotel every year. This is a big symposium for our Alaska marine researchers. We had surprisingly 700 people. That's kind of our normal amount. We're expecting possibly fewer participants this year, but we had a normal amount, which is great. We had a lot of students there. This is a great symposium if you've never been there. We have keynote speakers, plenary sessions. We had 75 talks, 225 posters for 2 nights here in the Egan Center. We have student awards for research that actually comes with the winners actually get a small amount of money for that, which is really nice. And we have workshops and meetings that are relevant to the symposium in and around. So you'll have a lot of organizational meetings and workshops as well. It's a really great format. Just because it's a plenary format, everyone's in the same room hearing the same things. You don't have to decide which talks you're going to go to. And it's also just really great for all of our research community to connect with one another, connect with each other, the educators that come, managers, students. We have a lot of industry folks there, a lot of technology firms there, and we have the press and reporters there as well. So, and we also have a lot of coastal community members, so it's a really great place for everyone to connect. So I just want to highlight too on this slide, we've got videos from our congressional delegation, and each year we normally get welcoming remarks from Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan, welcoming everybody to the symposium. It's a good opportunity for them to thank everybody for their work, and also to impart the importance of the marine research work in Alaska for maritime economy, for fisheries, industries, and for food security and national security. So they talk about all this in their addresses. Some are short, some are longer this year. And they also just thank everybody, and they also talk about their priorities, legislation that they have advanced or just recently introduced, and just generally talk about what they do to support marine research in Alaska. So it's really nice to have their support. They're all really big fans. And now hopefully Congressman Bycatch will be a big fan, as he's new to providing welcoming remarks to this group, and he'll understand how great this symposium is. But they are big fans of our work and of the collective marine research brain trust that shows up at this symposium. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to do a little bit deeper dive into our science and IERP and activities. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Through the chair, we just wanted to highlight a few of the themes that came out of the discussions last week. I think a lot of them are relevant to the work that's being considered here. A lot of work on informing management. So looking at stock status, looking at stock structure, looking at species distribution models, growth and energetics. Some interesting work looking at reevaluating harvest and catch limits in the context of a changing environment. Some new methods at management strategy evaluation. There was a real focus on highlighting the importance of surveys and time series and long-term data sets. So that includes both oceanographic data, but also the bottom trawl surveys, the surface surveys that are done, and the outputs of that, like diet databases that are used to inform models. So that was a strong emphasis this year. Some new technology and approaches that were put forward, eDNA, passive acoustic monitoring, some interesting approaches to machine learning to try and better understand electronic monitoring data. We also had a wide range of new applications of models, particularly in forecasting. So looking at how to do multi-species models and pull those into stock forecasts, evaluating things like ecosystem caps and trade-offs in some of those shifts. And then finally, a lot of great presentations on indigenous knowledge and community observations. So some discussions about both the opportunities and successes, but also the challenges in integrating those two different ways of knowing, particularly in the context of fishery management, and then quite a lot of attention to Western Alaska salmon and food security and subsistence, which I know is a big topic for the council this week. As Lynn mentioned, a big announcement about our integrated ecosystem research program. So we've just launched that in the Northern Bering Sea. That's starting this year and it's going through 2031. It's a $21.4 million investment. Our board made the decision to focus in this area after several years ago, almost 8 years ago, when we started to see some of the shift of stocks, particularly pollock and cod, from southeastern Bering Sea into the Northern Bering Sea. And so the particular emphasis is looking at the shifts in the environment and how that influences species of commercial subsistence importance, and what are some of the implications for how we manage those fisheries and how that impacts communities in the area. Just a few maps to show you kind of where some of that research is going to occur. There's 3 separate projects within this larger program, 2 run by NOAA. And so they'll be doing cruises in 27 and 29. It's very much integrated into the survey platforms that NOAA already has, but adding new stations that go beyond those areas. Really looking at physical dynamics like wind, ice, the timing of ice retreat, how that affects production in the system, and what that means for early life history for fish and fish populations more generally and food webs more generally. That will also build off of ongoing NOAA work in 2026 and 2028 and the time series that NOAA has. The other part is the University of Alaska Fairbanks. They're going out in offset years, so in 2026 and 2028. So that will give us a really nice kind of view of a 4-year period in surveys. They'll be using the RV Sekuliak to go out and look at stratification in particular and how that influences production, nutrient dynamics, how production is in the water column or in the benthos, and harmful algal blooms. We wanted to make sure from the beginning, given the area, that there was a lot of community-driven research. And so there was a 2-stage proposal process. In the second stage of that proposal, we provided $10,000 to those that were coming back for a second round to actively go out and work with communities to try and assess some of their interests and needs and pull that into the programs. And so our projects that have been funded, those will be including participants from Savunga and Nome. There's collaboration with St. Lawrence Island Hunters, some support for the Science Center on St. Lawrence, and looking at digital data archives there. A large focus on HABs, which was a community concern that was expressed, and then trips to the region to communicate those results, and then bringing community members on some of those research platforms as well. So just to give you a sense of what these types of integrated programs can do in terms of what comes before the council, this is the 4th iteration. So we did an IERP in the Bering Sea, in the Gulf, the Arctic, and now in the Northern Bering Sea. Looking back on the Gulf of Alaska project, part of what came out of this was looking at 5 different important groundfish species and larval recruitment and settlement. And so the evolution of the economic and socioeconomic profile, or the ESPs that you're seeing regularly, came out of this program in part. Thinking about how to take some ecosystem indicators and actually develop some stock-specific metrics that could be useful in looking at stock assessment. Another example was some of the work that Franz Mutter did through this program, looking at the fact that the eastern and central western Gulf are really different. The glaciated elements in the east, some of the flow dynamics in the west, the differences in the width of the coastline there. And so it was put forward to the Science and Statistical Committee based on some of those quantitative analyses, showing that a lot of the things that would be going up, trends in one area, would be going down in the other. And so they would essentially negate, and you wouldn't get interesting indicators from there. And so on the basis of that, the council followed the SSC recommendations to split the ecosystem status reports into Eastern and Western Gulf So that's another example of the type of work that can come out of these multi-year programs. We also wanted to just give a brief update on disaster relief funds that were put towards the Bering Sea crab recovery. So these were related to congressional appropriations. There were $6 million put towards science and $10 million put towards industry vessel charters to use as platforms for research. This was done in concert with the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So ADF&G approached NPRB and said, you have this system for reviewing research. Would you be willing to take that on? So we administered the review, the funding priorities and targets, and ultimately the decisions were made by ADF&G. And we can provide a little bit of information about what research is happening. There was a crab workshop that happened last week as a part of the Alaska Marine Science Symposium. There's several projects on Bristol Bay red king crab, so looking at population genomics for both management and potential enhancement. Looking at larval supply and recruitment strength using individual-based models, and then some experimental observations of potential impacts of lost crab pots, so putting cameras and pop-up tags on some of those pots. In terms of snow crab, there's a lot of focus on early life history, so using under ice trawls and benthic videos to look at the water column and the benthos for different crab larval stages. There's some work looking at predation, particularly cod, in the context of movements of those populations north, and then some interesting work actually putting crabs on treadmills to look at the metabolic costs of migration as some of those stocks are moving around more. Just a little bit on crab in general through our normal core program, which Lynn mentioned will be reinitiated in the fall. We took a year-long break to fund the IERP. This is looking back at 6 years of funding for crab in a variety of different areas. So there's about 2.5 million put forward through these 10 proposals. And we can provide this information through a report later if you're interested in the details. We've also focused a lot on Pacific salmon, including Western Alaska salmon, Chinook and Chum in the Yukon-Kuskokwim, about 3.5 million in the last 6 years on about 8 projects. And then Pacific cod as well, about 3 million towards 7 projects, looking at cod initially mostly in the Gulf as in response to that collapse, but then moving into the Bering Sea and the Arctic as well. And just a few examples of how some of these projects can have some applications to some of the management decisions that come before the council. One was working with NOAA on combining the EBS shelf and slope surveys. So as the slope surveys were discontinued, there was a project that we funded to do gear comparisons and look at how do you standardize these surveys and retain the time series when you're combining these two different surveys. Another example would be one that is ongoing, looking at quantitative methods for ecosystem indicators. So building on this ESP concept, but rather than just having an indicator that's going up and down, up or down, looking at not just the direction, but also the magnitude and the relative importance of that ecosystem indicator, and hopefully being able to pull that in a little bit better to inform processes like recruitment in stock assessments. I'll turn it back over to Lynn in a minute. I just wanted to note for all of the research that we fund, we require those researchers to archive the data, and we provide metadata for those data. Those are all available online. They can be accessed either through our website or through platforms, open access platforms like Data One. So we have about 163 data sets in there now and about 100 gigabytes of data. And one of the things that we typically report to the council on and to the SSC, as Len had mentioned, was research priorities and how do we archive or query this database to better give the council and the SSC a sense for not only what research has been done, but how have the results that came out of that actually been applied or not applied towards various questions of interest.
Yeah, great. Got the next one. Great. And just to wrap up on that, we have some brochures. I left some of those out on the table that talk about the information that Matt just went through for the funding, for research board funding. And then there's another brochure online, Investing in Alaska's Marine Resources and Economy. We went to DC last week. We prepared that for our congressional delegation. So, all right, next. And this is our last slide. This is the fun thing I would just want to mention. This was an idea proposed by Brendan Smith on our staff. He's our Communications and Outreach Director. It's been, this again has been 3 years in the works. But it's coming online soon, and this is an Arctic Marine Science Cekuliak to Shore exhibit at the Anchorage Museum. It's going to be really interactive, and it's actually it replicates what it's like to be aboard the Cekuliak on the bridge and the deck. So we've got some pretty cool equipment that we've curated from UAF, CFOS. Some of our big PIs have really gotten into this project as well and helped out on advice and with equipment. So we're really excited about it. We'll probably have some events surrounding the opening. It's going to be at the museum for a year. So beginning May 15th, we may try to coordinate something between our board and the council or other folks. We have some congressional, state, and congressional delegation folks who are interested as well. So yeah, it's going to be really fun. And we thank our partners, UAF and the museum and the other partners that have contributed to it. So excited about that. That is all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you both for the presentation. See if there are any questions for you. Or anything Ms. Kimball would like to add at this point?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the presentation and really appreciate it. I think everyone is really excited about the Cekuliak and that exhibit. And I think it highlights and I hope underscores to those that visit the importance of these types of platforms to research off of Alaska. So not just the Cekuliak and UAF, but obviously the NOAA fisheries vessels and those surveys that are supporting so many of the projects that NPRB has funded. That came out very clear to me in the last meeting, how the continuity of those surveys was important to continue this research. It's all connected here. I think it's a great presentation on everything NPRB is doing. I really hope the council can focus some on this big new project, this integrated research in the Northern Bering Sea. I think it's really exciting, as Lynn and Dr. Baker said, it's $21 million projects, several projects in the Northern Bering Sea. I think the importance of it is that they really work hard through the science panel and advisory panel and board to ensure that those projects complement one another, supplement one another. That's the integrated part of that whole effort. And I really think they work hard to ensure that projects are funded that answer questions directly related to the dynamics, changing dynamics in the area, in this case, the Northern Bering Sea, and then what management questions. So being involved in this process after Mr. Mesereau is really enlightening to me, and seeing the level of kind of care and thoughtfulness and science-driven decisions that go into determining what this funding goes to and how it can work within our own management system. But more than that, even if it doesn't go directly to a management response, is just providing a much better understanding of what's happening out there, where we often talk about it as a black box. When we look at the results of some of these projects, those pieces are starting to come together in this changing system. So it's just a great bunch of people that do a lot of work, and I'm very privileged to work with them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, and for your leadership on the board and representation of the council. And any other, not seeing any questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
So that brings us to our B10 SSC report on agenda item D2. We will be taking up the rest of our SSC reports later on in our agenda. Yes, and for members of the public wishing to sign up on any of our B agenda items, please do so before the end of this B10 report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the SSC. And with me are Dr. Ian Stewart and Dr. Jason Gasper, who are the other two co-chairs. So this gives a little bit of background. The D2 item that we took up was planning for the 2026 groundfish stock assessment cycle. There was an internal agency work group that consisted of AFSC leadership, SSC members, and council staff coordinators. They met in January to prioritize stocks for 2026, this assessment cycle. And this work group came about because of an SSC recommendation in December 2025 that we brought to you, because OFL and max ABC projections are necessary this coming December in 2026 for the 2027 and 2028 specifications. But not all the previously planned operationals, which are kind of the bigger assessments that were scheduled in 2025 and in 2026, can be completed during a single year. In 2025, they weren't completed because of the shutdown. So for stock assessments, in our December report, we noted that for stock assessments that weren't updated during this 2026 assessment cycle, we signaled our intent to reevaluate the potential for additional reductions from max ABC due to an additional year of uncertainty in these specifications. And so this working group gathered to prioritize these to try to avoid this situation. The SSC, I will say that, let's see, I feel like I'm missing a slide, but I'll fill in just one sec. There we go. So the subgroup recommended a schedule for assessments in 2026, and they noted especially what final operational assessments, which is something that we normally do in December, could be potentially moved to October to relieve the review burden on the SSC and the groundfish plan teams. And this is because the Alaska Fishery Science Center proposes to be able to get done a lot of assessments this year, more than we would normally review in a December. And so the ones that they proposed that it's possible to move to October included ones that do not have additional survey data next summer, and ones that were already had a preliminary review in 2025. So we would keep that two-step review process. It's just that we already did the first step of that in October. I didn't list out the specific stocks in the cycle here, but you can find it in a table in this document, the 2026 stock assessment priorities on our agenda, if you want to look at individual ones. The SSC thanks the Alaska Fishery Science Center for their flexibility and for the work in advance of this assessment cycle and in advance also of this subgroup and their planned efforts to take on such a heavy load of assessments this year. The SSC supports the work group's recommendations, and we provided some additional guidance that I'll discuss in the next slides. The SSC recognizes the importance of completing as many of these assessments as possible during 2026 to make up for what was missed last year during the shutdown. And so we explored the possibility of reviewing some of these final assessments and having some of the necessary process discussions that just happened at our December meeting to have those in June or October to relieve the review burden in December, recognizing that if we take things up in June, this would require an additional groundfish plan team meeting. We explored this possibility instead of cutting the assessments that the Science Center said that they would be able to produce. So the SSC are cutting the review. The SSC recommends moving as many of these assessments as possible to June and October, and that's because there's a limited number that can be moved. And so as many as we can possibly take on in those meetings with our agenda. We recommend doing that because we're still going to have a lot left over in December. And so we also then recommended that assessment authors bring forward only essential models and revisions for us to review to hopefully the review bodies can get through it a little bit quicker. Specifically, since we've never done any, I don't believe we've done this in June before. We recommend for the June agenda to have a presentation and discussion of potential impacts of the Gulf of Alaska survey design changes, including comparisons across similar species. We recommend having a discussion of methods to determine flexibility for the biologically informed recommended distributions, which will come into play this next year, and also take on the Gulf of Alaska wreck sole and arrowtooth flounder final stock assessments. And these were ones which we asked AFSC staff at our meeting, if we were to do something like this, is it possible for them to have it done in June? And the answer was yes. And we asked which ones might be possible, and these were two that they mentioned. To the extent practicable, when we kind of do this Jenga of assignments among meetings, we recommended scheduling reviews for the Gulf of Alaska rockfish assessments that had decreases in survey estimates together at a single meeting. We recommend scheduling reviews of stocks for which the council, for which you recommended exploring potential flexibilities in the biologically informed recommended distributions at the same meeting so that we can go back and forth and try to be consistent in process among them. And then we also asked if the AFSC staff would consider bringing forward an update rather than a full assessment of Gulf shortraker, because that would allow possible review in October. And so like the whole section of rockfish might be able, we at least would have the flexibility to consider moving all of that group to October. And just as a note, the full assessment, the changes that at least in the meeting, we believe they're going to be doing are ones that we actually supported in 2023. So I think it may be possible to do what they're intending with an update assessment, but we didn't want to miss something, so. And I guess, yep, that's the end of my presentation for this.
Thank you for the report. See if there are any questions. Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On the last slide, and I'm probably missing a piece, those first two bullets, those are still specific just to 2026, or is that broader advice for future years? I'm probably missing a piece there.
No, absolutely. This is specifically for 2026 because we can't get them done in December. Normally we'd have them at a single meeting, but if we're going to split it up among 3 meetings, we thought some of this grouping would be helpful so that at least we could try to be consistent among stocks.
And maybe it's not for SSC chairs, maybe it's for you, Madam Chair, about whether you're looking for council approval of this. Is this something we're putting out there as we want public comment on, or is this just informative to the council on how to manage something after a government shutdown once we have kind of an inordinate amount of stock assessments to review in 1 year?
Thank you for that, Ms. Kimball. I do think that we would appreciate public comment on this if the public had any, but some level of discussion and follow-up after the conclusion of public testimony before we begin the rest of our agenda. So thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Okay, so that brings us to public testimony. And hold on, I'm going to pull up my list here. So as a reminder, the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations, 6 minutes. We have 5 people signed up, beginning with Jamie O'Connor, followed by Ben Enticknap.
Whenever I'm ready. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to chat with you today. My name is Jamie O'Connor. I'm here with Intertidal Consulting on behalf of the Ocean Conservancy. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to draw attention to a time-sensitive federal action that you may have already heard about, but it directly intersects with this body's mandate to conserve fishery resources and protect fishing communities. So the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has issued a request for information and interest on commercial leasing for the outer continental shelf minerals in offshore Alaska. The 30-day comment period is currently open until March 2nd. And while this action is framed as an information gathering step, it lays the groundwork for potential seabed mineral leasing and deep sea mining across vast areas of Alaska's outer continental shelf. The areas identified in the BOEM RFI overlap extensively with regions that this council has already recognized as essential for fisheries sustainability. These include the Gulf of Alaska, seamounts, the Aleutian Arc, the Bering Sea, Norton Sound, and Arctic waters. Many of these areas are designated essential fish habitat, critical habitat for protected species, or are subject to bottom contact closures already adopted by this council, precisely because the seafloor integrity is fundamental to fish production. Deep sea mining poses direct risks to those management objectives. It's an experimental, unproven industry at this point. It's not been demonstrated to be environmentally safe or commercially viable anywhere in the world. The proposed extraction methods would destroy seafloor habitat, generate sediment plumes that can travel far beyond the mining site, and introduce noise and pollution that affect the marine food web from plankton to fish to marine mammals. There is no proven way to remediate the damage done by deep sea mining to these ecosystems once it's occurred. And from our understanding, the areas that are under review in Alaska, it's more of that crustal deep sea mining, which is especially incompatible with habitat and fisheries. So let's see, the commercial fishing industry already is restricted from bottom fishing in many of these areas because of their ecological importance. It would be deeply inconsistent for a different federal agency to contemplate industrial mining in places that this council has already worked to protect. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to submit formal comments to BOEM, clearly documenting the conflicts with the essential fish habitat designations, existing fishery closures, and the council's ecosystem-based management framework. I also request that the Alaska's congressional delegation and relevant state leaders be copied on the correspondence and ensure that relevant decision makers understand the implications for fisheries management. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council has long been a leader in precautionary science-based stewardship, and this BOEM process presents a clear case where the council's voice is not only relevant, but necessary. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to protecting Alaska's fisheries, ecosystems, and fishing communities.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. O'Connor. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for bringing this to our attention. My question is really about the map at the end. Is that something that you or Oceana put together, doing the overlay between, I guess, habitat features that you've determined are important and the actual RFI area? Did you put that together?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So that was put together by the Ocean Conservancy team as an example of some of the areas that are under consideration for this RFI that have already been designated or assessed as important for fisheries management. From my understanding, this RFI is much broader than those areas. That's just some of the areas that are under consideration.
Follow up then, is there a map that exists that shows all the areas?
To my understanding, thank you for the question through the chair, that is not something that BOEM has released or worked on. That's been made available to the public. So that's part of our request, is that the areas that this council has already protected be communicated to BOEM in their process, and that information be made available to them. My hope would be that they would reach out to you, but if that hasn't happened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, we have one more question for you, Mr.
Madam
Chief.
Chair, I'm okay. I can catch up with Ms. O'Connor later. Thank you.
Okay, false alarm. Sorry. Ben Enticknap is next, followed by Kathy Hansen.
Good afternoon, Chair Drobnica and members of the council. I am Ben Enticknap representing Oceana. Just following Ms. O'Connor's, Oceana also has concerns with deep sea mining off the coast of Alaska. I attached the request for information to our public comments, and we would also like to echo the request that the council submit a comment letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management as it begins this very first step that could lead to ocean mining off Alaska and in these very important habitats in the Arctic and the Bering Sea, Aleutians, and on Gulf of Alaska seamounts. And I would also suggest it's a terribly short deadline. I would request an extension of that deadline as well. I'd start with that and then follow up with a detailed letter if they do not extend that deadline. The second item that I would like to speak to is essential fish habitat. I would like to acknowledge the NOAA GC report highlighting Oceana's legal appeal that's now before the Ninth Circuit. And I know that you're going to be hearing from the SSC as well soon on the 2028 EFH work plan. As you know, there are volumes of studies on the effects of bottom trawling on seafloor habitats, including the National Research Council and the National Academy of Sciences that have found that bottom trawling reduces habitat productivity, it reduces the complexity and the diversity of seafloor habitats. Despite that, the National Marine Fisheries Service has never found that bottom trawling off the coast of Alaska affects essential fish habitats in a way that's more than minimal and not temporary. That's kind of that language that requires mitigation, more than minimal and not temporary. And this is based largely on the fishery effects model that's averaging fishing impacts across broad areas. So the model does show that there are areas that have really highly intense impacts, but overall they're finding that it's minimal because they're averaging it over very broad areas. And then they're finding that it's temporary because they're saying that a lot of these habitats will recover quickly, but the model makes a serious error in our judgment that it's because it's averaging very long-lived habitat features that are very slow to recover and highly susceptible to damage with habitat features that are very quick to recover. And then it's further underrepresenting the impacts to long-lived corals by saying that those corals are only in waters deeper than 300 meters on cobble and boulder habitat, and that their recovery rates are about 50 years. Well, we know that long-lived coral habitat is much more extensive in Alaska, including the upper slope and on the continental shelf. And we know that some of these corals, like red tree corals, can be 400 years. So a recovery time of only 50 years is just a minimal component of these animals' lifetime as they continue to grow and create structure and habitat for species important to Alaska's fisheries. So we are challenging this in court. We are going to continue to come here and talk with you about improving this model, and we really hope to be able to improve that model. What we really want to be talking with the council about is How do we protect habitats? I think we know bottom trawls damage coral and sponge habitats. Can we find a way to protect habitats while maintaining a sustainable and productive fishery? I think we can. I think this council has done amazing work already in the Aleutians. You've protected areas in the northern Bering Sea and many other areas. We've highlighted a very big gap in that protection in the central and western Gulf of Alaska that we've presented to you in our proposal. We think that we can work here, and we would like to have that conversation with you going forward about how to do this in a way that's a win for habitat, for sensitive species, and a win for fisheries into the future. And I think we can get there. We don't want to be in court. This is not what we want to do. We don't want to spend this whole next EFH review focused just on the model either. We think it's really important to focus on the component of enhancing and conserving essential fish habitat. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yeah. See none. Thank you so much. So our next testifier is Kathy Hansen. I think she's joining us remotely, followed by James Kearns.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, members of the council. My name is Kathy Hansen. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Alaska Fishermen's Alliance. We're a small vessel multi-gear group representing salmon, crab, shrimp, and longline fisheries of Southeast Alaska and Gulf of Alaska for IFQ and sablefish. I want to speak to the IFQ report just really briefly. I think there is one set of data that's starting to be missed in the report, and that's the gaff fish that's being leased to the charter sector. And Ms. Kimball's question regarding about the active permit holders kind of points to it. So it'd be nice to see in following years the amount of gaff that's been leased to the charter sector, how much of it's been used in both pounds and number of fish, and then also the percentage and number of blocks that is being leased, particularly how many of the small blocks are completely being leased and how many are still being fished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hansen. I'll see if there are any questions for you. No. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. So next up is James Kearns, followed by Trent Hartill. Is James online? Okay. James, we're not hearing you. If you can unmute yourself, please. Can you try *6, James? Okay, one moment. We'll try to connect. And if not, we'll circle back. Okay, we'll circle back to James. We'll go to Trent Hartill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Trent Hartill for the record, representing American Seafoods. I just wanted to briefly testify on the Bycatch report that was included in the agenda under B1 that Mike Fye presented to the council. I just wanted to thank the council and the agency for pulling that together. I think that was a very good representation of some summary statistics that is very helpful when communicating to different constituents and different parties. You know, a lot of the data in our fisheries and our management is very dense. It's very complicated. Even for myself, who's been around this process for long enough, finding information can sometimes be burdensome. So having that easily accessible, just high level presentation, I think was very valuable. Just a couple thoughts going forward. First, I hope that you do this on an annual basis. So continue the practice. And I think to enhance the report, I think adding in additional information on crab bycatch would be helpful, as well as achieved observer coverage rates throughout the fisheries. That's a piece of information that I think is particularly challenging to find. I went back and was looking for achieved rates recently and found that some of the best summary information was actually in previous council motions summarizing that. Thank you, Nicole. So those are just two pieces. Perhaps there's others, but I think it's a great report. Thank you for doing it and hope to see it in future years. That's all I have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Thank you very much. So we'll circle back to James Kearns. Hey, can you try to unmute yourself again, James? We can see you online, but we can't hear you. So maybe we may have to try this again during staff tasking. I apologize, we're not able to connect. But yeah, we will try to work that out before now and the end of the meeting and hopefully hear from you during staff tasking. I apologize for that. So let's take our mid-afternoon break and come back at 3:05 and see what the wishes of the council are on our B agenda items. Thank you.
Oh, no.
I know, it's the not getting it.
Yeah, same.
Speaker. I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, James, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me there?
Yes, James, we can hear you. Thank you.
Here's something. I guess not getting on that.
Welcome back, everyone. So we did have a testifier having technical difficulties. He got online actually right before we broke and tried to reach us. So we'll take his testimony and then we'll go immediately into discussion on any follow-up the council would like to take on our B agenda items. So if James is online.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yep, welcome.
Oh, perfect. I'm so sorry about the technical difficulties. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is James Kearns. I'm with Halibut Forever out of Gustavus, Alaska. My comment is about that unguided business that you guys are not going to be considering really too much, but I know you're going to be considering it because you've been doing it for a long time. So I just wanted to say I read all the comments of the unguided halibut fishery, and I wanted to just say that so many of the comments suggested that commercial fisheries not having any or enough reductions or restrictions was the cause for them having to do it in the recreational fishery. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate the efforts of this council to manage the resource fairly. You've done a wonderful job of doing that. And people don't know, but everybody except that unguided recreational fishery has had to be restricted and reduced many times. So, and I just wanted to clarify that recreational and subsistence fisheries are very different. Just because a recreational fisherman spends a bunch of money to go fish for halibut, and they even eat the fish that they recreationally caught, they are not subsistence fishermen. People need to be aware of that. And state residency is not a criteria in a federally managed fishery. We all know that. You guys all know that. So. Also, there really are three halibut fisheries. There's a commercial, there's a recreational, and there's a subsistence. And I believe that each of those fisheries should get their own separate and distinct allocation of the halibut resource. And I believe that the recreational allocation should be for all recreational halibut fisher persons, equally guided or unguided. It should be equal for all of them. Also, I wanted to reiterate that charter boat operators who carry recreational halibut anglers to fishing grounds are not commercial fishermen. You've heard me say that before, but rather we're commercial boat drivers. But you do have to have a CHP and to do that, and there are a limited number of those, and so it is a limited entry profession, and you just can't get into it if you want to. You have to buy your way in nowadays. And finally, I wanted to just make us think about this, is that the non-transferable CHPs, which were awarded despite the fact that the applicant did not fulfill all the requirements for a transferable CHP, and I know because I have a transferable one and a non-transferable one because I had 2 years where I didn't have a skipper to drive my other boat. But those non-transferable CHPs should not be eligible for lease. That's just not right. Rather, if the owner of a non-transferable CHP does not use their permit, then it should be revoked and removed from the system, and then we get rid of this CHP latency. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you so much. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties. Appreciate the work you do.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kearns, and I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So let's circle back, see if council members would like to take any action or have any further discussion on our B agenda items. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wondered if it might be possible, I did maybe want to discuss the IFQ report to the fleet a little bit, and I wondered if it would be possible to ask Mr. Fye a couple of questions.
Mr. Fye, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye. I think you were in here for public comment on the B agenda items, and just really, again, appreciate your work on the IFQ report to the fleet as it currently stands. And I was wondering, based on my understanding of the IFQ report to the fleet as it stands today largely being a data pull, if you will, rather than maybe a fuller analysis like was done in the past. Did you have a chance to think about the two suggestions maybe that were made to add to the IFQ report to the fleet in terms of the gaff fish harvested and the sort of the IFQ block or quota share block, I guess is the correct term. Can you just give us, is that even possible? Is that sort of consistent with the way that you prepare? Is it a data feed? Can you just real high level, do you have anything that you could share about that? I'm just not remembering.
Sure. Thanks for the question. For the record, my name is Michael Fye with ACFIN. The GAF portion is not a data pull that I'm familiar with. There is a GAF report that NMFS does on an annual basis that could potentially be leveraged and pulled into the IFQ report to the fleet, or that GAF report could also be worked on to make more readily available in the B reports or something of that nature. So that is a report I'm aware of. I'm not completely familiar with how to pull that, but I do think that would be doable to bring in some manner. Regarding the block, that's not something that I'm aware of on how to pull together. I think that might have been something pulled in the earlier IFQ report to the fleet in the earlier years, but that's not readily available information as far as I'm aware of. That would definitely take more effort on my part to pull together.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Okay, maybe if there are any other questions for Mr. Fye while he's up here. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had the MRA emergency exemption letter from the agency. And I don't think we need a motion, but they had asked for some feedback. And so I've had some informal conversations with industry since we didn't get any public comment on that. And the folks that I've spoken with so far feel like this is consistent, and it's consistent with what I understood our approach was when we took action in October. And so I just wanted to provide that feedback and an opportunity if other council members wanted a different approach, as the agency letter was looking for feedback if we had it.
Thank you for circling back on that issue, Ms. Vanderhoeven. I'll see if anyone has any other comments on the MRA recommendations from the agency or any questions. Okay. Thank you. Any other topics? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that over the break, I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Fye about the Bycatch report and the potential to include information on achieved observer coverage, crab bycatch rates and groundfish fisheries, and historical year-over-year data in the directed longline fishery for halibut. It's my understanding that he's going to take some time to think about how this could be best be included in future bycatch reports. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Fye for the work on the report and looking forward to future ones.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I know that he was taking notes on some of the conversation that we had, as well as the public testimony. I think it's important to understand, how much of an analytical pool this is, and we can kind of coordinate with, or hoping Mr. Fye will, of course, coordinate with the executive director and be able to make the calls as appropriate, depending on how heavy of a lift that is. As I posed a question about, whether or not to incorporate this in the in-season management report or keep this separate, and I think it. In some communications with the agency, it does. This is the first year that we've seen the report, so I think it would be more appropriate for us to continue to build upon it and see how it evolves over time before asking the agency to incorporate coding into the in-season management report until we get this to a spot that is mature and makes sense. But and keep it an independent report for now. So we'll look forward to seeing future iterations in the coming years, and then discuss, whether or not at that time it's appropriate to fold into our in-season management reports. Okay, yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And continuing on our reports prepared by Mr. Fye, I did just thank you for responding to those questions. And on similar lines, my request, I guess, would be in response to the testimony we heard today for additions to the IFQ report to the fleet is maybe just ask Mr. Fye to explore those two requests a little bit, and maybe similarly to the chair's requests for the bycatch report, maybe just, report back to the executive director and really, let us know if these requests are sort of consistent with the data polls that you're doing to prepare the report now, and maybe we can evaluate if it makes sense to add something similar to what was requested.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Are we on a new topic?
Yes.
We got our SSC report, and so I think on D2, planning for stock assessments this year, I think it's appropriate to address it now as opposed to waiting, but I think they laid out a plan for how the SSC would continue to review in 2026 a larger number of stock assessments at various levels. I think they're looking for at least some council endorsement of that plan, which is a lot of agendaing for June, October, and then December. And so I really didn't see any issue with their plan. I appreciate the fact that they want to review all those assessments and not maybe skip some because it's a year in which we're doing more than would be normally necessary due to lack of stock assessments due to the shutdown last year. So I don't see an issue. I thought maybe we could have a discussion about that, or just maybe council nods that looks like a good plan.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for raising this. I agree. My only question about the proposed the recommendations from the SSC was the recognition that an additional June plan team meeting would be required. And I just understood, but just wondering if the council generally supports the SSC recommendations, how staff would sort of get back to us in terms of the feasibility of that, or how you would move forward with that in terms of the plan team meeting.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for that question. I think that after this meeting, as we normally do with scheduling, I think we need to take a look at the agenda for the SSC and the council going forward in June, October, and December. Just to ground truth a little bit, I think this is a great plan that the SSC has laid out, and I think the intent of how they think it's possible to sequence some of these different actions is useful. I do think we probably need to have a little bit more conversation with plan team chairs and think about, just make sure that we can do this in a feasible way. And if it's appropriate, then we could follow up on those conversations after this February meeting. I can consult with the chair as we normally do in setting a June agenda and be able to ground truth whether that making sure that we are able to prioritize all the items that the SSC needs to take up in June and October, that we have space on the schedule for those, and also the feasibility of looking at the setting a plan team meeting. I will note, just look to Ms. Cleaver to see if she has anything else to add in terms of scheduling, if she's been in touch at all with the plan team chairs. I know she was present in the SSC meeting and talking about this. So sounds like we will continue to have those follow-up conversations. I think this seems like it's possible going forward, but just hesitate to commit fully to that until we've had a chance to look comprehensively at what's on the June and October agendas.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Evans, and I really appreciate that and gathered that some discussions had already happened. It just occurred to me that because we don't have an April council meeting, when we leave, we won't have another opportunity to discuss this as a council before the plan team meeting would have to happen, right? Am I getting that sequencing right?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, we would, I think we would be able to have these conversations and make these decisions so that either in our newsletter or if not, shortly afterwards, we'd be able to make the plans to arrange dates for a May plan team meeting if we are going to go that route and decide on what exactly will be on the June agenda. So we'll get that information out to the public as soon as we can. But I just think a little more conversation is needful. And I'm not sure whether we'll be able to get that to you, get that completed before staff tasking. I feel like there's, I just don't want to promise something without having the chance to think that through and making sure we're able to accomplish all that we want.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On a different subject.
Okay, 1 minute. I just want to make sure that I saw a couple other hands, so make sure that we're done with that topic. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Since no other council member has raised this, I just want to tee up an item for staff tasking, which relates to the risk value matrix. And looking forward to having a little bit of discussion about how the executive director and Dr. Foy and I can work together on how to prep the council for or pull some material together for the council to be able to respond to that request by the end of June.
Okay, thank you. I think it would benefit the council to have a little more discussion on that before staff tasking. Thanks. Anything further? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I think the last one I had was on the EO. You know, we were asked to respond in pretty short order to the executive order on restoring American seafood competitiveness. I think we did that over the course of 2 meetings and received public comment and revamped our work plan and submitted that on time. Now I know that we've got this kind of group of comments that were provided specifically to NOAA. I appreciate staff's work in putting those at least in some 4 general themes for us. I wasn't seeing a need for us to revise our work plan based on those themes. I also feel kind of confident in that, knowing that we can take up any new item under a staff tasking agenda item if we see a priority. And then in Mr. Rauch's response, in some questions to this, understanding, you know, if the agency themselves saw an important priority that we missed, they can bring it to our attention after they go through all those comments. So I didn't see a real strong reason to revise our work plan. And so I would feel like we're satisfied with that and really welcome other council members' thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with Ms. Kimball. I think that the EO prompted a lot of discussion and a pretty ambitious work plan. I think we took the assignment seriously. We've added a lot of things to our docket. I appreciate the comments that the agency or this body can bring forward a new priority as it comes up. But otherwise, I feel like we've got a good to-do list to try to start working through. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kimball. And anything further? Okay. So that'll conclude our discussion on B reports, and I think we're ready to move into our C1 agenda item if staff is ready for us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm happy to have sitting in person here with me today, Dr. Pete Hulson from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And Dr. Hulson will be presenting to you the updated Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod assessment, as well as a few slides that provide some context for cod harvest specifications from the Ecosystem Status Report and the Ecosystem and Socioeconomic Profile, ESR and the ESP. And I believe we have Dr. Bridget Ferris and Dr. Clay Shotwell online if there are questions specific to the ESR and ESP documents. after you receive the presentation from Dr. Holson, Dr. Jim Iannelli will be providing a brief report from our recent Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team meeting. And that was from our meeting in January. And just as a reminder, I know you all talked about the Pacific Cod assessment and kind of why this is coming up at our February meeting. But the action in front of you today is to recommend Gulf Peacock harvest specifications for 2026 and 2027, so the remainder of 2026. And this is outlined in the action memo that's on your e-agenda, but this does include recommending a TAC that, as Ms. Kimball mentioned earlier, takes into account the state waters GHL fisheries, specifically different at this meeting compared to last meetings is the Eastern Gulf of Alaska adjustment that Ms. Bush from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game mentioned earlier, and that adjustment was not included in your action memo, so that's a new piece to this. As part of the final harvest specifications in the Gulf, you typically also include information on halibut PSC apportionments and allocations. And the hook and line halibut PSC limit is divided between the CV and CP sectors, and that's according to the Pacific Cod split formula that's in regulation. And so that is apportioned, the halibut PSC is apportioned in proportion to the Western Gulf of Alaska and the Central Gulf of Alaska tax for cod. So if you recommend tax for Pacific cod that are changed, then those PSC limits and apportionments, the apportionments and allocations also change, and those are shown in the action memo. So that's a table that you typically provide in your motion in December, just adjusted for any changes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Holson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. As Ms. Cleaver just said, my name is Pete Holson. I'm a stock assessment scientist at the Auk Bay Labs under the Alaska Science Center. So I shared with the SSC that on December 6th, Saturday afternoon at 12:33 p.m., I sent a text to my program manager and my supervisor, informing them that my work plan for the next couple of months was about to change because you had just passed a motion to explore the feasibility of doing the Gulf cod assessment. That Monday, Dr. Foy gathered us up as a team to talk about what we were possibly going to do. And I will say that all of us full well understood the exceptional circumstance that we had found ourselves in. We saw the opportunity in this to do the most important part of our job. And we stepped up to the challenge to see if we could complete this assessment by this meeting rather than just tell you whether we could do it or not. And while I get the opportunity to present it to you today, there's a team of some incredible people that walked next to me through this process, without which I would not have been able to get this done and I would not be sitting here today. Two in particular are Dr. Bridget Ferris, who put together the ecosystem status report. She collaborates with a large team of people that you can kind of see their tiny little names on that slide right there. And they're also in the report itself. But these are people that are within the center, university collaborators, all over the place. And then the next is Dr. Clay Shotwell. She puts together the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile for Gulf cod. She also has a team of people who contribute to that ESP. And then I have a group of co-authors on the stock assessment itself who set down a lot of time to help me out to make sure that we provided you with an assessment that was fully vetted, that was not, even though it was under somewhat of a compressed schedule, that it was the same quality that you would always get. So with that, I will do a brief overview of the ESR.
So the underlying story for the environmental conditions and ecosystem conditions in 2025 was that we had warmer than average conditions. And this wasn't just seen at the surface. This went all the way through the water column to the bottom. Specific to this stock, we are all acutely sensitive to seeing whether these conditions or thinking about whether these conditions and how they compare to what happened during 2014 to 2016. So there were some similarities in terms of the lower trophic level, but then there were other different signals that we got out of the upper trophic and ecosystem metrics. Now in 2026, there is cooling that has occurred. It's a bit cooler right now than it was last year. However, we still have concerns of residual heat in the water column as we go through the year. In terms of the ESR, one of the things that we use this for is as a possible avenue to including certain metrics or indices within the stock assessment. One of these is the spawning habitat suitability index. We've been looking at that in terms of recruitment. It was below average this year. So that in context with some of our surveys that we've seen, it's likely that the 25-year class will be lower than average because of the warmer conditions. Another was that we noticed observed a decrease in the cod body condition, which can indirectly point to prey availability during the year. So all those taken together, there was an increased risk that was external to the stock assessment that we identified this year based on the environmental conditions. So in terms of the assessment itself, bottom line up front, we are in Tier 3B, which means we are on the ramp of the control rule. And being as such, the F40 is decreased by 18% to come up with the FABC. For 2025, the biomass is estimated to be at B34.3. We're projected to slightly decline to B33.1 in 2026. The 2026 recommended ABC represents a 29% increase over the ABC from 2025. And by the end of this, we'll have talked a little bit about why we came to the conclusion of not recommending a reduction in the maximum ABC. So from the plan team and SSC presentations, I'm just going to highlight a couple of the important data and risk table considerations that went into this year's recommendation. So the first is the data. So there's two survey indices that are fit within this model. The first is the longline survey relative population numbers, and that is shown in that top plot right there. And then the second is the bottom trawl survey numbers index that's shown in the bottom plot. So the longline survey RPNs decreased by 5%. The bottom trawl numbers increased by almost 50%. There was clearly they're inconsistent. So we dug in a bit into the longline survey to try to understand why that decreased in comparison to what we saw on the trawl survey. What we found was that in the Western and Central Gulf regions where most of the cod population resides, that in both of those in the longline survey, they increased. So this decrease was driven by the Eastern Gulf, and it so turns out that it was driven by a single station where the catch decreased from basically the highest catch in 2023 that we had seen in the survey. So this was from a single station in a single region that drove the decline in this index. If you take one of the things you can do is take out the area size effect, and what we found was that just the numbers CPUE actually increases across the Gulf by almost a little over 7%. So the next, we looked into the trawl survey a little bit closer, and this was based upon the discussion that we heard at the SSC and in the Council in December. Those of us that use this data in stock assessment, and those of us at the center that collect this data to then be used in stock assessment, our ears definitely perked up when there was discussion about the restratification of the survey. And ultimately leading to this question of, did the restratification have an effect on the resulting 2025 index estimates for Pacific cod? Now, we recognize this design has been extensively reviewed. It's been extensively studied. However, fish don't tend to care what theory or simulations tell them that they should be doing. So one of the things that we tried to do to provide you with more information was to use the historical data that had been collected and go back and put it into the strata as following the 2025 design. There's a lot of math that goes into this, but essentially the question that we were trying to answer was, if you take into account the differences in the survey design, is there some sort of bias or difference in trends that are induced by this re-stratification of the survey? Man. Oh, here we go. Ultimately, what we found was that it did not. So these are the results for Gulf Pacific cod. In the top left plot there, the top is the biomass, the bottom is the numbers index, and then the bottom right plot is by subregion for biomass, the Western Gulf on top, Central Gulf in the middle, Eastern Gulf on the bottom. So the Ridge time series, that is the original time series based upon our historical data that is currently used in the stock assessment. The PS stands for post-stratify. So that is when taking those historical stations and putting them into the new strata. And as you can see, for the most part, there really isn't that much difference. And there certainly is no shift in the magnitude of the index for any of these indices coming out for Pacific cod. There is some variability in the point estimates, as should be expected with survey data. So ultimately, that led us to the conclusion that this re-stratification and the new design did not have an effect on what the point estimate was for this index in 2025. This continues trends that we've been observing for the last several years. It's within the range of what we've seen before. But I will make the note that Gulf cod is one of the best test cases for this. It's widely distributed. We catch it a lot in the survey. For other species and stocks that are more difficult to sample, like rockfish, survey variability will remain a factor. And you will see some of these results in June. The center is currently putting together a white paper. And I do want to note that all this work was done in collaboration with my colleagues at the Groundfish Assessment Program. And this was something that we added on to this assessment to present to you this year. Now, in terms of the risk table, there were a lot of different factors that went into the thought process to think about what the external risks to the assessment were this year. And they went through the data and the model and how we do the projections and where we are in stock status and the harvest control rule. But ultimately, you really distill them down to asking this question. Have we been here before? What happened? And can we learn anything from that? So I think this figure that is shown here helps to illustrate how we can think about this. So what's plotted here is the total biomass in blue as estimated by the model. And then those red points with the vertical lines, that's the annual marine heat wave index. And so there's 3 years that are highlighted here, the last year being this year. There was warmer conditions. And then if you look back, you can see that 2014 had a similar magnitude. And then we also are thinking about 2019 as well, because that had a lot of big, moderate to severe heat wave event as well. Now, of course, in 2014, it followed the major heat wave followed and the population collapsed. And then in 2019, the heat wave decreased afterwards, but in 2019, that model was used to recommend the fishery closure in 2020. And in most of the fundamental form of that model, we have continued to use that through this year. So tying it all together, there are certain aspects of the current stock assessment process that serves to mitigate risk. But the question remains is whether the risk that we've identified for the environmental conditions in 2025, whether the assessment mitigates these. And to be truthfully honest, it's not clear as to how the risk is mitigated with the assessment, but it's also unknown as to whether these environmental conditions will remain into 2026. So taken all together, we did not recommend a reduction in the max ABC. However, at the same time, we acknowledge that there is increased risk associated with this recommendation for this year. For apportionment, we went with a method that has been approved before for the Goa Thorny Head complex. I've shown you here the 2025 adopted apportionment percentages and what the catch levels were for each of those regions, the 26 status quo, and then the 26 recommended apportionment. So the recommended model, what it serves to do is to smooth out the interannual differences between the regions while still reflecting changes in the survey and relative abundance within each of these subregions. And that is all that I have. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holson. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the work, of course. I had a question on slide 9, back on the risk table and the have we been here before? And I was trying to search through the assessment because I think you did a good job describing the risk table and then your conclusions on whether to reduce from max ABC, but I can't pull all that up right now. So what I really want to know is, are we in a very different situation than we were in maybe 2019? I mean, it looks like we would characterize what we saw in terms of warmth at both the surface and at depth as a marine heat wave, but then we also see temperatures cooling in this year. So were we in a marine heat wave and we're coming out of it, or what's the real difference? I think I missed that between what we're seeing now and the dynamics for the fishery versus what we saw in 2019.
Sure. Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. So as you can see, the marine heat wave index is slightly smaller than 2019. I think one of the differences, it's not so much like where we were at in 2019, but what happened after 2019 is after that year, we've observed an increase in the population in both the longline survey and in the trawl survey. And not only that, we track several other auxiliary indices in the model just as helpful information. So the ADF&G bottom trawl survey is something that we track. That's also increased since 2019. And then the proportion of cod caught in the shallow water flatfish fishery is like they're not targeting cod, so it's an incidental catch, and it can give us an index of how many of them are out there. That has also increased as well. So it was more of a thought process of we had that high event in 2019, but the population seemed to recover from it. And it wasn't as affected as it was after 2014, 15, and 16. I guess I'll also point out that, both the population characteristics and the assessment model structure that we're using now are much different than it was back in 2014. We had much higher densities of cod, and it looks like they didn't do well when you had multiple years stacked up against each other.
Thank you. That is really helpful. And I think, as you know, in trying to provide input to the plan team as well, like the on the water reports are that every gear sector is finding cod and that CPUE was high and condition was good. And so is this an indicator? I think you said, like, should we be more concerned or watching effects on adult cod, or would we be more concerned about effects on juvenile cod that haven't really recruited into the fishery yet? Where do these factors make us look or just pay more attention to, I guess, in terms of what year classes might be affected?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair. Great question. So in thinking about the ABC, my mind goes to the spawning biomass because that's what's driving the recommendation itself. So thinking about what the conditions were that could affect changes to spawning biomass where we may have gotten it wrong in our recommendation and therefore would want to reduce that from maximum ABC because of an increased risk. However, looking forward, I mean, you're certainly thinking about incoming year classes as well and how these conditions could affect them. It is likely that, so 2019, that's our lowest recruitment estimate in the time series, that year class. In 2025, it's likely that they're not going to be a bomber year class either. I do know in some presentations that we do, so the model itself is estimated below average recruitment for some time now. However, we have indications coming from a beach seine survey that is conducted, as well as we track the proportion of cod that are caught in the Pollock A season, which gives us an indication of how many H2s are out there that are about to settle out. And both of those indicate that particularly the 2020 and 2022 year classes are in the water right now, and the model does not estimate those very well. So there is really this balance between model performance and then how you confront that model with the data and the observations that we're seeing.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your information and presentation. Does the indication there of the decrease to below average Pacific cod body condition, what does that mean, or how should I look at that in context with some of the other things you've presented? Or should I worry about it, I guess, is the thing. Maybe that's the better question.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. William, thank you for that question. I have a similar question as well, because we track body condition for many of the stocks in the Gulf, and how that translates through to survivability or condition of the adult population and spawning population in particular later on is still something that we're looking at and trying to figure out. I think what in the context of cod and the decrease in body condition this year is we think that might have something to do with prey availability, but if you also look at other sections of the ESR, you see that there's some prey availability that was good this year. So while I think it's a concern, it's a concern that I would want to keep my eye on and just acknowledge that there's increased risk. But in terms of just looking at like growth from the survey and from the fisheries that we use in the model this year, it doesn't at the adult scale, those differences are very small from year to year. Yep.
Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Olson. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Dr. Holson. Would you mind just taking another pass at explaining slide 12, please? I didn't really track what's the take-home message there, other than I see the percentages shifting around, but the title, I just didn't track what you had done for that shift of the apportionment. Thanks.
Sure. And I think I have an extra slide on this that I'll show you real quick. I think to provide context is, so there, well, okay, to get into the way, there are two changes that were made to this. One was in how we do process error. So that's how you estimate year-to-year changes in the biomass estimates. The other was the amount of error that you allow from the survey observations. So we allowed for there to be extra error. And essentially what that does is you'll see in that plot, that upper plot there with the red is the recommended and the blue dashed. What you see is that this serves to smooth these estimates out. And so it doesn't chase the high ones as much and it doesn't chase the low ones. And essentially, I guess the claim that I make in this is that mimics what the real stock assessment does. So this is a separate model outside of the stock assessment. And in the main stock assessment, we have all these other sources of data coming in, the length compositions, the age compositions, the catch, and all of that to inform us about how the population changes from year to year. And this recommended change to the apportionment method serves to more mimic what the annual year-to-year changes are in the main assessment. Yeah.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't have another question. I just want to thank you and the team very much for the work. I'm sure you've gotten some accolades, but it's not a small task that you that you had to take on. I know it took away from other work, but it also is a huge benefit to people in the Gulf of Alaska and every gear type. So I feel like it was worth it, but I didn't have to do the work, but just a lot of gratitude towards your work. Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy to work.
Thank you. Thank you both. And Ms. Cleaver?
Madam Chair, I believe next, with your permission, we have Dr. Iannelli on for the brief plan team report. And if we could just pull up those slides.
Thank you. As Sarah pulls the slides up, for the record, this is Jim Iannelli, co-chair of the Groundfish, Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team. And just again, another shout out to Pete for getting all this work in queue, and did a fantastic presentation at the SSC and at the plan team, and I'm really grateful for that. We had almost full participation. A few members couldn't make it, but we did have a successful short Gulf meeting and in hybrid form. Next slide, please, Sarah. It's a very short presentation. We did this in conjunction with the Harvest Control Rule meeting that was also held at the Alaska Center in Seattle. And we talked about all of the ESR, the ESP from Calais was great. And we had a few recommendations from the assessment itself. And we also note future meetings. And one thing, since the council took up scheduling and the intensity of that, and I was reflecting, I've been doing this for quite a while. We used to do every assessment every year. I just wanted to shout out to the SSC. I think, from way early on, the full SAFE report with all the stocks was a couple hundred pages. And then for a large part of my career, it was several thousand pages. And I think the SSC, in combination with others, have really improved. And because of that, the review wasn't quite as extensive as it probably should have been. And I just wanted to shout out to the SSC because they do a really thorough job, sometimes painstakingly thorough on reviewing our assessments. And I think the schedule allowances have been generally an improvement, and we certainly appreciate the feedback, and the list of things that we have to deal with each year continues to grow, but I think that's healthy, and that's been a positive benefit for our management in the ecosystem context for all the groundfish. So that's one soapbox. Next slide is the last one, please. So we reviewed the report and had fairly lengthy discussions on understanding what's decreasing, what's increasing, and kind of some of the medium-term projections that look quite positive, and noted that positive increase after 2027 in spawning biomass was mostly due to anticipated recruitment. And anticipated recruitment is an issue for this stock that Pete in the past has done extensive analyses on, showing that, wow, we've gone through a period of poor recruitment for a number of years. And if that continues, we're never going to return to our benchmark. And so that's just a kind of a fact of life. And that's actually one of the recommendations that we made, was to look at that again and see how that looks. Otherwise, we appreciated the work that was done in the short time, and we're able to check through all of the previous model that was accepted by the SSC for the 2024 assessment, and we're completely satisfied with that, including the apportionment scheme that was undertaken, and we agreed with the general smoothing of allocation based on uncertainty in the biomass, and the expectation that we wouldn't expect the populations within regions to change so drastically. There's some technical aspects I really don't need to get into, but yeah, I think that's concludes our plan team report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Are there any questions on the plan team report? Yes, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Iannelli. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the last slide here correctly. So it sounds like the expectation is that there was an increase here for 2026. There's going to be a slight decrease in 2027, but then we're expecting the stock to increase again. Is that what I heard?
So there's a couple of things in play. You know, one was that we're in tier 3B, so that means we're on this ramping harvest rate. So relatively minor changes in spawning biomass estimates relative to the target or where the slope changes to flat can have a pretty big impact on the ABC. So where we are on that slope changed a little bit relative to the 2024 assessment. And so that was one part. And then the other parts were due to the survey aspect. That's the first part about the trend in the near term. It's kind of showing a decline. And those are for mature fish for which we've had generally observations on the year classes that are coming in. The second point, which you alluded to, is that now beyond that, we don't have any data on what the recruitment is going to be like. And by convention, we use the full time series. And so that includes the high recruitment period before the heat wave, and includes all the recruitment. So that's what I mean by the expected value of what year classes will come in. Without any further information, we say the mean. And so I think because of that, we'll be looking forward to future analyses and some more decisions that will need to be required beyond the 2027 ABC. Is that helpful through the chair? Thanks.
Yeah, that was helpful. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you again, Dr. Iannelli. Okay, I think that brings us to our SSC reports. And it's a reminder to the public, anyone wishing to sign up to testify on C1, please do so before the end of the SSC report. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the Council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, co-chair of the SSC, and my other co-chairs, Dr. Ian Stewart and Dr. Jason Gasper, are here with me. So from the background that you've already heard, this is for the out-of-cycle operational update assessment in response to the motion in December. The SSC also commends the AFSC and all the analysts for producing the SAFE and the associated documents on this abbreviated timeline. And the SSC recognizes that taking up the GOA assessment out of cycle is unique because of the shutdown. There has been research, however, and based on that, the SSC notes that there is danger of prioritizing assessments based on survey trends and individual assessments. And so in this approach, if repeated, can inadvertently create bias in the management system that's not anticipated in the FMP. The SSC recommends Model 24.0 that Pete presented in agreement with the author and the Groundfish plan team, puts the stock in Tier 3B. Based on this, Pacific cod was not subject to overfishing in 2024, not overfished or approaching an overfish condition in 2025. The SSC recommends setting the ABC at the max ABC in agreement with the author and the Groundfish plan team. The numbers are here. They're also in our report. We didn't have a specific table for this, so I put them on the slide. The SSC supports the revised approach to apportionment, and we've got the apportionment values up there as well. These are, we concur with the author and the plan team on these as well. Two things looking forward. There was, as you were talking about, the environmental conditions, there was elevated risk in the risk table for ecosystem considerations due to the unfavorable environmental conditions, which are similar to the blob that occurred in the 2000 teens. And they suggest that there's a risk of an increased risk of poor recruitment and reduced growth and survival of Pacific cod in the upcoming years. There was no reduction from max based on this because those impacts won't affect 2026 or 2027. And so it's something to be aware of for the future. And we recommend carefully monitoring Pacific cod, especially if the warm conditions continue. We had a number of research recommendations in our report. I'm not gonna repeat them here. You can find them there. The only one that I wanted to bring up, and you've heard about this before, because of emerging information about the migratory behavior of Pacific cod, the SSC highlights the need to reconsider assessment and management of Pacific cod. We have brought in a few years now, I think we've brought the research recommendation that we've made to AFSC to look at combining the models and have a spatial model that combines the Eastern Bering Sea and Gulf. The only reason this is here now is because we recognize that in order to use a shared model that goes over those two regions, that also affects the management. And we just wanted to make sure that we were letting you know that we were recommending research into that, since both obviously would need to occur at the same time, depending on what the research shows. And that's the end of my report. I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Seeing none, thank you all.
Thank you.
So that brings us to public testimony on C1. Looks like we have 5 people signed up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, and organizations and associations 6 minutes. So we'll start with Ben Lay, followed by Carlin Hoblet.
Yes, through the chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. My name is Ben Lay. I own and operate a 58-foot combination vessel out of King Cove, Alaska. First, I'd like to thank you for prioritizing a comprehensive analysis of Gulf cod. This assessment is vital to our region and its fishermen. We appreciate the Council's recognition of this importance. This action reinforces your commitment to the fishermen, processors, and communities of Alaska. I would like to highlight the significant work done by Pete Holson in understanding the movement patterns of Western Gulf cod. As presented at the September Plan Team meeting, it is evident that Western Gulf of Alaska cod exhibit strong seasonal migration to Eastern Bering Sea and the Northern Bering Sea. These tagging results support what the Western Gulf Fleet has seen on the waters year after year. We feel this information gives biological basis for a stronger cod apportionment. As Pete points out in his summary, there are options on the table to remedy this situation, and we hope the Council will support the advancement of these options. Although the solutions vary, ranging from simpler and more immediate to complex multi-year endeavors, we trust that the process will produce the best long-term solution over time, while also immediately taking action in the interim. Considering this, we respectfully ask the Council to request AFSC to do a thorough analysis of the solutions developed that acknowledge the migratory behavior of a portion of Western Gulf of Alaska stock. It is important to recognize that not all fish migrate, and any solution should avoid assuming the entire population resides in either the Bering Sea or Gulf of Alaska. Additionally, we ask that the council request AFSC to provide an update at the next council meeting outlining available options and a proposed timeline for moving forward. This request is made on behalf of the Western Gulf fishermen, small businesses, and communities such as False Pass, King Cove, and Sandpoint that depend directly on cod opportunities. These communities have local fleets of combination boats that keep processing facilities operating year-round. Without groundfish opportunities, these plants risk becoming salmon-only producers, which could lead to the decline and disappearance of the communities that rely on them. This issue affects not only federal fisheries and fleets, but also the under 60 state boats. Nearly every vessel from these communities participates and relies heavily on the state water cod season. We urge the council to consider these factors and support a solution that sustains our fisheries businesses and communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Lay. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lay, for your testimony. I'm just trying to catch up on what some of those options might be. Are you asking for the Science Center to continue or to pursue development of a model that would be what C members just mentioned? Is that what you're looking for? A combined model?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I was actually specifically looking at the only options I see on the table at the moment, which was in Pete's presentation at the plan team. But there were three options there: the spatially and seasonally explicit model that estimates movement, then a single area Bering Sea integrated model, and then a kind of an ad hoc solution. And in that presentation, kind of get the pros and cons of all three options. Like I said, that some of them range in complexity, but we're not looking to catch fish that aren't there. We think there's more fish in the Gulf. I know we get surveyed in the summer, which is seeing a portion of the cod in that area, but in the winter when there's that spawning aggregation, that there's definitely a lot more cod around, and we know that they typically move out of the area, and I think those fish are getting accounted for. They're just getting accounted for in other regions. So we just would like that opportunity. If those are fish that are originating in the Gulf, we would just like to see the options exhausted that would allow that opportunity to be in the Gulf.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So next up is Carlin Hoblet, followed by Alex Jackson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council. Thank you for your opportunity to comment. My name is Carlin Hoblet. I'm a lifelong commercial fisherman and community member of False Pass, Alaska. I'm a stakeholder and operator of my family's 54-foot combination vessel. I applaud Dr. Halson and all the AFSC staff for their recent studies and presentations. Specifically, I appreciate the data highlighting the substantial seasonal migration between Western Gulf and Bering Sea Pacific cod stocks. I'm here to express concern regarding potential discrepancies in the stock assessment and identification of Western Gulf pea cod. These stocks are highly mobile and do not conform to federal management boundaries, making them inherently difficult to delineate. Given the continued challenges facing Gulf pea cod, every effort must be made to accurately identify, understand, and rebuild these populations. Analyzing the available information as soon as possible is crucial for recovery, and I encourage closer examination and management action to ensure accurate harvest opportunities. Furthermore, the absence of a meaningful Western Gulf pea cod fishery is likely to be compounded by ongoing political and regulatory pressures affecting other fisheries in the region. I'm deeply appreciative of your time and your willingness to undertake these expedited out-of-cycle evaluations. While I recognize these assignments are taxing, such actions are vital to small boat local fishermen who rely on every harvest opportunity to sustain their family traditions and businesses. Thank you for your consideration and for your efforts to ensure the long-term sustainability of coastal communities and the small businesses that support them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Hoblet? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So next up is Alex Jackson, followed by Charlotte Levy.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Chair Drobnica and members of the council, my name is Alex Jackson. I am the owner operator of the fishing vessel Kearns, a 58-foot combination vessel that trawls and pot fishes for Pacific cod based out of Sandpoint, Alaska. We strongly support the recommendations from the Groundfish Plan Team to increase the Gulf of Alaska 2026 Pacific cod ABC by 29%. Over the last several years, based on my observations at sea, it appears there are substantially more cod in the Western Gulf of Alaska than current surveys and quotas reflect. Pacific cod is vitally important to Gulf communities, and we need to seize every opportunity to harvest it when science supports doing so. Our town of Sandpoint risks losing its critical winter fishing opportunity if the local plant cannot secure enough cod during the winter. I also respectfully request that the council ask the Alaska Fisheries Science Center for an update on their progress incorporating Pacific cod movement and connectivity between the Western Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea into the stock assessment model, on whether stock assessors have sufficient resources and time to complete this important work. Thank you for your opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you again. So Charlotte Levy, followed by Jim Armstrong.
Chairwoman and council members, for the record, my name is Charlotte Levy. I'm the fishery analyst for the Aleutians East Borough, which includes several of the fishing communities, Sandpoint, King Cove, False Pass, and a few others that you heard from actually just before me. I do want to echo all of the many thanks that AFSC and Stock Assessment and council staff have received for this kind of Herculean effort. And I know it was a little unorthodox, but I think from what I'm hearing, stakeholders genuinely feel heard and appreciated this effort. So I'm going to dovetail a little bit on some of the testimony that you just heard, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I want to talk about a few specific things regarding the cod management and some of the emerging information on connectivity. So we're in a bit of a weird situation, and we're not at staff tasking because this is kind of a quasi-ask. We have stock assessment decisions that are obviously within the purview of AFSC, and the way that the flow of information usually goes is that the authors can put forward their stock assessments, which is then kind of reviewed by plan team and SSC, and there's a bit of back and forth. And then this eventually comes before the AP and the council to look at sort of allocation issues and things like that. But we find ourselves in a weird situation where there could potentially be several options for how to handle some of the cod management that was previously referenced that Pete Holson put forward in his plan team presentation. And while those are still going to be in the purview of AFSC and maybe the SSC, I think that they do have important socioeconomic impacts in sort of looking at those different options. And so in that sense, it's a little bit unorthodox, but I think that the models and the options are kind of reviewed in tandem with some of those socioeconomic considerations here. And I think the SSC, you know, in their report, there was some good discussion about that and kind of looking at both tracks. But we really need to figure out how to bridge the gap between the science and the socioeconomics. I'm not going to repeat everything that was just said, but there were those three options that were put forward in Dr. Hulsen's plan team presentation. And I just wanted to highlight a few concerns that I have about those options, not about the options, but just within each that I think need to be considered. So in changing the stock assessment model potentially across FMP areas, I think is going to be a huge undertaking. And there's obviously going to be some trade-offs between the complexity of a model and its benefits and sort of weighing, sort of what's worth it, so to speak. So while a single combined model may be underway already, I think it is still important that we look at a suite of options that are considered and to make sure that any of the decisions that are discussed, that there's still a way to incorporate the socioeconomics into the evaluation of the benefit that we use and kind of how we define benefit. So first, the Western Gulf biomass is likely a mere fraction of the overall Bering Sea biomass. And I'm concerned that looking at this purely from a modeling perspective or just looking at a single combined model has the potential to kind of wash out the impacts to the Western Gulf. So how we define that benefit kind of has to have that socioeconomic component. And to put more plainly, 1% of a Bering Sea quota might be small in the Bering Sea, but that same 1% is going to feel pretty big in, say, the Western Gulf. So it's kind of relative. My other concern is that there is a proportion of fish that consistently from year to year remains in the Western Gulf year round and do not migrate. We consider those sort of resident fish, whether they're the same population or a different sort of component of the same population is kind of yet to be known, but they are there. And there's also a large proportion that changes from year to year, but can be roughly 50% on average that do migrate to the Bering Sea. And those are fish in the Western Gulf in the winter during the fishery, but are gone before the summer and are not accounted for in the GOA survey. So I do have concerns about any approach that assumes the Western Gulf is entirely GOA or Bering Sea, and that it's not kind of what's reflected in the actual population dynamics. And if a combined model is favored, we just want to ensure that it can account for that resident population and isn't washed out by Bering Sea data. My last concern is simply, I just have an overarching concern for timeliness, and any solution that requires years of ongoing research and deliberation before fishermen see results is concerning. These are communities that are fading out right now and very quickly. We've just watched what happened in King Cove. We don't want that to happen in Sandpoint or False Pass. And I think these fishermen kind of are hoping to see some sort of interim option if we think that the greater ultimate solution is going to take years. So while this isn't necessarily a request for a specific analysis, I think it is a request that the council convey these concerns to the agency and ensure that the COD stock assessment authors have sufficient time and resources, and that as we move forward making these decisions, we look at kind of the science behind it as well as the socioeconomic impacts. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Levy. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Levy. I too would share your concerns about not just the timeliness, but just the lift of doing a combined Gulf and Bering Sea kind of regional model. So you had a lot of concerns in there. What are the shorter term solutions or options that you are more interested in?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I would say that, so first of all, I'm definitely in support of maybe a more permanent long-term option, and obviously whatever is sort of the best available science. I hope Pete doesn't kick me for this, but I do think that maybe it's possible to look at some of the more ad hoc approaches, maybe through a risk table or something where, we can make an informed, hopefully informed by maybe tagging or some other means, but an informed decision that isn't integrated into the model, but say through our risk table matrix, there's a proportion based on tagging of what we think is is a reasonable amount of like reallocation basically from the Bering Sea into the Western Gulf. And I mean, I'm no modeler, but I almost wonder if there's a way to kind of look at the GOA summer survey biomass and then look at the proportion of movement and then kind of do a little back calculation. I don't think napkin math is the perfect solution, but I do think that we know empirically there are fish that are moving. And if there's even a small amount in the interim that the Western Gulf can see, I think that would make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Jim Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the council, for the record, Jim Armstrong with the Freezer Longline Coalition. First, I just want to thank Dr. Pete Holson for getting the assessment turned around way ahead of schedule. Having a finished product for the plan team to review in January and the SSC to review at this meeting surprised everyone. I think anyone involved in the review process could have come up with a reason to slow things down, but instead everyone stepped up, and now we have a much larger ABC approved by the SSC and just one council vote away from going through rulemaking. That says a lot about everyone involved in the process. So thank you, Dr. Holson, Dr. Foy, council and agency staff for getting this done. For FLC as a whole, the Bering Sea is our primary harvest area, but 3 or 4 of our boats spend a decent amount of time in the Gulf, and several are fishing there right now. And for those boats that offload in Kodiak, the Gulf comprises a significant part of their total annual revenue in a given year. We were glad the SSC supported the conclusions of the assessment author and the plan team in terms of the risk table analysis. Dr. Holson's assessment report and presentation today did an excellent job explaining his decision to recommend setting ABC equal to ABC max. I think we all feel a little nervous talking about a large increase in Gulf cod ABC. As we heard, despite the dramatic increase, ABC max for 2026 is the product of additional precaution from biomass being on the ramp or sloping part of the Tier 3B control rule. At the same time, the decrease for ABC next year is a reflection in part of a decrease in biomass on the control rule ramp. So in 2026, biomass is up 18%, but ABC is up 37%. Next year, biomass goes down 15%, and ABC goes down 29%. So to be clear, if we were not on the sloping part of the control rule, the 18% increase in biomass this year would have increased ABC closer to 50%. I just verified that with Dr. Holson. Remember that these are small ABCs relative to the past for the Gulf, 30,000 to 40,000 currently compared to 85 to 100,000 in the pre-heat wave period. Because ABC is projected to drop back down again next year, I've heard some discussion about setting a reduced TAC in this year as an attempt to bank some of the cod for a larger ABC TAC next year. Although stable ABCs make sense from a business standpoint, the population dynamics for GOA cod right now are a little more complicated. Large cohorts are dying out from natural mortality. So leaving X amount of cod in the water this year doesn't mean you're going to get X amount out next year. In this case, the return on cod that are left unharvested in 2026 will be about minus 65%. So we wouldn't get an equal amount. We'd get about 35% of whatever we didn't harvest back. Because of that, FLC recommends the council adopt a 2026 Gulf TAC based on the full 2026 ABC determined by the SSC. So once again, thank you, Dr. Holson, Dr. Foy, and everyone who helped get this done. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So that concludes our public testimony on C1. And I think there may have been a question from council member, potentially for Dr. Holzman, excuse me. Dr. Holson, would you mind coming up, please? Thanks.
My apologies.
No worries. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Holson. We did get, a bit of testimony on the idea of some potential options for dealing with, I guess, what new tagging data is kind of showing, maybe some historical tagging data showing the same thing about the kind of amount of migratory behavior of cod, specifically out of the Western Gulf. And so is that a fair thing to ask you what the kind of status of that thought is around what that means for this stock assessment? I feel like the spatial model that's discussed in the SSC minutes is a long way off, but maybe there are other ways you're thinking about this that doesn't include that. And so if you can't answer it now, that's fine. But if you have thoughts for the council, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, through the chair. Ms. Kimball, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to this. So in terms of where we're at in stock assessment development, we just got funding for a postdoc, Dr. Matt Chang, to work on a spatially explicit model for this. And essentially what he will be doing is using a model that was developed for sablefish. And you can adapt the areas and all that to account for different movement. The tricky part with cod is that we're talking about seasonal movement. We're not talking about, like for sablefish, we're looking at movement rates on an annual basis. So in the Western Gulf, what I mean is that, as Ms. Levy just testified to, you have a Bering Sea population there in the wintertime that then move out by the summertime. So in a stock assessment model, you'd have to take that seasonality into account. Every one of these layers that you take into account in a stock assessment model makes it more complex and requires you to make some sort of decision on what data you need or what assumptions you're going to make. So at the end of the day, in a spatial model for Gulf cod with seasonality and exchange between the Western Gulf and the Eastern Bering Sea, because we don't have a winter survey or an index of how many are out there in the wintertime, we're going to have to make some sort of an assumption on movement rates. Because an index in the winter between the two areas is going to inform us of the amount of fish that move between the winter and summertime above and beyond what just the tagging data tells us. So essentially in that model, what I foresee us having to do is to make the assumption of what that movement rate is going to be. So then we have a model that has essentially a fixed movement rate between the two that you can then divide up the biomass and determine what the seasonality would be. There are other simpler ways to get at the same problem, since you would be assuming what the movement rate is anyway. And that it's akin to how we do apportionment in the Gulf with like random effects, smoother models and stuff like that. That's just basically you kind of get an estimate of what your summertime biomass is in the Gulf from the survey. You have an estimate of how many have moved out in the wintertime, and you can do some arithmetic to try to figure out what the proportion would be of Bering Sea quota that would be in the Western Gulf during the wintertime. This is a very big issue, right? Like, and we are spending a lot of time thinking about it. I've been working, Dr. Steve Barbeau at the center is also working very hard on this same problem. We're kind of working together to come up with a suite of models and options.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate that. Maybe it is worth the council's time to stay updated on that progress. It seems pretty big and sometimes it can get lost in all of our other agendas, but I appreciate the download on that and maybe we can think of ways to keep that maybe progress update in the council arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And so I'll go to Ms. Kimball for a motion on C1.
Yes, I do have a motion. Thank you. Through the chair, the motion reads, the council adopts the 2026 and 2027 Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod overfishing limits and ABCs as recommended by the SFC and the tax as shown in Table 1. The tax have been adjusted to account for the state water Pacific Cod GHL fisheries in Table 2. The council adopts the 2026 and 2027 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in Table 3. And the council supports NMFS's intent to implement this change through an in-season adjustment. And I'm not going to read through the tables, but with a second, I would speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mueller, for the second. Just briefly, but I do think I need to speak to it since it is out of our normal assessment cycle. Obviously, in December, the council recommended that the Science Center update the harvest specs to include 2025 survey data for the Gulf of Alaska, Pacific Cod, OFL, and ABC in early 2026 to potentially replace the specifications we adopted in December. That's what this motion is essentially. And of course, the impetus for this was there were no stock assessments completed last December due to the government shutdown. The Gulf Cod biomass went up 39% in the Gulf survey last year. It was really frustrating that the Gulf Cod ABC and TAC were going to go down because we couldn't incorporate survey information in the assessment. The new stock assessment shows the survey biomass for cod did significantly affect the results of the assessment. It results in a 37.5% increase in the Gulf Cod ABC. I appreciate the staff report to remind us that the whole intent of that motion was really to have the agency report back to the council on our staff capacity, process, timing, ability to hold an additional plan team meeting. But because that all came together more quickly than we thought, that came together at this meeting and avoided the idea of needing to do a whole separate council meeting for this action, which I greatly appreciate. That was very unexpected. If this passes as new OFLs, ABCs, and TACs, that would replace our specifications that we did in December. And NMFS has said that they would implement this through an in-season adjustment. The state, as also Fish and Game, has put out a public notice that they would consider adjusting GHLs. We understand the state doesn't really need to wait for the NMFS adjustment in order to modify GHLs, but they've put out a public notice that they are looking at that. I want to note again that this process to adjust PCOD specs went through the plan team, SSC, and now the council. It did not skip any scientific review. And like our standard process, we always set 2-year specifications. So that's why 2026 and 2027 are here, so that we don't have a gap in specifications, even though we fully expect to review and finalize 2027 specifications this coming December. I want to be clear that these numbers do mirror the plan team and SSC recommendations for OFLs and ABCs. The TACs are obviously set by the council. All of them, with one exception, follow the ABC minus the state GHL. The one that is different, please note that the Eastern Gulf federal TAC is slightly reduced by what might have been expected through this approach by 57 metric tons. And this was the root of my questioning to Ms. Bush when she gave the State of Alaska report. The Eastern Gulf was the only area here for 2026 that was slated to go down as a result of this new assessment. And the GHL fishery, state water fishery in the Eastern Gulf, has already begun. People had already registered. It's an exclusive fishery. If you choose to fish in that fishery, you can't fish in any other exclusive fishery. So it did not seem like a good approach to reduce that GHL kind of mid-season as a result of this work. In effect, it only reduces the federal Eastern Gulf TAC by 57 metric tons, and that TAC is usually only 20% harvested. So it is not a loss to anybody by retaining that GHL at the number we picked in December 2025. And then finally, I would have missed this if not for council staff. The bycatch limits for halibut are specified annually by fishery gear and season, and the regulations require that for catcher vessels and catcher processors using hook and line gear in this other hook and line category, they're apportioned according to the total Western Gulf and Central Gulf peak cod allocations. So we also had to redo that table to make it be in accordance with federal regulations. That's what's in table 3. I think I've covered everything. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. So I suspect I know your intent in this, but I noticed that the language in your motion didn't explicitly address that the council has already recommended final specifications for this species and indicate that this would substitute or revise the prior recommendation. I wonder if you could just address that, please.
Thank you. I in one of my versions, I said the council revises the 2026 and 2027, and there was some staff recommendation that I just say adopt. So that could be an amendment if you want to make very clear that this is revising the 2026 and 2027 from what was previously adopted, but that's clearly the intent.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's captured in conversation here. Not seeing an amendment, so. Any other questions? Do we need an amendment, Molly? Yep. Mr. Carlin, is this a matter of whether or not to put an amendment reflective? Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. I think it might be quicker and safer. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment. Not sure if this is not friendly, but just to strike the word adopts and put in the word revise.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. And Mr. Ritchie, do you need to speak to it? Okay. Is there any objection to the motion or the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, that passes without objection. And Nicole is creating a text box for that revision since the motion was sent in PDF form. Okay. Any further comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. We didn't talk about it much, and so I just want to flag as one council member, I'm concerned about some of the ecosystem indicators that we saw and potential impacts for this stock over the next couple of years. And for me, it's not the smoke alarm going off in the house, it's just the battery chirping at this point. And so I feel like I just need to trust the process and trust the SSC on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and support it. But I do think this is an area that we really need to be watching as we're getting information coming in over the next year or two, and how this is going to impact the stock in the near future. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I commented in December about the workload issues, I just want to say thank you to everyone that put all the effort into it. I think we were cautioned though several times today about being careful. This is an out of sequence type approach, and that we need to be very careful not to get ourselves in positions where it's assumed that that's something normal we can just do. I don't think that'll happen, but I would caution that this is the kind of thing that can become a slippery slope. You did it once, it worked really fantastically. We were responsive to the public's needs and wishes. Let's just do that again. Be careful with that, because that's something that I think several people counseled us, and I think it's something that could be a challenge for us in the future if we're not careful. So I tend to support the motion, but with those cautions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further comments? Okay. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I do want to thank everybody that stepped up to address this unprecedented situation that we're faced with. And although I'm also heard loud and clear in December, the extra burden it may make on very limited staff and whatnot, I think it's I think we've had a moment here to do the right thing, given limited resources and staff and whatnot. And so I just want to speak in favor of the motion, but also commend the staff and everybody that stepped up to once again address this situation in such an unprecedented time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. And any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. I'll be supporting it as well. And to Dr. Holson and all the support staff who worked very diligently to get this assessment done in a timely fashion. Much appreciated. So we'll need a roll call vote. Ms. Evans?
Members of the council, this is the vote on the amended motion under C1 to adopt ABC OFL and TAG for PCOD and PSC apportionments, or help up PSC allowance apportionments. Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Goen?
Yes.
Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Kurland?
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Mr. Sukata?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica?
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
Thank you, everyone. Any further action on C1? Okay, seeing none. So let's break for the day. We'll come back at 8 a.m. and we'll begin our staff presentation on C2. Have a good evening, everyone. I'll be right back. Thank you. Thanks.